of yoga brings us to an immediate point which requires clarification. We do not advocate that the Western person attempt the acceptance of yoga disciplines exactly as they are taught in the East. The reasons for our feelings are good and sufficient. Most of all, the basic difference in Eastern and Western psychology of living. And there is no subject in which inconsistencies can be more dangerous than in this particular type of advanced philosophic thinking. On the other hand, there are principles involved which are universal. And not only does increase of knowledge depend upon an estimation of these principles, but our entire ethical and social life must in time include a clear comprehension of the Eastern life way, without which we can never hope for a global concept of living or the final solution of East-West problems. So what we want to do primarily is to explore similarities and differences without any accusations, without any criticisms, but trying to point out those Eastern principles which are useful, necessary to the development of Western life. Most of you have some general knowledge of this subject. Therefore, we will limit our preliminary remarks as much as possible. We know that the term yoga means union, and that the yogas, variously taught and named in India, and the same principles under other names in the religious philosophies of other Near Eastern and Far Eastern peoples, that the yogas represent disciplines of union, that they represent means for man's internal re-identification with cause, with essence, with being, with reality. We also know that there is a definite difference in the Eastern and Western concept of union. The term can be left without further examination and be meaningful to both. But as we examine more closely, we realize that the religious psychology of the East and West differ as to what constitutes the ultimate attainment by man of his spiritual fulfillment. Western man, in his so-called mystical discipline, drifts toward what may be termed contemplation. Eastern man toward meditation. These are not the same things. Contemplation, as the term generally implies to us, is a person or a being intently experiencing something in relationship to himself. To contemplate, therefore, is to bestow the faculties of self upon some object in the effort to understand it, in the effort to a degree at least to possess it. I think that perhaps we can get something of the perspective by reference to the Canticles of Solomon. In this wonderful song, which is Solomon's, we have a document almost completely the work of some poet or mystic deep in the same spiritual conviction as we find among the Sufis. In the beginning of his love poem, and of course the Dark Maiden of Jerusalem is wisdom is the beloved, is truth. Solomon begins with a purely Western contemplative attitude when he says, "My beloved is mine." Me and mine are the pillars of the temple of Western existence. We exist as persons, as individuals. And in our concept of growth, we grow as persons and individuals. We seek to unfold personality and individuality, even going so far as to assume that the selfhood within us is the divine ultimate for us, and that by the perfect expression of self, we achieve to the release of deity through our own natures. This contemplative attitude, then, is that of the mystical observer, who, being in the presence of great or wonderful things, examines them, contemplates them, scrutinizes them, seeks to understand them, and to a measure seeks to impose upon them the understanding which he already possesses. Thus the universe becomes for him a gradual unfoldment of his own expectancy. Seeking he finds, believing he observes the objects of belief fulfilled before him. And in his contemplative mood, he is forever justifying the convictions of his own personal consciousness. He therefore imposes himself upon the universe. He interprets the universe in terms of himself. He experiences universals in terms of personals. And we find this on every level of human thinking among Western peoples. Our Western concept of love is to desire to possess. And our Western acceptance of love is that we are possessed. I've had women come to me in very serious marital problems who complain that their great grievance against their husband was that he was not possessive enough. Now, some may not feel that way, but it does occur. They did not believe he loved them because he did not constantly seek to own or possess, and in this way fulfill an expectancy which is normal, common to Western peoples. Thus, in the Western extension of philosophy and mysticism, we find man reaching out toward a God estate, and a state of rulership, and a state of leadership, and a state of uniting with a power which ordains action, which causes action. Growth of man is therefore from human to superhuman estate, and from that to a divine estate, in which, becoming God-like, he becomes also possessed of the attributes of deity, seeing in the fulfillment of his own nature the release of divine powers through himself. Thus we have in our Western way of life the possibility of the Superman concept, the possibility of recognizing man's infinite potential to grow, and that this growth is always toward the fulfillment of an individual or personal destiny. That man comes finally to knowledge when he understands God, that he achieves truth when he understands truth. Always he is the understanding thing, the unit of awareness, the contemplating power within him, by means of which he can assimilate or accept all knowledge and absorb it into his own nature. Thus he becomes wise, he becomes learned, he becomes skilled, he becomes informed. In the Eastern way of life, however, we have a somewhat different concept, as presented finally also by Solomon in his song. For at the end of the song, after he has experienced something of a more generous or deeper mystical experience within himself, Solomon now sings in a different note, and sing simply the words, I am my beloved. This is a complete change of perspective, and may be, to a degree at least, similar to the Eastern concept of meditation. Meditation is not the individual contemplating infinite. Meditation is the continuous remembrance of a divine reality. It is the individual longing not to become the God, but to return to a godlike condition superior to himself. He no longer seeks to become or to be. He no longer accepts that knowledge will come and be possessed by him. Rather, he regards these great archetypal realities as so vast, so immeasurable, so infinite and ultimate, that he is absorbed by them. Instead of possessing truth, he is possessed by truth. For it is not his own opinion or his own attitude, but the reality which is eternal, immortal, and inevitable. And to the Eastern individual, individuality is separation from reality. And therefore, the search is for re-identification with that which is infinitely beyond the state of selfhood. When we consider these differences, therefore, we realize that they become the basis of a different ethical approach to life. For there is a great deal of difference throughout the career of the individual who wishes to gain and who wishes to give. These express themselves on innumerable levels. They do not pertain entirely to a high religious problem. They are everywhere present in the conduct of our affairs. Therefore, they become a motivating factor on every level of our living. The individual who seeks to become more, or the individual who seeks to be re-identified with that which is eternally more. Attaining all by giving all, rather than by getting all. To live to get has produced Western civilization. To live to give, theoretically, is the fulfillment of the mystical disciplines of the East, to produce what they regard as the perfect or enlightened saint. Now, we must be practical and factual, furthermore, in the natural statement that the fact that these disciplines, such as yoga, originate among Eastern people does not mean that all Easterners are yogis, nor does it mean that the Eastern world is without many of the defects from which the West suffers and others which belong to its own life way. Therefore, the answer to the simple question is, these things are better, why are not the people better? May also be answered by our own philosophy of life and our own experience. For 1900 years we have taught peace on earth and goodwill to men, and during that time we have fought 8,000 wars. So that we must not assume that individuals are capable simply of exemplifying their beliefs because they would like to. There is much more that must be accomplished, both in the East and West, before either of these systems can fulfill its full purpose or reveal its complete merit. We are living in a world of imperfect beings seeking to grow. We must therefore not expect more from others than we are able to produce ourselves. This does not in any way affect the merits or demerits of either the Eastern or Western life way, but it would cause those who are impatient in either path to recognize that their own failings reveal those limitations which we have not yet the skill, wisdom, or strength to overcome. Now, this evening we are beginning a study of the problem of yoga. And we are approaching it on this simple ground, that the basic principle of yoga is that through meditation, the individual is capable of experiencing a consciousness separate from his own. The principle of yoga means primarily that through a certain internal discipline, accompanied by a kind of attentiveness, that it is possible for the human being to have the most valuable and mysterious experience in the world, the experience of experiencing something beside himself. So this is the primary problem. Years ago at Berkeley, I discussed a problem relating to experience with a physicist there. He said, frankly, I would give half the length of my life if for 5 minutes I could change consciousness with one of the dogs here in the laboratory, so that for one moment only I could be something beside myself. For in that moment I would know much of the mystery of life, would break through this inevitable and terrible barrier by which the innermost parts of all things are isolated from each other, so that we have concourse and intercourse only on the objective level, but that within ourselves we can experience nothing but ourselves, and therefore we can never escape from the pattern within our own natures. Now, the whole principle of yoga rests upon the possibility of the individual escaping from himself, escaping from the peculiar imitation of his own internal genius. This mysterious thing by which, no matter what happens, it must happen through him. And no matter what happens, it must be interpreted by him according to what he is. No more, no less. So that everywhere and forever, the individual, in the presence of infinite, is bound to an interpretation based upon his own finite consciousness. He may love things, he may venerate them, he may admire them, he may worship, and yet still he is something apart from everything else that lives. And this apartness is probably the cause of the great psychosis which has given man the tremendous intensities which have produced the civilizations of history. Man's civilization is what it is. His arts and sciences are what they are. His industries and his economics stand in their present places simply because of one thing. The human being, in the West particularly, has never been able to experience anything except himself. Now, this is the supreme isolation. It is the supreme separateness. It must be the basis of all conflict, because it relates to what Plotinus calls multitude. Multitude being the experience of separateness, the experience of self and not self, of object and subject, of being and not being, of me and thou. Experiences which we gradually accept, which become inevitable to us as the basis of personal conscious experience. Yoga assumes the possibility of the individual breaking this barrier. And of course, as an experience, it is far more important to him than breaking the sound wall or anything of that nature, because it must be the basis for him of his first experience as a universal being. And without this experience of a universal existence, he must remain a personal being. Now, philosophy, ethics, culture, morality, many systems that we already have and have advanced to a marked degree, teach us that there is an existence apart from ourselves. They teach us that art is in spirit a moving power, an archetypal pattern, that beauty and these things have an existence. Man can venerate them from afar. The artist to a measure can experience them within his own capacities and limitations. But philosophy does affirm that there is a holistic existence beyond man's present state. And mysticism has always affirmed the possibility, under some condition, of the experience of this state. And this experience, the mystical experience of Aristotle, is an experience of universality, or universal or total acceptance of life impact. Yoga seeks to achieve this, and it does not necessarily affirm that the only object of identity is being or deity. Some systems of yoga, certainly, are particularly concerned with man's experience of participation in deity. Other systems of yoga do not even postulate the existence of deity and still maintain the possibility of universal experience. There are schools of yoga which also make a point of the possibility of the individual experiencing other forms of activity, other forms of life, other creatures than himself. The experience of the blade of grass, as we find it in the Zen doctrine. The experience of the soul or heart of the loved one. The experience of identity with the child, with the animal, with the water flowing in the river. The possibility of the experience of not-self in relation to the subject or object of our attention. This possibility of the experience of not-self carries with it what to the West has long been regarded as a negative approach to life. The Westerner insists that the Eastern way of life is negative. And he uses this negative in a kind of negative way. The Easterner may insist that the Western way of life is positive. And he says positive with a slightly ironical implication. Each has failed to a degree, therefore, to sense values which perhaps should have been better understood, even as sects worshipping the same deity are not always able to get along happily together. But in our consideration of yoga, then, we must differentiate between contemplation, the individual examining something, seeking to understand it, and meditation, which is the state of the person seeking eternally to be understood rather than to understand. The state of the individual seeking the experience of that which is not himself, accepting it, rather than imposing himself as the conqueror of the unknown upon everything with which he comes in contact. A very good example, perhaps, of the Western attitude has been the fatalist, in which, for example, men like Aesop, good moralists in their time, and treasured names in our modern world. If Aesop humanizes the animal, he imposes man upon the animal. He did not originate the idea, which came from a much earlier Asiatic source. But he causes animals to have experiences like human beings. He is again following the tendency of primitive man of assuming that other creatures are like himself. Always everything is in his own likeness. Everything is something that he patterns from familiar and reasonable things, a point which caused the well-known American agnostic, Colonel Robert Ingersoll, to observe on one occasion that an honest God is the noblest work of man. That the individual is forever forming, framing, defining all of the superiors to which he was turning, and then seeking to prove that he is right, exploring always to the justification of his own perspective. In Eastern meditation, a great point is made of refraining from such conclusions. The conclusions come at ends, not at beginnings. That we think not from conclusions, but toward them. And that experience itself is the basis of fact, not our attitude toward experience or toward living or life. In yoga, therefore, we have several systems of discipline. And we must pause for a moment to consider discipline. What is discipline? We used to think of it very largely as the school teacher causing the small boy to stand in the corner as a punishment for a misdemeanor. Discipline is correction in a certain way. But in yoga, discipline must be imposed by the individual upon himself. Self-discipline, therefore, implies or suggests the development of a character or quality strong enough to control thought, emotion, and action. Discipline is, therefore, the exercise of a purposed will over thought, emotion, and action. Discipline is the individual controlling himself. Now, this, in a way, is opposite also to our Western way of life. Because in the West we are accustomed to the concept that discipline is imposed by others. Discipline is imposed by the laws of our nation, of our state. It is imposed by those for whom we work. It is imposed by our moral codes, our churches, our theologies, and our philosophies. It is imposed to a certain degree also by necessity, by which we find it inevitably true that we must modify certain attitudes in order to survive. But discipline is something that is done to us in the West. In the East, it is something we ourselves do. It is a decision. It is a purposed attitude toward a problem. It is the individual affirming his ability and his willingness to produce or to achieve certain ends by purpose and continuous thoughtfulness. Now, discipline is not necessarily in yoga, as we might suspect by studying some of the Indian holy men and their austerities, primarily a problem of bodily punishment. It is not an extreme asceticism, nor is it accompanied by any necessary cause of pain, of suffering, or of flagellation, or any of these things which we sometimes associate with it. In fact, in the Eastern schools, the more gentle and the more natural the discipline, the more the disciple's achievement is recognized by a qualified instructor. Discipline, however, is to life the basis of progress in any particular department of endeavor. Discipline is what makes us play the piano every day in order to learn how. Discipline is what ties the musician to his instrument. Discipline is what ties the businessman to his office, the parent to its child, man to his dreams. Always discipline is the individual's conscious decision to achieve an end at the expense of something else which he regards as less valuable or important. So discipline is imposed in yoga upon the individual in order that he may strengthen resources, that he may become more and more proficient in these sciences which to the East are so essential. Now, why does the Easterner feel the importance of yoga? Why do the yoga schools have such a distinct determination to achieve a particular end? The answer is very simple in the terms of Eastern thinking. In the East, only one thing is important. I would say this again with modification. It may not be true, it is not true of every Easterner, but it is true when we speak of the East as a school of thought, not as a group of persons. In the East, the school of thought, which we call yoga, insists that the supreme end of human existence is that man shall escape from error, that no matter what he attains on a material plane, he attains ends which are in themselves not usually as important or as valuable as the energies expended to attain them. Because everything that man does here is completely impermanent. He is forever drawing pictures upon the face of water. Nothing that he does here, nothing that he learns here, can per se achieve for him any permanence, any security, any reality beyond this limited sphere in which he lives. Also, a great many of the attributes of effort with which he is associated have very little significance on the level of character. This is not inevitably true, but it is true with the thoughtless, who make no real or conscientious effort to understand even the small things that they do. Thus, the Western person, or the non-philosophic person, perhaps more correctly, is not advancing the essentials of his own life. He is advancing only things which in themselves are impermanent. So he advances his various fortunes. He builds a business, dies and leaves it. He creates a fortune which his heirs will squander. He seeks position and honor, only to gain in the end a premature grave because of the responsibilities that he has. He makes various compromises constantly with realities in order to achieve unrealities. And as a result of this, he is outwardly enriched, but inwardly impoverished. As long as he is willing to accept such a code of life, there is very little that can be done about it. But in the large picture of living, can any rational or reasonable creature assume that as a citizen of the universe, he should be unmindful completely of universals as they relate to himself? It may be necessary and proper for him to make a living, and advance himself in certain schools of learning, and arts and sciences, and trades and crafts. But can these be regarded as the full expression of his life? Can he be said to have lived well simply because he has attained a comparative security in this plane of living, only to depart therefrom into an insecurity he knows nothing about? Can he ever achieve sufficiently on a mental, emotional, or material level to be secure even here? Does the person who has achieved what this world can give him, has he achieved serenity of spirit? Has he achieved the power of self over circumstance? Has he attained an inward integration or an integrity that gives him faith with which to face change and time? Or has he very largely perfected an outward living which has no substance within it, and which therefore can crumble and leave him destitute? To the Eastern philosophic mind, the only solution to every problem that exists in the world is man's experience of a universal greater than himself. If he has this experience, he can then administer all of his personal worldly affairs more wisely. If he has this experience, nations will no longer need war. There will be no longer crime. There will be no longer these excesses by means of which all of the good plans and purposes of conscientious human beings come to nothing. Thus, in a way, the Easterner restates the statement in the Bible: "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and its righteousness, and all else shall be added unto you." Now, in Western civilization, we have not sought it first. In fact, we have not really sought it at all, with the exception of isolated persons. Our civilization is not built upon the individual having first attained internal security. It is rather built upon the forlorn hope that if other conditions are suitable, he may ultimately attain spiritual security. It is a complete reversal of the concept upon which the whole system is based. So yoga drives directly at the source and substance of the human dilemma. It emphasizes the need of the individual for an immediate integration of his own relationships with the life around him, the world around him. It teaches him to experience those things which he needs, or invites him to such experience, and tells him that the only way in which this experience can come to him is that he must earn it. And he earns it by discipline. He earns it by the continuous demonstration of his earnest and natural desire to know, to achieve this state of being. He also achieves it by the full and complete statement of his willingness to sacrifice for it. And what a man must sacrifice in these things, again, is a little reminiscent of some of the veiled statements of the New Testament. Because what shall the man sacrifice? With what shall he pay for this treasure that is beyond value? He certainly cannot buy it with money. He has tried that and found a dismal failure. He cannot buy it or pay for it by practically any of the services that he normally renders. He cannot think his way to it. He cannot even feel his way to it. Both thought and emotion are inadequate for the ultimate goal that he wishes to reach. Therefore, what has the human being to give, which is a great enough and worthy enough offering, that it may compensate for the one and eternal thing which he desires to gain? And the Eastern answer to that, perhaps better stated than I have stated it, is very simple. The only thing any individual has to give to anything is himself. And in yoga, the price of liberation is the immediate and unhesitating surrender of self. That the individual who wishes to achieve the eternal must attain therein by the complete and voluntary sacrifice of the temporal. This does not mean that he gives away his goods. It does not mean that he neglects his family. It does not mean that he takes a little flag and starts out on a crusade. Nothing of that kind at all. What it actually means is that within himself he relinquishes the concept of I. That he relinquishes the I want, I am, I will, I can. That he relinquishes the vortex, the focal illusion of selfhood, realizing ultimately that this is the one thing that stands between him and universal. Things are either personal or universal. Self is the ultimate personal. The universal is the ultimate impersonal. And at the time of the attainment of the impersonal, the personal must die. Not killed, not surrendered regretfully because we wish we could hold on to it, grasping at both the finite and the infinite at the same time, but through a complete and internal understanding which makes this surrender of the personal not only obviously the thing which is next, but also that which is the greatest desire of our beings to achieve. The complete, glorious, happy, serene, and acceptable sacrifice of that which we now recognize or realize to be an impediment to the eternal value with which we are concerned. Now this brings us to the first subject of our major series at this moment, and that is we're going to talk a little on the theme of Karma Yoga. Now, as you know, there are many yogas, and in many books and in some writings this term is not even included. But it seems to me that from a philosophical standpoint, it is one of the most important considerations, especially for Western man. The term karma implies the ethical consequences of conduct considered collectively or completely. In other words, karma is the inevitable relationship between what the individual is and what he does, and also between what he does and what he is. Karma is therefore the totality of action in its relation to its ethical and moral, its spiritual, its intellectual, and its physical consequences. Buddha, in one of his dialogues, says that effect follows cause as the wheel of the cart follows the foot of the oxen. Man lives in a world of cause and effect. He lives in a world in which, as far as his own present consciousness is concerned, there is an intimate relationship between his own incentives and their results. So in the study of yoga, we can conceive, for example, man achieving a state of meditation as this may relate to his own conduct. It is the problem of the introduction of a discipline into the concept of conduct, and strangely enough is one of the very foundations of Raja Yoga, which is probably the highest form of the royal discipline of this system. The Arabian Nights Entertainment contains the famous line, happiness must be earned. Raja Yoga is a princely state of consciousness which must be earned. Therefore, we come right back to karma, because karma is the law of earning. It is the principle in nature of the relation between sowing and reaping. If the end of man's journey is absolute identification with reality, then this end must be earned. It must be the result of action. It must be the consequence of things preceding it, or previously done and attained. Thus, daily conduct becomes, in the end, the royal road of union. Daily conduct may seem to be so simple, so non-mystical in its implications as to be overlooked. The individual would like to step over these little problems of his own disposition and dash on to the contemplation of infinites. It's much more simple and much more delightful to be engaged in some advanced mystical preoccupation than it is to start with a simple study and explanation of conduct. Yet where else can we begin but where we are? And where are we except in the place of our conduct? That which we are tells our present place in nature, our present place in the universe, and the rung of the ladder of infinites upon which we are at the moment standing. So Karma Yoga implies the thoughtful acceptance of the law and the doctrine through the patient observation of conduct, through the recognition of the relationship of immediate conduct to universals, of the quiet meditation of the individual upon those great laws of eternal being, which are exemplified in conduct. Now, yoga depends also upon one very important point. Now, that point is a stranger to us in the West. And that point is internal quietude. With the exception of a few sects, such as the Quakers, the Friends, and the Quietists, we have had very little emphasis upon the attainment of quietude, as we consider it in Eastern discipline. Quietude is the condition in which the individual, relaxing, ceasing aggressive action of any kind, finds within himself peace. Now, this is a large order for Western man, because the moment we begin to probe into ourselves in the West, we are apt to run across a number of psychotic pressures. We are likely to find, as many human beings in the Occident have found, that the last person we can get along with well is ourselves. Therefore, that it is much more pleasurable and enjoyable to spend our time in the association of others, even though we do not believe what they say or agree with what they do. They have one virtue: they keep our mind off of ourselves. Therefore, we have all kinds of avocational interests. We whittle and we doodle anything, so that we shall not fall into the abysmal misery of internal confusion. We are escapists. We move desperately away from self because we are not able to endure its immediate implication to us in our nature. Thus, we are without quietude. We are without quietude because we are without faith. We are without faith because we are without internal certainties. And these we lack because we have never developed them, being content entirely to rest our case upon external securities of one kind or another. So the individual, seeking quietude within himself, finds what? He finds that he has not this quietude, and for one reason primarily, because he is ignorant. The reason why he is not able to get along in the universe is because he misunderstands the universe, or does not understand it. His ignorance is either the simple ignorance of the child or the compound ignorance of the sophist, one or the other. But had he not ignorance, he would not have fear, for fear and ignorance are related. Only the ignorant can be afraid, and the fearful must be ignorant. Because there is nothing in the universe that can cause fear except man's own ignorance of realities. If, therefore, we seek at the beginning of things to retire into a state of security and are seeking infinite within our own natures, we can only achieve this end if we have a reasonable attitude toward infinite. If we have the belief that the infinite is a strange, half-good, half-evil thing, combining God and demon, if we believe that the unknown is malicious, if we believe that the universal power is either unhonest or dishonest, we can scarcely have the type of internal integration suitable for internal peace. So in Karma Yoga, we have a very important state of consciousness to cultivate. And that is the continuous recollection of the integrity of reality. Now that sounds like perhaps a platitude, and it is, as long as it is on the tongue or merely in the mind. But only through a certain knowledge or a certain interpretive skill can we gradually put the universe back on an honest foundation, as far as we are concerned as individuals. And an honest universe must be the beginning of our own true concept of honesty. So by means of the recognition of law, we begin the process of rescuing values from the obscuration of multitude, from the confusion due to our own inability to estimate the principles upon which our own existence depends. Recognizing this principle, then, we begin through the contemplation of karma. And the first thing that karma must teach us, and the first contemplation or meditation that we may have concerning it, for we are still on the contemplative level, we are still at this stage of the problem, fighting to save God from our own misinterpretation of deity, which is quite an arduous undertaking, by the way. Thus, we begin by understanding that we live in a universe of law. Now, this, to most people, is a very inhibiting discovery. Because one thing that we have all a strange resistance to is guidance, domination, or authority. Our search for freedom seems to make us feel that the moment that we come under any pattern of authority, we should be frustrated. And yet, law is not a frustrating thing. Law, the existence of law, is the greatest good thing that we know. Now, law intellectually thinks of lawyers and judges and jurors and things of that nature. It's a very cold, it's a very hard term. It sounds very much like a 90-day sentence or $500 bail. Law to us is something administered by men, based upon the codes of Justinian and Hammurabi. Law to us is a mental word. It is a word that carries exactitude, heartless, soulless, and without understanding. The jot and tittle, the eye for the eye, and the tooth for the tooth. Therefore, we have to begin to use our contemplating power, our meditation, and in the continuous remembrance of what law is. And to experience law, not as an institution created by man, or an arbitrary dictate set up by the tyranny of a divine will, but that law is reality. Law is being. Law is actuality. Law is the greatest comfort, the greatest security, the infinite fact of things. Law is our hope, not our jailer. And law is not a continuous exertion of will. Law is the eternal unfoldment of universal love itself. Therefore, law and love are the same thing. They are not polarities. And why must we say that? We say it because law and love work together and unite in the service of good. That which is the law is the greater good. That which is the greater good is the greater love. Now we find this, for example, in a very simple way in our own human problem. We do not like to tell a small child that it shouldn't have that ice cream cone. We want that child to be happy. But as parents, perhaps we must say no, the child is aggrieved, and for the moment we are equivalent to the universal tyrant itself. And yet it is our love and not our tyranny that has caused the action. It is our greater knowledge of a greater good. Therefore, in the mystical concept of things, law is not merely an arbitrary pattern. It is the eternal good itself. It is that which has within it, by its own intrinsic nature, all of love, all of good, and all of reality. Laws, then, are not to be feared, but to be loved, to be understood, to be appreciated, to be sensed for their real and enduring value. For man's most immediate contact with the creating power is through law. Even science knows this, because it is the exactitude of the universe that causes the greatest admiration on the part of the scientist. And it is that exactitude which causes him to suspect the presence of the lawmaker, the presence of the reality behind things. So we begin with the concept of this continual meditation, this flowing of consciousness as oil from one vessel to another, moving on the concept of law, moving on the realization that that which occurs is not only necessary but good. That universal law as it operates upon man is not the will of an arbitrary deity, but the eternal expression of the eternal being. That law is innate in being. That the supreme is law, and that also that the law is the manifestation of that which is supreme. That this supreme is infinite benevolence, infinite beauty, infinite truth. The most perfect forms in the world, like snowflakes, are themselves perfect manifestations of the great law. Plato said God geometrizes. Moral laws are moral geometry. Ethical laws are ethical geometry. And if we could see these laws transformed from their tremendous pressure foci as we realize their impact upon ourselves, if we could see the pictures of the laws of the universe, we would see the greatest art the world has ever known. We would see the art of the creating power itself, infinitely unfolding in absolute symmetry. Why then do laws seem so difficult to us? Largely because we have placed against these laws that which to the Asiatic mystic is the greatest danger, and that is a self-focal point, the ego, a point of will which does not understand. A point of will, therefore, which is like that of a small child who is forbidden the ice cream cone and does not know why. And because this little child cannot experience the consciousness of a parent, it will never be able until it grows itself and experiences. It will never be able to understand why it could not have the ice cream cone. So in the problem of selfhood, or the focal point of I want what I want, man comes into conflict with a universal pattern which alone knows what he needs. And it is the recognition of the absolute benevolence of the universe that must lie at the beginning of the gradual rescuing of the human consciousness from tension. Because tension arises from confusion, it arises from stress, It arises from rebellion. It arises from all these illusionary attitudes of reproach, of disagreement, of disillusionment, of conflict between individuals and between all individuals, and the patterns which are eternally good for them. So karma begins to unfold on a level of conduct, a simple and approachable level. The importance of the human being's recognition of the essential rightness of that which occurs to him. The essential and inevitable rightness of the position and condition in which he is placed. It begins to emphasize to him rightness rather than wrongness. It makes the thoughtful, careful, considerate person no longer able to say, why did this happen to me? Why should I suffer for the sins of another? Why should I be the victim of the generation in which I live, the circumstances in which I find myself, the inharmonies with which I am surrounded and burdened? While the individual turns to the universe and says why, he is indeed of little faith. But through the contemplation of law, a man begins to answer his own why. There gradually emerges to his comprehension this magnificent unfolding blossom of realities, and the universal pattern becomes to him the hope of his own future, because it is only through law that his own inevitable attainment is assured. And were there in the universe any dishonesties such as there are among men, then the fate of the human being could not be secure. If the laws of the universe could be bribed, could be in any way influenced by human will or purpose, then some would succeed and others fail, and not always would the meritorious attain. But in the absolute honesty of the universe is the hope of the individual that he lives within a universal environment which is incorruptible, and therefore the greatest good for himself. Now this means that the individual in Eastern thinking must accept the situation in which he finds himself as a discipline. That instead of being expected to go out and sit on a bed of spikes, he must come home and sit among his creditors, which perhaps is just as painful and certainly less glamorous. That instead of being expected to go out and give his goods to the poor, or expected to make a pilgrimage to some sacred shrine, it is impressed upon him through his daily conduct that he must do those things and perform those actions which expiate the responsibilities and debts which he has incurred. He learns in various ways, and some of the simplest lessons are immediate. Some not so simple are extended over larger periods of time. Many persons say that because of circumstances which they cannot grasp, it is impossible for them so numerous, so obvious, that he can scarcely deny them. It therefore does not require an unreasonable faith to recognize that the larger and less familiar patterns are under the control of the same principles. So the individual becoming attentive and contemplative of conduct, continuing his meditation upon his own way of life, can almost immediately, if he so desires, learn much about himself, learn much about the path that leads to union, lay many of the basic foundations for his future growth. And he must begin where he is. So he begins with the gradual conquest of illusion in these very patterns of law and cause and effect around him. Now there is one important point in yoga which begins even in Karma Yoga, which we would like to also emphasize. In the West, we think of evolution as a gradual growth of the creature through infinitudes of time from a present state to a superior condition. The Darwinian hypothesis more or less sustains this, and our study of the objective life of creatures carries the same general implication. So we think of growth as a gradual motion to being or toward eternity. And we also think that the ultimate state of man is something remote, something distant, something so far from him that he must contemplate it in terms of millions of years. This is based upon the assumption that his growth inwardly, his internal growth, is also upon the same tempo as his external evolutionary development as a physical creature. Yoga does not assume this. Yoga points out that as man is traveling a long road that leads from here to eternity, he should also bear in mind that this journey is his own journey and exists only because he believes it. He says the road is long and painful, therefore the road is long and painful. He says I must conquer one step at a time, therefore he conquers one step at a time. He says I must release one quality at a time. It is going to be difficult to overcome this tendency to sarcasm, this attitude of jealousy, this instinct to hate. All of these things must be gradually worked out the long and hard way. And because these are the patterns which we set, they become the ways we must go. But if we think of it a little differently, what are we seeking? We are seeking identity with reality. Reality is not a matter of time and distance. Reality, as an outward condition of society, may be historically measured in aeons beyond our present state. But the reality which we may attain as beings a million years from now or 100 million years from now, that reality does not exist only at that time. That reality is here now. The reality which we are seeking to attain in some infinite future is here. Because without that reality, we would not exist. Without that reality, there could be no rise of the sun. There could be no change of the seasons. Without that reality, we could not hope or dream for reality. Therefore, the infinite is not only infinitely distant, but infinitely immediate. The truth, which we hope to attain sometime, somewhere, is everywhere, always. If it was not everywhere, always, it would not be eternal. And if it was not eternal, it would not be true. Therefore, as all things which have a real existence are eternal, they must be forever present, and not present only in a time, or at a place, or under a condition. Yoga, therefore, while it does not tell the individual that inevitably or unfailingly he can wake up tomorrow in eternity, does remind him that eternity is separated from his present state by an interval of consciousness, and that this interval of consciousness is not under the dominion of time. That this interval of consciousness is under the laws of its own existence, and not under the laws of the progression of the equinoxes or the alternation of seasons. Therefore, that everything that is real is timeless, and that man's concept of time is the measure of an interval of quality within himself. It is man's effort to measure that which man cannot even comprehend, understand, or hope to validly estimate. Therefore, in the problem of yoga, the individual must make a positive or major change in certain values. But yoga tells him very frankly that if he goes along by the law of Karma Yoga, if he is punished and rewarded, helped and hindered by his own conduct, on and on and on, if he lives with himself long enough, he will get over himself. Now that may require 100 million years, because some people are awfully fond of themselves. It may require an immense cycle of pain, pleasure, hope, despair. It may mean that he has to move with the enormous motion of life itself, learning through trial and error, learning to cling to the real by the perpetual failure of the unreal, coming finally to love the true by being disappointed countless times when he devoted his affections to the untrue. Ultimately, however, Karma Yoga must lead him, as the inevitable consequence and chemical reaction of cause and consequence, must lead him ultimately toward the goal of emancipation. Therefore, everything that happens to us contributes gradually to the upbuilding of the power of release. But this may be an exceedingly long, difficult, problem-ridden journey. A journey which in the Eastern way of life is measured not in years but in lives, hundreds of lives, lived by the individual seeking to find the one life that is forever here. This also plays a very important part in Buddhism. And it is very important to consider it in connection with karma, in order that we may not fall into the pit that Aristotle was so quick to discern in certain of Plato's doctrines, namely what he calls the doctrine of regressive evasion. In other words, why does it happen now? Because of something that happened yesterday. Why did it happen yesterday? Because of something that happened the day before. And so on to infinity. We never arrive at first cause. On the opposite end, tomorrow is the result of today. Day after tomorrow, the result of tomorrow. The day after that, the result of the preceding day, and so on, and we never come to an ultimate. Aristotle pointed that out as leading inevitably to a vicious circle. In other words, these causes and effects go on forever, and man exists only in a squirrel cage, in which he can never escape unless there is some other dimension or some other factor involved in the operation of these laws. Now, the thing that is added, the difference by which the cycle is established rather than the circle, lies in another factor, another dimension of this important problem. Namely, that not only is man experiencing, but man is meditating. Man is contemplating internally the overtones of value involved. Therefore, everything that happens to him not only brings its mechanistic effect, but its philosophical overtones. Man is not only passing through an incident, he is changing consciousness as a result of the incident. Now, if this changing of consciousness is by trial and error alone, then, again, we have the long and difficult path. But if this change of consciousness is under discipline, then the individual begins to affect his own action. He begins to step into the problem of activity in a new relationship to it. Now, to come to the yoga angle on the thing, however, we have a little different point of view that has to be taken into consideration. Yoga as a recognition of a certain impersonal, inevitable divinity reminds us that nothing can happen to us unless there is something for it to happen to. If the individual stands on a certain street corner in the midst of traffic, he is very apt to have close shaves or finally be injured. If he is not there, he cannot be injured. Karma and pleasure, reward and punishment, good and evil, only operate because of our own position in relation to the universe. They have no operation, as far as we are concerned, except in relation to the focal point with which we are concerned. There is no karma unless it happens to us. Now, this is a rather subtle point, but it is exactly the problem that there would be no danger of being shot if you weren't there. But if you are there, is a very good danger of being shot if the bullet is aimed at you. Karma, in order to operate, must operate against certain fixed illusions within the consciousness of the being affected. Karma can only operate where the individual is under a certain cycle of activities of a moral nature in which he is capable of right and wrong decision, and in which he is sensitive to the reactions of joy and sorrow, hope and fear, life and death. Now, a good example of the problem of yoga is the problem of death itself. And in all systems of mysticism and esotericism, death and illumination have always been intimately associated in symbolism. The transition from this world to the next has been used to represent the transition of man from one state of existence in consciousness to another. Now we come to a very simple problem. Do we die? The materialist says yes, death is possible. Now is the fact thus established, or does the materialist die because he accepts the fact? Now don't think for a moment that we're going into a sphere of affirmations, because that isn't where we want to get to. Do we, as thoughtful idealists, believe that we die? Do we believe that death is the end of everything, or is merely a transition from one condition of existence to another? Yet something can die. The reason why it can die is because it was born. If there is something within us which cannot die, the reason why it cannot die is because it was never born. It was itself eternal. And that what we call birth and death are motions on the level of form in which that which is unborn and undying manifests objectively and then passes into a subjective state. But that life itself, even our own life, is undying. The thing that dies is John Smith or Mary Jones, the body which we knew. Yet that which is within the body cannot die, and cannot be destroyed by another creature, or cannot be devastated by war or plague. It is in itself and inevitable, unchangeable and real. Now let us shift this thinking to the level of cause and effect on a moral plane. The individual says, I can be cheated. Can he? In terms of Eastern philosophy, no. He cannot be cheated. The only way he can be cheated is by the supreme fact that he can cheat himself by believing that he can be cheated. And that is where the cheating takes place. That wherever these things happen, it is because in his own state of ignorance, he is accepting a level corresponding to the body which is born and dies, and is without realization or experience of the eternal life that cannot be born and cannot die. Now this eternal life which is within man and is the reality of him is therefore like the reality of his spiritual integrity, something that cannot be touched by the vicissitudes of existence. Yet while man lives objectively, he can
be safe. As long as he lives objectively, he can be rich or poor. As long as his consciousness is focused on the body, he is a victim of everything that happens to body. As long as he believes that he and his body are identical, he can fail, he can pass through every change, every alteration, every mood to which body, as a visible and objective form, can be subjected. As body, he can be martyred. As consciousness, he cannot. As body, he can be defeated. As consciousness, he cannot. As a person, he can be destroyed. As a universal life, he is indestructible. So his ability to react to laws upon various planes depends entirely upon the focal point of his own consciousness. If he is focused in his bank account, the loss of it is a supreme tragedy. If he is not focused there, it comes and goes and is very little concern to him. Some individuals find it difficult to accumulate, others find it difficult to spend what they have accumulated. There are innumerable intemperances and only one temperance. There are countless illusions and only one reality. Now the law of karma relates to a conditioned existence in which the individual, by his own causations, has set upon himself consequences that he must face. He must face them as long as he was foolish enough to cause them. And he must face them as long as he is operating on a level of consciousness in which his own conscience and his own morality tells him that he has broken faith with himself. If then we are dealing with the problem of yoga, we are dealing with the realization that the individual moving from one level of consciousness to another, by so doing, moves the center of his own awareness, moving, as the Buddhist explains the same problem, from servitude to one interpretation of law to emancipation under another interpretation of the same law. Because the law of the universe is in itself not karmic. It is only karmic when this law comes into conflict with the sattva, or the self-focus, of an individual who is unenlightened. This will require more thought and more time, but we will give it that thought and time in the course of the series of talks that we are dealing with now. But in your problem of karma, in both your Buddhist and your Hindu system, you have, therefore, something that is very difficult for the Westerner to understand, and that is an absolute law that apparently can be transcended by a discipline. It isn't transcended by the discipline. The law and its reaction are both interpretations by the consciousness of the human being upon a level. When he is no longer on that level, that interpretation and that whole cycle of circumstance fades out like the insubstantial fabric of a dream, leaving not a rack behind. The problem then is to recognize the essential and inevitable transitions of these patterns. To the mystic, to the Eastern yogi in meditation, the universe is a sudden expansion of universals in which things like cause and effect have returned or absorbed again into their own eternal source. They are like time. They exist for those creatures who exist within time, because they do not know that they are timeless. There's the Hindu fable about the elephant, which is tied by a small cord to a stake. The elephant remains there year after year because it doesn't know that with one good hard pull, the stake and the rope would go. But because the elephant is a cautious and conservative creature like man, it moves its foot a little, finds a little resistance, and decides that it is there bound securely. It has not realized that this bondage is meaningless in terms of the potential strength of the creature itself. In then the consideration of karma, how are we going to solve the problem? Karma is cause and effect. Cause and effect are action and reaction. What is cause? Cause is always an aggressive activity of some kind. What is an effect? It is the receptivity to the consequences of an aggressive activity. Therefore, the more aggressive the activity, the more dynamic the circumstances which it causes. The more dynamic these circumstances, the more dynamic the reactions which will inevitably follow them. Therefore, if we strike the man, we may expect that he will strike us back. If we perform a certain action with excess, we may expect the reasonable consequences, which will be the reaction of excess. So we begin the contemplation of what is the solution. How do we begin to extricate ourselves from excess? Now, what is excess in the majority of instances? Why are we excessive creatures? We are excessive because of self-will, because of certain personal purposes with which we are primarily concerned, and upon the dynamic that this internal self-will is a real and valid source of authority. I want. And that in itself is enough. From that point on, there is only one thing that remains, and that's to get what we want. The fact that we desire is all the authority we need to devote a lifetime to the effort to secure that which we desire. The merit of the desire is never considered. The essential integrity of the thing which desires, and its essential nature, and its relationship to eternals, is not known. Therefore, because this desire arises from some obscure and mysterious part of our own internal, we assume that it is the voice of authority, that we must live and should live in order to justify that desire. So we live largely to justify desire, to fulfill ambition, and to achieve such creature comforts as may most likely be conducive to pleasure and happiness. Yet at the end we find not pleasure and happiness, but infirmity and death. That is the disaster. That is the part that is difficult. If, however, changing this point of view, we say that a thing is not necessary because we wish it, but that the wise man says we wish that which is necessary. The change of our perspective, the change of our relation towards desire, releases us from what the Buddhist calls one of the principal hindrances. These hindrances represent the attitudes which are traditional to us, which are the principal cause of our troubles. Attitudes which are not real, not natural, not essential, but have been cultivated by our way of life until we accept them as part of our heritage. If then we begin the contemplation of these principles, let's just survey this contemplation briefly. We can't go into all of it, it's a very large subject, but let's see what would happen if we begin to think some of these things through just a little. We are in a spot, let us say, at the present time. There are difficulties surrounding us. We are in debt, let's say. There's a little danger that they may come and collect the icebox, the car, the television, and several other things, and that also we must remember with some grievances that the suit we're wearing is not paid for. And of course there's nothing more that is undesirable than to pay for a worn-out suit. That is what many people do. Now there are several ways in which we can look at this. Here we are beyond our depth. Our first and natural thought is to go go socialistic in this emergency and begin a wholesale damnation of the credit system. In other words, the advertisers, the merchants, the manufacturers, and everyone else concerned in this problem is responsible for our misfortune. Why? Because they have made it very easy for us to be very foolish. Therefore, the great problem is what society has done to us. And it is so nice to think of it. But it is exactly the same thing as to say that our friends have wronged us, our relatives have deceived us, and all these things. They all belong under the same general headings. Except in the case of the man who is over his head in debt, the real circumstances are perhaps a little more obvious to him than in some of the other relationships of life. Now here he is in this predicament. He may blame others, blame the universe. He may take faith in the thought that there is no God, that there is no justice, that the universe is a tyranny, that his friends and associates are all living only to get what they can off of him. He can go into all kinds of attitudes out of this and justify himself in every way that he wants to. And he's still in debt, he still can't pay it. Or he may by some chance gain a small amount of wealth from some source or other, or make a successful loan, which he will consider good fortune, not having any relation to law, but merely to perhaps his own persuasive personality. You see, he's solving this himself now. As a result of that, he's able to pay off these bills. And having discovered that such things are possible, he will now immediately contract a whole new series of them and do exactly the same thing that he did before. And he will not observe that the fact that he can't sleep at night, the fact that his friends have difficulty with him, that he's no longer able to do his work well, that his family finds him irritable and unpleasant, and that he generally is uncomfortable. He does not necessarily blame himself for any of these things. They are the results of bad luck. They are the results of the fact that other people didn't understand him. And so the whole message of law to him was lost. The simple fact of the matter is that he was fooled. He was just unwise. He was unreasonable. He did things which his own common sense should have told him he shouldn't do, but he did them because he wanted to. Now this is the basis of karma to a very large degree. Here we have, therefore, the individual today with any one of innumerable problems besetting him, of which debt may be one. Either he rationalizes himself out of the lesson, or else he rationalizes himself into the lesson. He either blames others or himself. And the first step in the situation is to blame himself. That is the first constructive attitude. It's to stop blaming the world and recognize that he himself is to blame. Now that is a beautiful thought in its own nature. It may or may not lead, however, to any constructive action. He may simply say, I'm sorry, I was foolish, too bad, and then tomorrow repeat. He may still blame himself for not learning. But if he repeats several times, he will probably gain a certain instinct toward moderation. He will not do it again repeatedly. He may do it several times, but not forever. Ultimately, he must learn something. But assuming that he accepts the responsibility as his own, he has set this thing in motion. He's gotten himself into a situation which may take him several years of painful self-sacrifice to clear up. Now comes the next question, which is infinitely more important and one which he probably will not ask unless under some special dispensation of intelligence. And that is, what is this self that he is blaming? Now then, it isn't somebody else's fault, he says now. It's my own fault. I am responsible. Now, what is the I that is responsible and made him do a foolish thing? If this I is of a quality and of a dispensation that can run him in debt in 3 weeks, if this I can also cause him to do many wrong things, and it does, and he knows it, why is he so eager to forever please this I? And why is he willing to hang his whole destiny upon it? The thing that this I makes him do is stupid. And yet, as a being, he has accepted the infallibility of this I and built his whole philosophy of existence upon it. If wherever it operates, it does things that are not very wise. It is this I which makes him ambitious, makes him sacrifice health to fortune, makes him sacrifice honor to profit. And yet he loves this I, he serves it, adores it, and considers it to be little less than divine. All is getting him into trouble. What about this I? The least you can say about it is that it needs educating. Now, how are you going to educate this I? Can you educate it by sending it to school and teaching it the liberal arts and sciences? No. Because the people who have had that education are making just as many mistakes as those who have not had it. There are individuals who have many degrees after their names who are in debt for their iceboxes. It hasn't solved it. Why? Because in educating the I, you're educating something on a quality level that cannot be educated by ordinary schooling. The only thing that you can do with this I is reach it on a level of intelligence, on a level of basic thinking. Yoga, however, takes a very simple attitude. This I isn't worth saving. Because no matter what you do with it, no matter how much you condition it, no matter how much you perfect it, it is still a dead loss. It will always be a dead loss. And the final fact of it being a dead loss is that as long as that I is there, the great and eternal I of eternal being can never be known. Because there cannot be two I's in the universe. There is only one. There is one reality. And all the rest is in some way deficient. Therefore, it is this reality which is more important, more significant, more real than I. The mind and the self are both slayers of reality. So in the problem of yoga, the answer to karma lies in the simple fact that the I causes it. And therefore, the cessation of the I must be the end of it. As long as there is self-will, there is reaction. When there is universal will, there is no reaction. Because this universal will, being in itself eternal, inevitable, and absolute in its good, being complete and perfect and efficient in none of its parts, the only reaction that can come from its own conduct is perfection, is reality. That which makes no mistakes can have no reaction except absolute good. Consequently, from the standpoint of yoga, the eternal is the only unconditioned being. And the state of eternal consciousness is the only condition of consciousness which can have no reaction. Nothing can be caused by it except itself. Nothing can result from it except itself. Therefore, that which is complete and whole cannot give birth out of itself to incompleteness or separateness. Separateness, self-existence, and all of these dependencies are the source of karma. And karma cannot exist apart from separateness. It cannot exist in a state of absolute unity. In the study, then, of the problem of karma, the primary lesson is negative but very important. Namely, that the individual begins to contemplate the relationship between suffering and the cause of suffering, and comes through the study of karma to the final discovery as an experience of consciousness, not something I tell you, but something that you experience within yourself, that it is yourself which makes it possible for you to suffer. That it is not the God in you that causes pain, but the you in you. And that as long as that you in you has an existence apart from the divine existence, you can suffer. And as long as self-will in any way varies from universal will, you will suffer. Therefore, in the West, the problem was to discover the universal will and keep it. That was the Platonic concept. That if we know all things, we can then obey absolutely. And by so doing, achieve peace of soul. In the East, it is not conceived possible that the eye can ever know the all. Because the fragment can never contain the entire. These fish can never swallow the ocean in which it swims. And so, attempting to conquer the infinite is a fish trying to swallow its own ocean. That which is infinite is infinitely greater than I. Therefore, the I cannot contain it, cannot control it, cannot dominate it, and can never willfully demand anything of it. When man demands of the infinite, he receives only, by interpretation, that which the I itself creates through this chemistry. In the East, consequently, the concept is the gradual diminution of the I, so that the self is no longer the controlling factor. Now, the individual says, what kind of a future does that give us? What kind of a future is there for the individual if his own I does not go on? We might ask, what kind of a future is there for him if it does? Because actually, this race and this world has been a long time here, and we are the future which the past looked forward to. And here we are, with all our lore, like old Dr. Blount, fools no wiser than before. We have probably been about 1 million years working up to our present state of confounded stupidity. We are the glorious achievement of I-ness. And we can hardly stand it. So we go on. Theoretically, we go on long enough and industriously enough, we may blow ourselves into another office. What have we gained? What is the solution? Have we found peace? Are we any happier than the Aborigine? Actually. We have found new pleasures, but we have paid for each of them with a new pain. Where has the eye brought us? The eye has brought us only to a state of unmitigated egotism, a continuing optimism concerning our own capacity to do things that we have hardly the inclination to do, and no proof that we will increase in inclination. The East says we'll never make it that way, because we cannot break through the tyranny of selfhood on the level of a material, educational, or moral, or even theological program. The self remains, and as long as the self remains, the individual is the victim of it. But supposing the self does not remain, supposing we achieve the Eastern meditation, which is man's position of becoming receptive to the motion of infinites through himself. What then is his condition? Suppose that the I ceases, and that the individual is returned again to universal consciousness itself. What is his state? In the first place, we don't know. And the only experience that we know of it, and can have of it, is the experience that is gained, and it is relative, in the higher examples of Raja Yoga. What is this extraordinary diffusion of consciousness that takes place in the Eastern mystic under the higher disciplines of advanced yoga? He feels himself moving inevitably and eternally toward an identity. An identity with an existence which is unconditioned. He finds himself moving towards the complete suspension of his own existence. He does not report to us a terrifying descent into vacuum. He does not experience within his own consciousness the wrench of separation from existence, as he has previously known it. All mystics, whether of the Greek or the Eastern schools, have one common report to tell us, namely that the experience is that of the individual going home. That it is, as Plotinus called it, the motion of the alone to the alone. That it is the final recognition, the final fulfillment of something that transcends anything that the individual has ever experienced. That it is not for him elimination of existence. It is not that he goes to sleep and never wakes. It is nothing that he knows, because it is a condition of experience which transcends that which is known. He cannot say that he enters into a state of non-existence. He could not enter into a state of non-existence if that with which he is associated is all existence. He moves from a fragmentary position to a participation in the experience of totality. He moves from oneness to allness. And he simply has no faculties with which to interpret that experience. But allness as totality is incapable of conflict. Lack of conflict causes incapacity for karma, because there can be no differences. There can be no inconsistencies. There can be nothing of this kind experienced by this being. Now, in advanced yoga, as in other mystical systems, these conditions are not continuous. The Vedantist passes into his samadhi. He remains for a time in a state of what we would term ecstasis. He then returns again to the material world and continues to exist in it. What is the effect upon him? Is the Western psychologist justified in assuming that this individual has now moved into an extraordinary negation which would frustrate all progress? What is progress? Is not progress itself the motion of an illusion toward a reality in some way? Is the achievement of the reality a frustration of progress or consummation of it? Has the mystic in his meditation simply anticipated the motion of his world by a few 100 billion years, or has he actually broken faith with his world and become something impractical, visionary, a creature no longer contributing to the progress of his society? I think the record that we have in connection with the Eastern mystic justifies us in assuming the same thing that we find recorded of Böhme, Swedenborg, and other Western mystics. Namely, that the primary change brought by the samadhic condition is a reorganization of values within the individual. The change of polarity as to that which is true or untrue, important or unimportant. And that consequently, the illumined mystic lives from a universal totality within himself, by means of which, therefore, he is in a position and a condition to direct his outer affairs, not by his personal desires, but by the experience of universal law moving through him. This would seem to me also would give us the answer to the karmic question, and show us why karma, through its workings and its operations, gradually reveals to us the great fallacy, which is the fallacy of causation upon the level of ego. And that as a result of that, Karma Yoga is the meditation upon this, the gradual realization that the only cause which cannot have a destructive effect is that which arises from universal totality within ourselves. Therefore, that the only end of pain is identification with reality. That everything else must have some negative consequence. But that this identification, being itself a cause, when it is attained, causes itself, and causes the continuance of itself. So that cause and effect still operates in a mysterious manner, but illumination causes the identity to continue. The effect of reality is itself, whereas the effect of everything unreal must be less than itself. From these contemplations and meditations, therefore, we have the beginnings of discipline. The individual is disciplined by his incentives to grow and to proceed and to advance along these fields of thought and speculation. And this is a groundwork of yoga, because it contains a great many of the basic principles upon which the other branches with which we are more familiar depend. For the entire process of the individual gradually achieving non-self-consciousness is the process of moving away from the hopelessness of a vicious circle in which he has locked himself by his own ignorance. This vicious circle may at some time appear attractive, but ultimately it must appear in its true light, namely insufficient, not enough to fulfill the inevitable longing of the human consciousness for re-identification with its own divine source. So yoga becomes the study of this union and the various methods by means of which it can be attained. And the following lectures of this series will be devoted to unfolding the various schools of yoga with which you will find note on the program. And we thank you for being with us tonight.
there are several opinions of it, even among Eastern people. We have here perhaps one of the most complicated of the yogic practices. And it has always been my problem, wherever possible, to see how certain transitions could be made between Eastern and Western thinking for the improvement of the Westerner. This is especially difficult with Hatha Yoga because it involves a series of factors which may give considerable concern even to Eastern thinkers in the matter of their application. Theoretically, basically, Hatha Yoga is a step in the development of the entire yogic theory. But in practice, it often becomes an end in itself. And to the degree that it does this, I think it is detrimental both to the Easterner and the Westerner. In other words, it rotates upon a concept in which certain ethical overtones are not given perhaps their adequate importance. We mistrust profoundly any system which attempts to mechanize the spiritual growth of man, or to place it under the keeping of arbitrary factors of any nature. Yet at the same time, there is in the discipline and theory of Hatha Yoga a number of points that are useful to us. So we have to broaden the foundation a little and seek for that which we can use. And perhaps the first thing that comes to mind as important to us is the emphasis upon the relation between the person and the body. We have so long grown up in the concept that person and body are identical, that the house of the man who lives in it should be regarded as a package, as one entity. But we have lost sight of the fact that the person is more important than the body, that the person uses the body but is not the body, and for the most part, that the partnership between the person and the body is inadequate. The average individual either ignores body or becomes its servant. Either the body is comparatively unimportant to us and we live from day to day neglecting it utterly, sacrificing it to any ambition that we may have, or else we become body hypnotized and become gradually under the control of this instrument, so that actually the gratification of the body in its various departments becomes the principal purpose for living. Both of these extremes are wrong, and both of these dangers are pointed out in Hatha Yoga. Yet the solution in the Eastern school is not as happy as we would like. Therefore, let us try to understand a moment the relationship between the person and the body, or the human being and his world, for both of these have certain parallels. During the medieval period of European history, the world suffered from what was known as the Black Death, or the Walking Death, the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague was the result of man's complete and profound ignorance concerning sanitation. He did not realize that this difficulty was caused by rats carrying very dangerous bacteria. He did not realize that there was any relation at all between his own lack of understanding, cleanliness, sanitation, hygiene, and this curse that descended upon him. He could only assume that this plague was sent by God to punish him for his moral sins. It did not occur to him that he was being punished for his mental ignorance. Now, as this plague devastated the larger part of Europe, resulting probably in from 30 to 50 million deaths in 100 years, we can reduce this pattern slightly and bring it to bear directly upon ourselves. The average person, inadequately informed as to what constitutes the proper care of his own body, neglecting it, ignoring it, failing it on levels of hygiene and sanitation as an individual, opens himself to the corruptions of a body which has not been adequately and properly maintained. And the terrible point involved becomes that this body, sickened with toxin, without adequate thought as to its needs, gradually corrodes and corrupts not only the flesh, but the emotions and the mental nature which must function through this body. So the concept that the body has something to do with salvation cannot be overlooked. That the individual can ignore all the laws of material nature and rush to grasp the laws of spiritual nature is a false concept. Man must grow. And Hatha Yoga invites man to recognize that growth must be through effort. That the individual who wants to grow must do certain things. And that one of the things he must do is to learn to use and not abuse the body which he has received. The body which becomes either dharmic or karmic according to his uses and misuses of its natural resources. Now that the body should be maintained in a reasonable manner is pretty obvious. So in the West we have developed calisthenics. We have created the gymnasium. We have suggested setting up exercises and setting down exercises. We are now concerned largely with food intake, to devitalize this and deadulterate that. We are profoundly and deeply moved and worried over smog because it pollutes the air, but we constantly overlook the fact that 99 persons out of 100 do not know how to breathe. So small goes no small. A great many individuals die of suffocation. So, the effect of the sound mind in the sound body is more or less the underlying concept behind the principles of Hatha Yoga. But these principles have gone afield, and now you have almost anything from what we might term calisthenics and gymnastics in the West, all the way to psychic phenomena, spiritualism, and numerous other mysterious arts and sciences. But to come to our essential problem, in the West, we are concerned with finding a way to liberate man from his body. I don't mean necessarily to separate the one from the other. We can do that by making a slight mistake crossing the street. But the problem of the individual achieving a freedom within his body, a freedom from body, while still he inhabits it. The Greeks were well aware of the fact that the only freedom man can enjoy in a universe ruled by law is an harmonious adjustment with that law. As long as the individual does not break a law, he does not know that it exists. He lives happily ever after until he breaks the law, or thinks he does. For immediately that he goes contrary to law, the law moves and breaks him. So that, to a degree, Hatha Yoga, with its various physical and psychical implications, is an important part of religious philosophy. It is important to man's spiritual salvation that he knows how to walk, how to sit, what to eat, when to eat it, how to breathe. These things are important to him spiritually as well as physically. Now in the West, when we develop an athletic attitude, we become obsessed by it. We begin to strengthen the body, we begin to take such good care of it, that practically every resource that we have mentally and emotionally goes to taking care of the body. This does not produce this emancipation we desire. The individual simply becomes body obsessed. He begins to have his picture taken with his muscles flexed, and considers that he has now become a model example of something. The ideal is the body shall become the pedestal upon which the person stands. It shall advance his cause. It shall be useful to him. And he is to have a constructive relationship with it at all times. Hatha Yoga, then, offers the problem of thoughtfulness concerning the need of the body. It causes the individual gradually to reach a point in which he instinctively, subconsciously, almost unconsciously, preserves bodily equilibrium. Now, we well realize that in India this is not the primary purpose. But there we have another problem that goes very closely into the athletic attitude of the West. We have a sort of psychic athletics over there, which cause certain phenomenal processes, certain experimentations, and particular psychic chemistries produced by the disciplines of Hatha Yoga to become supreme, which they really are not. There is our difficulty there. But with this thinking, if we go to the next problem, in any subject which we wish to attain proficiency, what is required? First, aptitude. Second, discipline. Some individuals are so constituted that advancement beyond a certain point in any art or science will be extremely difficult. Others do not attain simply because they do not give the necessary continuous attention to the thing they are doing. And the problem of handling the body is one of disciplining the mind and the emotions and preserving the equilibrium of the body against the tyranny of these over parts. The body can be destroyed by the mind and emotions just as easily as it can clog them. The harmonious relationship of these elements is something greatly to be desired. Now, when we approach discipline, therefore, on a philosophic level, we are not working basically with inhibitions. We're not working with frustrations. We're working always with the channeling of things to their proper and normal uses. The normal body becomes a good and useful instrument for the attainment of other things. As such, it must be and should be maintained by the person who wishes to go further in philosophical discipline. And because the body is bothersome to the average person, because its requirements are inconvenient to him, because it would rest when he would not rest, because it requires a certain patience which he finds difficult in developing, the body presents a magnificent problem of discipline. Now, we have the same kind of thing, at least quite a terrible case, in the blessings bestowed by the small child in the family. Children can be a tremendous cause of irritation, exhaustion, despair, fear, doubt, worry, fatigue, everything you can think of. And yet, the family as a unit is one of the world's greatest instruments of discipline. It gives the individual an opportunity to grow under challenge and to administer the unknown effectively and efficiently. The body gives the same general situation. The body is the first thing with which man can work to prove that he intends to make a science out of his own living. If he cannot conquer the body, he will not conquer the universe. If he cannot bring it into some kind of a moderate, reasonable, normal pattern, he can scarcely expect that his ideas and attitudes are going to change the course of human history. The difficulty, of course, is that there is nothing less glamorous to work with than ourselves. The great glamour is when we honestly feel that we're about to change the course of other persons' lives. That's glamorous. Changing the course of our own is not glamorous. And perhaps the discipline is all the better because maybe no one but ourselves will ever recognize it. Although in time others are probably going to notice it also. So when among people devoted to advanced thinking in general, we find 99 who wish to convey to others noble ideas, to one who wishes to convey them to himself and do something about them. So here is discipline. The discipline of the individual beginning with himself, and proving conclusively that he has put his own house in order before he goes out trying to change the course of other persons' lives and living. Now, what is this thoughtfulness? Why should we be thoughtful? Well, most of our troubles come from thoughtlessness. Most of our great misfortunes in life are the result of acting before we think, or before we have given mature contemplation to the thing we are doing. We have allowed our appetites, our emotions, our thinking, our feelings to escape us. Later we bite our tongue and wish we hadn't spoken, but it's too late. We have. Perhaps we can undo the damage, perhaps we cannot. Certainly we were not self-disciplined. The body can be, and therefore should be, the symbol of our distinct and determined resolution to integrate our own resources. Now, there are many ways in which these things can be done. In India, various techniques and methods involve the individual proving, through practices in which he indulges, that he is able to do things which would normally be uncomfortable, unpleasant, and perhaps impossible, simply by the complete resolution of his own consciousness that these things shall be done. He gradually learns, for example, to remove pain from various parts of his body. He's able to withdraw nerve sensation. He is able to go unusual periods of time without food. He's able at will to control many practices and habits that with most of us are involuntary. He can change the pace of his heart at will. He has gradually exercised a certain power over the functions of his own body, and he has learned how this is done through a certain disciplining of breathing, through attention focused by concentration upon various parts of the body, and by carrying energy upon breath to various elements or sections or structures of his own nature. Thus he is able consciously to control nutrition, consciously to control digestion, consciously to regulate internal functions normally autonomic. By these means he indicates little by little that he is able to govern and rule this body, that it will do as he requires, and that at all times he is master of it. Now, the attainment of this end is not primarily useful because merely the body is controlled. It is because of the power to control is attained by the individual. It means that he has gradually learned not only to turn these various forces upon his body, but to control the sources of these forces within himself and through his own thought and his own contemplative power, to control the functions of his nervous system and the various functions and structures of his body. All of this is an excellent testing ground, an excellent way of demonstrating the intensification of conscious resources and how the individual will attain the control of them. Unfortunately, in too many instances, however, this becomes the end, and the person who can produce a certain kind of physical, psychological, or psychical phenomena is regarded as an adept of Hatha Yoga. Actually, when this occurs, it is a blind alley. It is not going to achieve the ends which we wish to achieve, namely the gradual growth of the person to his own spiritual estate. The very discipline becomes a stumbling block. And here we have Hatha Yoga occupying a position that corresponds with science in the West. It is the most scientific of the yogas, and is not too different in its implications from our modern scientific attitude in general. By science we gain the exact knowledge of doing certain things. By science in the West we can produce miracles. Miracles that would probably astonish many an Eastern yogi if he saw them. But The ends are not mature. The reasons for these phenomenal occurrences are not worthy of the energies we are using. And the achievement of the incredible becomes a fascination, becomes an end in itself. So that if we split the atom, we really think we have achieved something. All of this emphasis upon technique can leave us very cold, weak, and helpless, unless we have something else, something deeper, something wiser, something greater, more noble, moving within the structure of consciousness as we understand it day by day. But let us think for a moment in terms of a few simple concepts of how this idea of discipline can be useful to us. Discipline requires for its real function this continuing remembrance of the law. In other words, it means that gradually the rules of life and the rules of living become subconscious in us. When this occurs, we instinctively obey them. And it is this instinctual obedience, this gradual dying out of even the impulse to disobey, that brings the person ultimately into an harmonious adjustment with the plan which controls him and directs his activities. The West is without this instinctive adjustment. When we try to be good in the West, we really make a project out of it. We make a project so terrific that not only do we annoy ourselves out of face, but we become a miserable element in the entire social pattern. The process of trying to be good is the West's most disagreeable vocation. It is completely exhausting to all concerned. And we do not end by being good. We end either by being frustrated or utterly robbed. We get a kind of psychic condition of being muscle-bound. Or perhaps we approach it in a different way and simply become so fearful that what we call virtue is nothing but fear of the disaster resulting from vice. Our attitudes are wrong, basically, in all of these particulars. The process of being good, of unfolding naturally, like life around us, of accepting and using energy as it is intended to be used. All these requirements involve a gradual recognition of a gracious relationship with faith. It is not a battle. It is not that we are forever fighting our lower natures, God forbid. It is that the individual is moving triumphantly toward a larger realization of values. He is not overcoming his vices one by one. He is not fighting them out to the bitter end. He is growing. And by the natural processes of growth, he outgrows the old and grows into the new without conflict. Why then, in the West, is 90% of progress accompanied by conflict? The reason is that the individual lacks the Eastern concept of how to grow. And I think Hatha Yoga can give us something that is useful in explaining to us how to grow. We make a project in the West of a particular. If we decide that we're going to grow in the West, we put all our attention on the process of growing. Growth becomes a fetish. If we decide that we are going to be wise in the West, we study, we research, we examine, we attend school, we do everything possible and make this wisdom problem an obsessing, completely absorbing progress or prospect of some nature. If we think we're going to be spiritual, or think there's any hope of it, we submerge ourselves in this desperate effort to be spiritual. We neglect our friends. We look down our noses at the individuals who do profane and ordinary things. We have no longer time for friendship. We have no longer time for that little gathering somewhere. or for relaxation, we've just got to be good, and we've got to work at it every minute. We're not good at the end of that time, we're just nervous wrecks. We often have great trouble converting other persons to our beliefs because it is so obvious that these beliefs are gradually destroying us. Why should anyone else want them? In the contemplative approach, as we understand it in the Eastern way of life, the individual does not go after these things in this aggressive, militant, dominant Western mode. He realizes that growth and the development of wisdom, the development of understanding, the release of spiritual resource through the individual, all of these things are perfectly natural. The problem is not to try to make it happen. The difficulty has been that we've spent thousands of years building Western civilization to make sure it couldn't happen. The whole thing has been that we have built resistance to what we want, under the delusion or illusion that that is the way we will get it. So we come back again to this problem that we mentioned before, these simple words in the Bible, which probably give us more clue to internal growth than anything else in Western religious writing, and that is the simple statement, be still and know. Now, Hatha Yoga has to do with the body being still. It has to do with the gradual relaxation of tension and the removal of all obstructions within the body to the free circulation of life. Wherever we have disease in the human body, we have obstruction. Wherever we have obstruction, we have conflict. And when life in its natural and free motion in space is prevented from achieving its motion by some circumstance or condition unnatural or unreasonable, then we begin to have tension. We have pressure. We have the gradual rise of negative elements and factors. In the body, we know this through elimination. We know that if the individual fails in his elimination processes, that the whole body and finally the psychic economy will be injured. And that many an example of what appears to be bad thinking or emotional upset is simply due to lack of proper elimination. So in these things, our problem is to relax pressures and to increase the normal, natural distribution of resources. Or if this has been disturbed already, then the therapeutic phase of Hatha Yoga comes in. And there are many elements in this particular discipline that would be of the greatest use to the Western position, because one of its valuable parts is its ability to create something we need, desperately require in the West, and that is a method of therapy which the individual can use upon himself. In other words, through Hatha Yoga, the intelligent mystic can become his own physician, taking care of nearly all of even those more obscure ailments for which the West as yet has most inadequate methods of treatment. So there are many phases to this. But let us begin now in thinking it out for the average Western person. Very few Westerners reach middle life without some bodily difficulty. Whether they realize it or not, it is present. This bodily difficulty is going to gradually intensify and increase, shortening the period of service of human life. The human being requires approximately 21 years to reach maturity. By every reasonable analogy in nature, his length of life should be at least 150 years. During most of that time, he should be efficient. He should be able to handle within himself most of the causes by which bodily injuries and infirmities sap his vitality and destroy his efficiency. Yet, as a matter of fact, from the day he is born to the day he dies, he is continuously building up difficulty for himself. He is building up the physical difficulty, the emotional excess, and through the misuse
and abuse of body, he is destroying his mental and emotional functions and faculties. So in order that he may have the maximum experience, that he may live for the enlightenment of his inner life, he should and must begin at first gently, and perhaps later a little more scientifically and assiduously, the disciplining and organization of his bodily resources. So for a Westerner, a very simple problem in Hatha Yoga could be the division and arrangement of his time. Now we have a time allotment a day, we'll say 24 hours a day in which to do various things. It is said that the Prophet Muhammad, the great Muslim leader, divided his day into 3 parts. One part of which was to rest and repose, one for the service of his people, and the third for the improvement of himself, or the worship of his God. Now, in the division of the day into 3 parts, the individual is doing something that not 1 in 100 of us is able to accomplish. He is beginning to integrate or organize resources. So I would say that for the simple Westerner who is not yet ready to breathe in one nostril and out the other, or something of that nature, the beginning of Hatha Yoga can be the putting in order of this problem of the day. To what degree do we viciously sacrifice balance in the process of satisfying ambitions, feelings, impulses, urges, appetites? How many individuals are able to control their own periods of work and rest? Now, some will say that they cannot because of the type of employment that they have. This is, for the most part, however, an excuse. There are rare examples where the individual must reorganize his plans because of the circumstances of his economic survival. But even here, these changes must be organized, not permitted simply to happen. But assuming that the individual has some kind of a balanced life, reasonably balanced, that he works a certain amount of time, rests a certain amount of time, does he do these things in a manner suitable to maintain his own greatest efficiency? Is he doing it thoughtfully, purposefully, intentionally? Or is he simply drifting upon the surface of habits? Is he simply doing what everyone else does for no good reason? Now, the average American lacks balance in the distribution of his time. Some bring their work home and worry about it all night. Others bring home to the office and worry about that all day. The average person who becomes a little thoughtful forgets how to play. The individual who becomes really a player forgets how to work. And the individual who works and plays and does all these things forgets how to live. And if he does his other activities with sufficient intensity, forgets how to sleep. To bring these things into patterns, so that the various parts of the personality have their reasonable opportunities, that the individual has a way of controlling his own activity, controlling his own thoughts, controlling his own appetites, doing those things which he knows to be reasonable and right, and when the time comes, refraining from doing those things which are unreasonable. Now, this takes thoughtfulness. The individual must give a little time and attention to the organization and integration of his own life. 99 out of 100 persons interested in advanced thinking do not know how to relax. They are so intent upon their spiritual growth that they are perfectly willing to sacrifice the sleep they need, the work they should be doing, to the simple process, what they believe the indispensable process of becoming good. But at the sacrifice of work and rest, nobody can become good. That's the important thing. Something goes to pieces instead. And the individual trying very desperately to be good ends up by being very neurotic and very irritable. So here is discipline imposed upon conduct. Begin quietly. Arrange your day. Arrange your rest and your work. Arrange your time so that the various phases of your nature are brought into activity in a balanced manner. If you are engaged in the daytime in some highly intellectual pursuit, your avocational time should be much more along artistic and cultural lines. If you are spending most of your day in some art, then you will lead strong intellectual avocational interests. You should balance. Working distinctly and definitely to see that the whole nature is properly taken care of. At the same time, a fair amount of thought and care in connection with nutrition. Proper consideration for rest and repose. Enough control so that you do not allow yourself to become fatty and do things to your body which are not good for it, simply because of passions, because of the requirements of style and that kind of thing. To gradually recover from these meaningless and purposeless compromises with society around you. Not to an extreme, but to a reasonable degree, so that you are not injuring yourself in order to please people who are not worth pleasing. Little by little, you will find that the organization of life, the balance of it, relaxation when it is proper, work when it is proper, rest when it is needed, proper nutrition when it is obviously required. When these things all work together instead of working against each other, what happens? You do not have the feeling that you are a perfectly organized creature, a well-running machine. No, you do not. You suddenly have the feeling that you, as a human being, no longer need to be concerned about yourself. Gradually, through this kind of integration, you lose self-awareness, because there is nothing hurting, nothing aching, nothing to constantly make you mentally or emotionally or physically conscious. You no longer have to say to yourself, oh, there goes my old temper again. Or you do not have to say, I just wish I could stop worrying. You gradually become unaware of the working of your own structure as soon as this structure is operating correctly. Thus your mind and your emotions and your energies are relieved from the problem of being constantly self-aware. Now, self-awareness is the opposite end to that which should be attained by yoga. Self-awareness, regardless of the cause, is the constant focusing of attention upon the person. It makes no difference, really, whether you go around saying I all the time, which is an obvious form of egoism, or whether without having said the word or anything, you are body conscious, mind conscious, and emotion conscious constantly. I know people that never talk about anything except themselves, and yet at the same time, they are not really consciously egotists. They are not saying, I'm good, I'm great. But they are saying, I'm sick, I'm miserable, oh, if I hadn't done that, oh, if I'd only done something else. The I still becomes the focal point. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired. I'm so worried. I'm so frightened. And whether it is in an aggressive form of egotism or not, it's always I. Everything is focused upon the I. If you have the misfortune to hit your thumb with a hammer, it's very difficult to keep your mind off your thumb for a few moments. The pain draws your attention there. It is also very difficult to keep your thinking away from your own worries if you worry all the time. You cannot detach from them. Your energies become more and more turned in upon this little egocentric problem. And so, you are I-conscious all the time. Not because you're so proud of yourself, perhaps you're ashamed of yourself, but you're still on your own mind all the time. And Hatha Yoga will tell you that, all in all, functions never are as adequate when the mind is on as when the mind is on something else. If your mind could, by extension of consciousness, be set upon only reality, every function of your emotion, thoughts, and body would be normal. Because there would then be complete detachment. And this detachment means there would be complete freedom from the offense of our own pressure upon ourselves. we would no longer be constantly pushing ourselves around, which is the favorite activity of the average person. Whether we are flattering ourselves or blaming ourselves, whether we are saying how good we are or striving desperately to act humble, which is a hard job for most of us, we are still thinking of nothing but this. It's all going into this internal package. Now another group of persons believe they can solve it by going around all the time saying, I am perfection. I am infinite abundance. But it's still I, all the time. Whether we're rich or poor, success or failure, everything is this little package set in I. You very seldom get a good recovery from sickness or anything of that nature while the individual just sits around and thinks about himself. Very common form of nervous breakdown involves a certain amount of cardiac difficulty, where the heart becomes a little irregular, or we have tachycardia, or a drop beat, or something of that nature. When this happens, the individual becomes what we commonly call a pulse taker. He's always wondering whether his heart's still beating or not. So he is completely unaware of the fact that if it wasn't going, he wouldn't be able to grab hold. And every time he misses, he wonders whether it'll ever beat again. And that is an excessive form of this same problem. We become hypercritical, hyper-watchful. Always expecting we're going to make a mistake, we do. Always wondering, worrying, thinking, everything locked in ourselves. Now, naturally and normally, such a situation is bound to produce tremendous bodily difficulties. And the answer to a large part of this is the gradual understanding of what is necessary in order to relax. So we come to another important phase of Hatha Yoga on the physical side, and that is the power to relax. Now, how do we relax? There have been books written on it. Most people are nervous wrecks by the time they finish the book. There are all kinds of rules and suggestions and recommendations about relaxing. Relaxation, however, does not actually begin with the body. Relaxation begins with the mind. Relaxation is a problem of the mind letting go of false tension. And the individual most likely to be able to live in a relaxed condition is one who has an internal growth sufficient to bring about a balance, or at least some degree of harmony between the impulses and instincts of fear and faith. The person who is fearful can never relax. The individual whose faith is strong enough will seldom if ever be tense. Thus, faith, which is the internal, immediate apperception of a good, whether it is known or understood or not, brings with it relaxation. Relaxation comes then from a general condition of consciousness that is transferred to the body. And the individual who has integration within himself will be relaxed physically. So we hear people talk about integration and reveal tension. Therefore, the integration is not real, but the tension is. Unless the internal life produces an effect consistent with itself, then that internal is not correctly understood or correctly applied. It must produce the needed results. Relaxation in man begins with the cultivation of his own internal values. The individual must be bigger than his problem, or he will be in a state of tension. When he is larger than his problem, the problem dissolves, and the tension dissolves. This is one of the reasons why the development of an internal life is so vital to the individual. Without it, he can never escape the plagues which burden the external life. For disease actually originates within man, and is a dis-ease of his own consciousness. And where this consciousness is uncomfortable, it will manifest as physical infirmity on some level or other. Now, in carrying on still further with this thinking, we come to another important consideration. What's the stage man? What is the physical source of the human being's efficiency? And we must answer that the physical source of this efficiency is an eternal and ever-available life essence. This life essence, universally diffused in all things that live, may be likened to a river. In the Chinese philosophy, it's likened to the Yangtze, the great mother of rivers. And along the shores of this river, on all sides down the banks, are the little villages. And out on the river are the little boats, the fishermen who gather their food from the river, the farmer who plants along the side of the river and uses it for irrigation, the villages that need the water. Everything depends upon the river for survival. In man and in the universe, there is an ever-flowing river in space, the river of energy, the river of life force. And all things exist and develop and survive because of the availability of this life force. Man exists because he has within his own consciousness certain distributing centers, by means of which this life force is gathered and then distributed through his body, through his Yangtze River, which is, of course, his great arterial venous system. The blood carries life. The nerves carry life. The breath carries life. And just as life is born also in the rays of the sun, everything depends upon one life for its survival. As a great city must be sustained by a vast water supply, and sometimes it is necessary to go, as in the case of Los Angeles, we are contemplating even going to the Columbia River and bringing water all that way. And we've already gone to the Colorado River for water. We have to have water for this enormous city. Man lives by life, a water of life. And his entire activity, whether it is physical, vital, emotional, or mental, all depend upon this universal life principle. This principle, in its normal and natural function, is available to man. It is available to him at all times. It is always present in him, or he could not live. But man is a very intricate structure. And in very few human beings is the distribution of this life principle complete and adequate. In each human being, it is incomplete for some reason or other. It is incomplete because man is incomplete. He, first of all, could not distribute the entire energy field. He is not attuned to it. But those parts that he is attuned to, in their distribution through him, are variously conditioned. And this conditioning is due to the possibility and the factuality that the human being, by psychosomatic tensions, is able to constantly influence the distribution of energy to himself. He can, by a single thought, block energy. He can, by another thought, release energy. He can deprive certain areas of his nature of energy by what we might term archetypal thinking, archetypal emotions. Every feeling that we have as an emotional being and every thought that we have as a mental being have, in some way, physical polarities in our structure. These physical polarities, reacting to psychic stress, open and close doors in our physical, vital circulation. As a result of that, our habits, our patterns, our attitudes, our policies are all, to a degree, resulting in an imbalanced distribution of energy. Every time we are angry, we create within ourselves a situation as unpleasant as the fission of an atomic bomb. A temper-fitted man is as dangerous as an atomic bomb in the world. All the pressures that we have, the ability of emotions and thoughts, all of these affect the distribution of the life agent through the human body. Every attitude we have also sets up habit patterns in structure. And while it is a little difficult to understand, perhaps immediately, all the implications of this subject, one of the things that we finally learn is that most of the distribution of man's energy field results from a condition arising in what might be termed the upper abdominal cavity. There are nerves and nerve centers in the abdominal area which control almost completely the distribution of this universal energy field upon which man is so dependent. These energy fields tie in directly with his psychic life as a person. And we know that there isn't a single mood that the human being can possibly hold that does not either increase or decrease, and in one way or another unbalance his vital magnetic field. Thus, the person is constantly revealing his character by means of the imbalancing of the distribution of vitality. To do this over a period of time and to create powerful habit patterns that become autonomic or automatically repetitional means gradually to set up involuntary patterns which remain, which continue to grow and continue to build until finally they can create almost a scar in the vital structure of the body, and from that time on energy no longer distributes adequately through that area or through that part of the body. For example, grief. If held as an emotional intensity by the individual, decreases the available energy field of the heart. We say people can die of broken heart. They can. Not because the heart breaks, but because of a sympathy between an attitude and a distribution of energy. And the chronic ailments that we suffer from physically are nearly all the gradual symbolism set up by chronic attitudes, which deflect and the distribution of energy. So basically, energy becomes the principal cause of health or sickness. For wherever it is normal, the individual is normal. But when it is depleted or obstructed, then any one of 100 different situations may be set up due to the failure of the protective structural mechanisms. So that there is one kind of health, but there are hundreds of kinds of sickness. And wherever there is a natural tendency or a debility, or the devitalized person is exposed to contagion or infection, he is more likely to be affected. So the preservation of energy, the keeping open of all the natural channels of energy, and if they have been blocked in some way, their reopening and the reorganization of their resources. These are important elements in how they open. And how does the average Westerner work with this to try to achieve a certain amount? On the symbolic level, he is trying to do it with vitamins. And the vitamin theory comes very, very close, symbolically, to his big problem. But what he doesn't realize is that no matter how many vitamins he takes in, the greatest source of vitamins is always within himself. He is using these vitamins because he does not know how to release his own vitality. He doesn't know how to get at it. Or because he believes that these special forms of nutrition will support the failure of vitality within his structure. Now, vitality never fails. This is an illusion of man. Vitality cannot fail because it is universal. What fails is the rapport between vitality and the individual. He cuts himself off from vitality. And he does so by damaging the instruments through which the distribution of vitality takes place. When he has damaged the instruments, it is like throwing his radio set out of tune. He will no longer receive the program, but that does not mean that the broadcasting station has stopped. The broadcasting station never stops. But the individual can tune his own vehicle in or out of that program. The moment he becomes tense, he tunes out. The moment he relaxes, he begins to tune in again. So tension blocks the flow of essential energy. Now in the West we make a virtue out of aggressive attitudes that are essentially tense. We say the individual isn't really trying unless he's practically muscle-bound with the effort. Unless he's half-sick, he's not doing a day's work. Unless he has practically come to a nervous breakdown, he's not faithful to his employment. We reward people because of the tremendous activity they are passing through, rather than because of any accomplishment. I remember a man who used to employ men. He said he didn't want to see any man sitting around in his office. But he said, what do you want them to do? His partner said to him. He said, I don't care what they do, but they've got to keep at it. More or less the attitude that we have. We believe that we will be suspected of being alive because we are active. It seems to be the only proof that we have. Actually, we are defeating life by this tremendous aggressiveness. Because the whole yogic program is finally to bring the individual into at one with the universal reality. And as surely as the higher yogas teach man to be still and know the universal in the mind or in the emotions, so Hatha Yoga says the universal must be experienced in the body. The eternal, the great Lord of all, must not only be released to the mind and to the emotions, but the human body must become the body of this Lord. The human being must give not only his inner life, but also his outer life. And of course, in the West, we try to get rid of the outer life, throw it away, sacrifice it, humiliate it, pass through various processes by which we become ascetics in the sense of frustrating the outer life, in order that the inner life may have its full place in our experience. But it is much wiser to assume that as we wish the eternal to be revealed through our inward parts, so likewise it must be revealed through the outward form. For just as the body of the universe is the body of a blessed God, so the body of man becomes the body of his own consciousness. And when it has been brought into such order that it releases and expresses and reveals this inner consciousness, then the body is no longer a problem to us. It is an instrument. It is a useful and proper servant of our great purpose. And it is just as important that consciousness be revealed through body as through thought or deed. And it is revealed through body in the terms of the absolute harmony and integration of body. The body becomes ensouled by a universal power. And that in this way it becomes capable of being immediately available to the will, to the consciousness, to the mind and emotions for the fulfillment of their own numerous activities. Now there is this inner consciousness, then the body is no longer a problem to us. It is an instrument. It is a useful and proper servant of our great purpose. And it is just as important that consciousness be revealed through body as through thought or deed. And it is revealed through body in the terms of the absolute harmony and integration of body. The body becomes ensouled by a universal power. And that in this way it becomes capable of being immediately available to the will, to the consciousness, to the mind and emotions for the fulfillment of their own numerous activities. Now there is another question that arises in this matter, and that is the sublimation of body. In the great processes of evolution, as taught in Eastern thinking, there are two schools. One is that man is going to gradually escape from body. The body is going to be tossed aside like an old garment along the road somewhere. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for a peculiar symbolism that we find in the teachings of Buddha. Because when the time came for the young prince to go forth and take up the work as a mendicant, he is said, at least in one legend, to have taken off his princely raiment and his jewels, and to have cut his hair, and the little angels carried the hair away into space, and all these kinds of things. And then he looked for an appropriate garment with which to cover his body, which would later become the symbol of his order. Found that which was peculiarly suitable to his need, a shroud that had been cast aside beside the grave of the dead. This shroud became the symbol of the Brotherhood of the Yellow Robe, the saffron-colored garment of the Buddhist monk. There's a symbolism here, perhaps, namely, that the body itself has a kind of holiness in it that we have been more or less taught to disregard. We have been taught to kind of look upon the body as a burden unto the spirit and let it rest that way. Actually, there is much to suggest that the use of the body by the consciousness in it is gradually accomplishing the transformation of the body itself. And that the time will almost certainly come when the invisible psychic vehicles of man will absorb the body. That instead of casting it off and forgetting it, evolution will probably ultimately result in the body gradually rising in its vibratory rate until it is returned again into consciousness. That it will not be cast off, but that it will be reabsorbed into the higher energies of man. And that the fact that man lives in the body is the way in which he is contributing to the growth of the millions of forms of life that make up the body. Because our bodies are composed of countless living organisms, hundreds of millions, billions of organisms that are eternal living things within us. To these creatures, which may or may not have experienced the circumstance, this self in us, this egoism, this conscious polarization within ourselves is a kind of deity upon which all these cells depend for their lives, and upon the wisdom of which the whole economy of the body with its vast population depends. Thus man as the God must ultimately accept in himself the consciousness of his own parts, just as man must experience ultimately with others of his kind the consciousness of his own causing power, or that which is the creating power behind him. So as man hopes to be united with the universal, it is very well probable that the separate cells in man have as their destiny to be reunited with that universal which is their superior, in this case the consciousness of man himself. We mustn't regard the body as an evil, something to be borne as a burden, something that is a symbol of our sin and fall. But rather we should regard it as our universe, and that in the administration of it we are beginning, in a simple way, the experience of our own godhood. For just as we live and move and have our being within a universal consciousness, so these little lives have their life and move and have their being within us. And in some way, our consciousness is diffused to become theirs. And the restoration of their consciousness into unity is the restoration of our own. Thus, in the process of integration of consciousness, man draws all these innumerable little life units gradually back to form the over unit of himself. They return to him as we hope to return to God. And through this experience, we are fulfilling a responsibility to body. For body is our world. Body is our universe in which we are experimenting with the tremendous creative powers of nature. We are not aware of this as yet, but there is much to cause us to assume that it could very well be the truth. And that therefore, we are here to redeem that body, not to destroy it. We are here to bring about its resurrection within us to these spiritual ends and purposes for which it was intended and originally fashioned. Now, Hatha Yoga gives us something else to think about, because not only do we have the body to consider, but we have the effect of body upon mind and emotion. Man has recognized the need for thoughtfulness. We all need it. We practice too little of it. And as a result of thoughtlessness, we get into innumerable complicated situations that deplete and depress all of the resources which should normally be available to us. Thus, we block our own energy supply by circumstances which we have permitted to occur, which should never have occurred, and would never have occurred had we been thoughtless. Now, the average person has got to learn to be thoughtful. He's had too much experience in being thoughtless. He has too many bad habits to break down. So he can become thoughtful in various ways by the disciplines which he imposes upon his own life, symbolically, visibly. Have you ever thought, for example, what it would mean to sit down and keep quiet for 5 minutes? Everyone said, oh yes, I can do that easily enough. But try it. You'll be lucky if you last 5 seconds. You will find that the moment you relax, the moment a dynamic objective no longer presses you away from yourself, and you begin to fall back into yourself, that you're in trouble. You will find that in the moment the controlling purpose is not there to help. Innumerable small secondary purposes begin to objectify. A friend of mine who tried very hard to concentrate over a number of years and never was able to get anything out of it except a headache, told me on one occasion that the moment he tried to sit quiet and concentrate, something itched. Something does itch. And sometimes it's one of those psychic itches that is so deep you can't even scratch it. But this problem is that the moment we relax our control, there's a tendency of everything to go to pieces. Nothing seems to be able to run of itself. And the moment we try to release our consciousness for any subtler and deeper purpose, something itches. There is no cooperation, no basic cooperation. And unless the body is brought under discipline, symbolically at least, the individual cannot depend upon it remaining quiet when he wants it to. And if the body does not remain to a certain degree quiet under certain conditions, there is practically no possibility of an over life for that person. He can never get far enough from the storm and the fury to achieve anything as an internal being. The body is forever nagging him, forever disrupting him, forever reminding him of itself. So he has to learn to struggle with that situation and overcome it. And one of the problems in yoga is to achieve internal freedom from body, in the sense that the individual can sit down quietly and have an inner life when and where he wants it, as he needs it, as he demands it, without this endless interruption on one level or another. If the body doesn't interrupt, the emotions are very apt to. And if the emotions will not, then the thoughts will. But the individual seeking to establish a situation of receptivity within himself is always bothered by himself. There is something that never lets go, something that never permits him simply to make the adventure of identification with reality. The illusions are always working. They never rest. It's like the sound of a great city. There is never any silence. And in this compound of man, there is never any silence unless this silence is the result of a scientific solution to the problem of the sound. It will never happen by accident. The individual will never wake up some morning and find that he can do these things unless he has tried and labored and learned and disciplined. Now, the purpose of yoga, basic purpose of yoga, is a reversal of the object-subject relationships which we know in life. In the West, man is to possess truth. He is going to conquer it. In the East, he is going to be possessed by it. In the West, he is going to know. In the East, he is going to be known. The consciousness of the Western man is attempting to solve the mystery of reality. Whereas in the East, it would be better to say that reality is seeking in some way to reaffirm that it already knows the mystery of man. It is that the universal will return to its own universality, and in so doing, that the individual receives into and passes through himself a tremendous universal quotient. He is not going to achieve a personal illumination. He is going to experience a universal illumination that is forever present. There is an Indian story which I rather like the thought of, namely that Buddha, sitting under the tree, received the illumination. And we would say, and as the story says, the heavens opened and the arhats and the Buddhas who had gone before and all the great hierarchs appeared and descended and surrounded him. But in some of the schools, such as the Zen-shu, there's a little different approach to this. They say that the illumination which we associate with the enlightenment of the Buddha, that the illumination was always there, just like it was the day it came to him. And what we call illumination is man's experiencing that which is always there. It didn't happen in the sense that it occurred at that moment. It is forever occurring. But that was the moment in which the man tuned into it. So that universality, absolute consciousness, is forever present. It is not something that man is creating. It is not something that man is building. It's not something that is a chemical byproduct of his own thinking and emotions. Truth, reality, actuality, being, this tremendous overtone concept is always here. It is here right now. It has always been here. It was here before any creature experienced it. And it will be here after the last creature does experience it. The moments of enlightenment that come to individuals are the eternal in their relation, in its relation to the individual, not to itself. It is always. So this terrific crash of the cosmos is taking place eternally. But the individual, under certain experiences, becomes susceptible to it, becomes capable of at least a momentary experience of it through himself. But when it fades out, it doesn't mean it's faded out in the sky like a dying star. It means that the adjustment between that which is unchangeable and man has been broken. So that as far as man is concerned, it seems to fade out, but the thing itself never fades, never increases, never decreases. It is the relationship of the person and his ability to carry the experience that determines the duration of it. So the individual, as a person, is a comparative unit of ignorance floating in a sea of wisdom. The individual is a little spot of darkness in an ocean of light, or a little spot of self-light in an ocean of universal darkness. He is the little drop that is seeking to return to the sea. And in this tremendous concept, the reason why this experience always seems so distant, so remote, so unattainable, so inconceivable, is that man cannot get into the condition of his own inner whereby he can experience it. Sometimes he gets quite close. He has an intuitive perception of something. He feels something happening. And then the spell is broken and he's back where he was before. Or in a great mysticism or in ecstasy or in samadhi, he may have a momentary flash of something. He may touch the radiant fringe of this dark robe of the unknown. Then he cannot hold it. And he drops back again into his own objectivity. And constantly, he is seeking for this restatement, this one-ment with a universal principle. The yogas have as their primary objective to gradually remove the obstacles to this universal. Actually, growth is not the increase of virtue, but the removal of obstacles. It is not that something is growing better because good is forever, but that interferences are being gradually removed. So that growth is not really the positive thing it seems to be. It is the recovery from negatives. It is the elimination of that which is not so. Man, when he says, I am searching for truth, what he is really telling us is that he is trying to recover from error. He's trying to get rid of the mistake. He's trying to get the straight line again, as against the crooked path on which he has found himself. To do this, the East Indian, has a concept of evolution that is rather different from ours, and been a cause of considerable discussion and anxiety among various schools of thinkers. Evolution in the West means the gradual growth of things. Growth in the East means the gradual restatement of the reality of things. Actually, evolution has reality because either things must grow gradually through the release from error, through experience, which is the basis of growth. The individual, age after age, restating, reaffirming his own mistakes, suffering from them, comes finally to giving them up one by one. And as he does so, he is said to grow because he's getting over his own mistakes. Now, this is evolution. Now, it can take a very long time, or it can take a shorter time, depending upon the integrity and the energy that is directed toward this particular end. Now, as the Taoists in China will tell you, that the supreme action of the will is that action which annihilates the will. That the supreme end of all of these processes of growing is that which transcends growth itself, with the recognition that the ultimate is already here and has always been here. Therefore, that growth is bridging an interval from error to reality. And that this can be bridged either by fighting toward reality or by the sudden and dynamic relaxation of error. A terrific relaxation of error. And this is the process of being still, the dropping away of the entire concept of error. This, of course, sounds like a quick way to do it, but don't get too excited. Because what it takes to get the consciousness into the condition that it will let go of error is not a simple matter. But theoretically, the individual could achieve the samadhi or the nirvana, or even the paranirvana, instantly. Theoretically. Factually, he's not going to make it. Because he cannot blast this personality atom of his own consciousness. But actually, he can achieve a transcendence over the evolutionary process by the tremendous achievement of that which is the natural end of evolution, the breaking up of the error pattern, the breaking up of the fixation of the mind, by means of which things have appearances but not reality. Nothing is either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so, is an old Eastern axiom. So if thinking makes things good and bad, to stop thinking means that they are no longer good or bad. And in that, they are real. Because both good and bad are dreams. But the suspension of the power to formulate the concepts of good and bad results from discipline, results from the gradual direction of consciousness. Now, the Western psychologist is of the opinion that this Eastern method is to drop the individual back into a negation. That what the Easterner is trying to tell us, according to the Western psychologist, is that the individual should renounce everything that he has achieved from the beginning of time. That the individual is to admit, frankly, that his own existence is a mistake. And that his entire civilization, his world, his culture, all of these things are delusions. And that the only solution to himself is the complete removal of himself. That is a Western conclusion drawn by a broad stroke by an individual who didn't know anything about it. Because that is not actually what is implied or intended. It may seem to be so, but it is not actually so. The thing that lies underneath this project is that man is faced with a dilemma. He's going to have to face it sometime. And that dilemma is that the fragment can never, of itself, possess totality. The individual, like a fish in an ocean, will never be able to drink the whole ocean. And yet, the individual's desire to know, the impulse to know, is endless, beyond any conscious control by himself. The desire to grow is innate in man. The desire to find reality, as Lua demands, is the beginning of time. But he has worked upon the basis of contemplation, namely that he can sit somewhere or stand somewhere and look out and see reality. That he's going to be able to sit down and listen while someone tells him the truth. Or that he's going to be able to look out and see the truth and say, well, now that's the truth and that isn't. He is always assuming that as a separate contemplating entity, that he is going to be the spectator to the revelation of universal reality. It's going to happen and he's going to see it happen. And from that time on, he's going to know what it is. So when Pilate asked Jesus the question, what is truth, the Master was silent. He didn't answer. And theoretically, he was the only one that could have. But he didn't. Because the concept that man is going to possess it, that he's going to be able to go walk down the street and say to a friend of his, last night I saw the truth, is an optimism. It can't happen. And the reason why it can't happen is that the human being simply hasn't the faculties to know it if he saw it. And if every resource available to the part was developed, still totality is not an integral possibility of a part. The individual unit cannot experience totality. The only thing that can experience totality is itself. The only thing that can ever know truth is truth. The only being that can ever experience universality is universal being, because it is the only totality. It is the only fullness of itself in which there can be no deficiency of itself. The only question naturally arises: can fragmentary consciousness existing only in the contemplation of power, even contemplate or formulate a concept concerning the totality of an experience at any time. If totality is experiencing itself, have we any way of even guessing what that experience may be? We cannot, for the simple reason that the complete experience of totality is its own uniqueness. Nothing but itself can have itself. And totality implies something else. It implies no division. Therefore, no contrast and no conflict. We know things and estimate them only because of contrast or conflict. This is large because this is small. This is a peaceful state because last week that state was war, and this is the opposite. This we understand because something else we do not understand, and everything is light and shadow. In totality, there is no light and shadow. There is no contrast and no conflict. Therefore, how can we define an experience which is without boundary, without dimension, without contrast? The Westerner, trying to work with it, comes to the conclusion that it sounds to him like a great big hole in the dark. The only possible experience that universality can have of itself is a universal experience which to the Western thinker would be equivalent to no experience, complete suspension of experience. That would be true if it had to be estimated in terms of any experience that we know. And we go back to our psychological problem. We have this term, the unconscious. But are we to understand that as something in itself unconscious or something of which we are unconscious? Actually, we have only the assumption that we have bestowed the name unconscious upon that which transcends our concept of consciousness. Yet we have no way of knowing that the unconscious is unconscious of itself. We are unconscious of it. Now, totality, as an experience of consciousness for man, is therefore impossible of attainment. Man can approach it a little more directly under some conditions. But as he approaches it, as he gets even a step nearer to it, he discovers that the definitions of fragments as he has known them, these definitions lose their distinction. So we have the individual who says, if I had universal consciousness, I could play the piano. No, he couldn't. Because in universal consciousness, the piano wouldn't exist. It belongs to a part of something. It belongs to a division, but not to totality. Totality cannot bestow wisdom of itself, because wisdom is a fragment again, and wisdom cannot possess totality. So as we approach the absolute boundary of universality of consciousness, we move towards something to which we can never take a positive relationship. I remember one dear old soul I knew years ago who had a lot of trouble with the absolute. Finally, she joined a group that was really the answer. That group was the absolute absolute. That was twice as good as the absolute. Then one day she explained to me that the only reason she still existed was because she had gone into the absolute and come out through the top. It still remains a great question of how foolish we can get. But we cannot contemplate that, because the very thing we contemplate with is part of it. And the contemplation of it still means two things. Someone contemplating and something to contemplate. So there has to be two, or there can be no relationship exist. But therefore, as we approach this issue, we have to be the contemplating power. And we have to contemplate what is over there. In so doing, we still are completely in the sphere of fantasy, because the only thing that we will find over there is what we are here. And instead of finding the reality, we will see only the reflection of our own little circle of consciousness in space. The contemplator can see nothing but himself. Therefore, to him, the universe is someone contemplating back at him. And he doesn't know that it's himself. Therefore, he can begin a very delicate process. By drawing upon fantasy and imagination, he can begin to create things out there. And his imagination and his fantasy will populate that space out there with the most intricate tapestry of deities and powers. And the more he thinks about it, the more he looks at them, the clearer they'll get. But they'll all be himself. He invented them, he devised them, he put them there. And he will continue to put something over here that is in here, as long as he is related to this and that by an interval. He cannot experience. He can only create there. So whatever he creates within his own consciousness as his concept of reality will be reality. But the fact he will never know. He will always be seeing only the products of the illusional focus of his own individual contemplative nature. So he cannot get there. The self cannot get there, and it never will. The only thing he can do is to gradually pass from the consideration of lesser things to the consideration of greater things. He can pass from the hypnosis of materiality to the hypnosis of theology. On the material plane, he was serving false gods. He can do the same thing on the theological. But as long as he is a contemplating unit, examining and estimating something separate from himself, whether he see that separateness inside or outside of his own body is not important. As long as he conceives it as something that can be contemplated, the interval remains. And he cannot cross that interval because he cannot challenge or assail or attack that infinite that is there. What then is the only possibility that he can achieve? He has to move from a contemplative footing to what may be termed a meditational footing. He has to move from an effort to know to the condition of a capacity to receive. Totality can reach him, but he cannot reach it. Totality has always been within his grasp, but he didn't know it. He can receive it, but he cannot demand it. He cannot visualize it, he cannot explore it, but it can visualize him and explore him. So that in the Eastern concept, the bridge across this interval is to pass from the state of the observer to the state of the participator. In other words, instead of seeing, instead of attempting to analyze with the best Western technique, the ability to become receptive to it, to let it move in upon you, is the important thing. Now, it cannot move in upon you if your house is already full. It cannot move in upon your selfhood and annihilate. Because the universal power, presuming it could do so, has no right to do so. That power cannot destroy you. It cannot even destroy an illusion for you, because it's the cause of all the illusions you've ever had anyway. It will not destroy this central force. It can move through you and past you, and you will never know it is there. The center of focus becomes, in a strange way, the great sacrifice. It is the eternal martyr, the scapegoat, that which must die for the sin of the world. It is the voluntary renunciation of the contemplating selfhood that makes possible the universal experience. And that has to occur by the individual voluntarily moving from the condition of an observer to the condition of one experiencing a receptivity into his own nature. Thus, as the self, or the center of contemplation, relaxes, to the same degree the universal seems to move in upon the individual. And as his own definition of what it is ceases, the experience of that which it is becomes possible. As long as man says reality is square, it will always seem so to him, and he will never know what reality is. If he says it is round, he will never know what it is. If he names it, he will never find it, as Van Dyck says, but the one who finds it needs no name. Thus, whatever his own consciousness says about it, that definition blocks the reality. No matter how noble, how beautiful, how generous, how kind, how laudable this definition may be, it still blocks the fact. Man can say God is all, and by that he has blocked the fact. He may say God is good, but by that he has blocked the fact. Because the moment he imposes anything from himself upon that, the thatness of it is gone forever, as far as he is concerned. Consequently, in the problem, the individual is forced to face the fact that he cannot get across that interval. The only thing that he can do about it is to reduce gradually his own definition, realizing that to the degree that he can escape from what he thinks this is, to that degree he may find out what it is. All his speculations are limitations. His only hope is that this thing will experience him, and that gradually he will be capable of an identification with a state that is completely beyond personal experience. Now, what will happen to him if he finds it? Assuming for a moment that he achieves this state, what happens? If this state is achieved under discipline, temporarily, as in a samadhi or something of that nature, it is not complete. Because if it was complete, and the dissolution of the ego had taken place, there would be no return from samadhi. So, even samadhi is not a full statement of this reality. But it is this statement being brought nearer and nearer to the individual through the gradual reduction of his own interpretive power. Then passes from contemplation to meditation by transforming interpretation into experience. In other words, and this is not easy to say, in case you may think we're having a little word trouble. We are. Because these things do not fit into words at all well. They fit into silence much better. But in an effort to try to convey something, we try to use words. In your state of samadhi or ecstasy or an apotheistic condition, there has been a gradual breaking down of an interpretative instinct and a gradual increase in the impact of a reality until fragments of the reality and fragments of the interpretation mix. The interpreting becomes less, the realities become stronger, and the individual therefore moves from a condition of interpretation to an almost completely uninterpreted impact. He may have the ecstasis of a tremendous feeling, an incredible feeling of godliness, an incredible feeling of an absolute benevolence moving in upon him. In the moment of ecstasy, he doesn't interpret it. And as long as he can refrain from interpreting it, he can hold it. But the moment he says to himself, "This is wonderful," the spell is broken. The moment he contemplates the thing that is happening to him, the contemplator emerges again, closes the door. It is only while the impact of this thing has swept him completely out of his own rational and emotional footings, so he accepts without question, like the small child accepting knowledge. In that moment, he receives a certain degree. The contemplator is overwhelmed for an instant, for a little time. And then the orientation begins again. The contemplator says, "I think I was illumined." The moment he says that, he is no longer. Because the contemplator has reestablished its individual self again and closed the door. So these illuminations come in the form of a tremendous sweeping surge that cause tremendous emotional or psychomental reflexes, and are usually described as this tremendous and inconceivable experience of well-being. That there is this impact of absolute rightness moving in upon the individual. That everything is divinely and eternally as it should be. Then he says to himself, "How should it be?" It's gone. Or he says to himself, "This experience tells me I should no longer fear." He has begun to rationalize. The experience goes again. It is only in the immediate and unconditioned impact of the thing itself, with the complete transcendence of all interpretive, contemplative sense of the continuance of self in relation to this thing. For a moment, the individual, the self, is drowned in the experience. In that moment, the experience is real. But the so-called drowned self swims to shore, reestablishes its own identity, and the experience is gone. Thus, in the contemplative yogic problem, the breaking through of the pattern of expectancy, the breaking through of the traditional form, even in which illumination itself is supposed to occur, is vital. The individual expecting to see something or experience something will experience what he expects, will then think he is illumined, and will be the victim of a vicious circle. The only answer is the absolute transcendence of the impulse to expect. He must not expect he will see anything or experience anything, because whatever he expects will happen. It is the transcendency of even the expectation of the form this thing will take, which makes possible its formlessness or its absolute impact. The impact as an experience has been described by both Eastern and Western mystics. You'll find it considerably influencing certain Sufi doctrines and, of course, the Neoplatonists, especially Plotinus. And they express it symbolically, always. Namely, that the individual has the experience of his God, or experiences the fullness of a divine nature. That in these moments, all doubt, all uncertainty, all fear, all unreasonable perturbation on any subject, all ambition, desire, hope, even the religious urge itself, all these things are swept away. There is nothing but the immediate experience of a tremendous reality, an actuality, a beingness that transforms space from a vacuum into an absolute fullness. That the individual suddenly realizes, instead of being a person in space, that the space is the reality and he is the vacuum. Complete reversal of his relationship to existence. And in that reversal, the absolute possession of his being by this quality or condition. Now, there are several ways in which this may be interpreted therefrom. Plotinus brings out, of course, the circumstance of the individual having had this experience comes back into the world again, he has only a flashback. But as he says in his writings, the one instant of this, in relation to the extent of a human life, changes that entire life. But never that individual again can be captured in the net of dreams. Never can he fall again into the illusion. Because he has experienced an instant of actuality. And in that instant, every factor of existence has been reorganized. Every value has been reversed. Every concern has been completely washed of all the concern that was in it. And the individual then has experienced something that tells him that reality is greater than himself. And that the full expression of this reality is more important than the continuance of himself. And that for this, the sacrifice of self is nothing. Whereas to the average individual, the sacrifice of self would be everything. Because he has no awareness beyond it. So we don't expect that the average student is going to achieve to such a situation immediately. But all of your contemplative disciplines, especially your yogas, are moving gradually in that direction. Moving in the direction of gradually liberating the individual, not only from his objective and natural and obvious errors, but gradually eliminating from him this hyper-concept of the contemplating self that must master all mysteries, solve all things, accomplish everything. He gradually relax this, even as a disciple beginning his course of study, so that this aggressive self that is going to tell the universe what it is doing, this aggressive self that is going to paint gods in the heavens, begins early to break down, not to be eliminated, but to be modified, to be brought gradually to the point that this self can become aware of something more important than the experience of selfhood. So that from there on, growth, as it unfolds and develops and increases, is a growth toward the relaxation of these pressures, a growth towards quietude, towards the letting go of the stress and strain that rotate around this terrific concept of self. It is because man has this self that he is offended, that his pride is hurt, that he seeks to accumulate, that he will take from another for his own advantage. This self makes him an individual against the world. His own survival becomes so important that he will sacrifice everything for it. And little by little, this terrific, pressureful ego complex takes over and forces his life into one unnatural channel after another, building illusion, building deceit, building error, building false symbolism, and reducing him gradually to the level that he has to survive by multiplying his own mistakes. But if, instead of attacking all of these different things, the disciple begins by slowly relaxing that central core, gradually realizing that truth is more important than self, that the direction of attention away from the person to the impersonal. Service is one of the simplest forms of it. We forget ourselves helping another. And in that instant of self-forgetfulness, we achieve a happiness we never otherwise can attain. We are happier, better, more useful to the degree that we are not self-centered. And this goes on under discipline to a very advanced degree, in which finally man's supreme happiness, which is absolute identification with the eternal, it is a result of a complete detachment from self-centeredness. And that is the work of the yogas. And the work of the lower yoga, what I would consider one of the lower yogas, Hatha yoga, is this gradual disciplining of the individual, the relaxation of the body, the removal of the focal point of self from the physical body, from the vital body, from the various physical and psychical activities of the personality. The individual who is not thinking about himself, will be happier and healthier. The moment he gets his mind off of his body, his digestion will be better. The moment he gets his mind off of his ego, his nerves, his thoughts, and his emotions will be better. It is all this terrific fixation of self that prevents the function of everything. And if he relaxes this pressure, vitality will move through him and keep his body going. In the final relaxation of self, universal vitality, which is reality, will sweep through all of him and achieve its perfect work in him. But until he is able to break the tension caused by the self-complex, he will be physically sick, emotionally frustrated, mentally exhausted, and spiritually isolated. He must achieve gradually the breaking down of the delusion. And as he advances in the yogas, he learns more and more of this procedure until finally, in the prince of all the yogas, he is given that which was esoterically known in India concerning this subject. But I think that our purpose tonight has been to show the importance of the discipline by means of which self-centeredness, having been released and relaxed, the body is happier, healthier. But this is a symbol of the final achievement of consciousness toward which all human beings are striving. So, my time's up.
This evening we will continue our consideration of the principles underlying the principal yogas of Indian philosophy. This evening our subject is Bhakti Yoga. And here we come to a different level of our inquiry. As I have mentioned in some lectures, we recognize that the emotional life of the human being is deeper and older than his mental experience. And as a result of this, the authority of the emotion in the conduct of man is more direct, more forceful than the authority of the intellect. For that reason, we observe that in practical living, the mind is largely used by the average person as a servant of his emotional pressures. The person says, I like this person. This is an immediate and emotional acceptance. Then the question arises, why do I like this person? And immediately the mind begins the work of justifying the original impulse. It creates an excellent defense for the emotion. It justifies, proves, demonstrates in 100 ways that the emotional impact was legitimate, was true. We then say, I do not like this person. And immediately the mind goes to work on a more critical basis to seek out reasons why we do not like that person. If these reasons are not immediately available, they are conjured into existence by interpretation and by the gradual reading into evidence such meaning, such intention as we require to be there. Thus we easily observe early in the study of mind phenomena that the intellect has a definite tendency to depart from fact and to act as a justification for our emotional conceptions and preconceptions. As a result of this tendency, we are frequently confronted with mental illusion, in which the mind, forced to fulfill the requirements of the emotions, must fabricate, must even extend itself into illusion and hallucination in order to sustain the original attitudes of emotional pressure. Thus the mind becomes, to a large degree, a mirror of our emotional life and a guardian or protector of such emotional attitudes as we may choose to hold. On this basis, then, it is only reasonable that any method of human improvement, any discipline for the advancement of man's spiritual and conscious society, should, to a degree, consider emotional phenomena, and should include within its disciplines a means of refining the emotions, even as we seek means for regenerating the body and redeeming the mental processes. As the mind must be led from error to wisdom, so the emotions must be led from excess to moderation. And this process of moderating emotional intensity is one of the basic concepts involved in Bhakti Yoga. Now, we recognize also the importance of human love. And we know that love represents one of the most positive and intense of the human emotions. We realize also that in matters pertaining to intensity of affection, the mind is obviously at a disadvantage, and therefore most evidently only occupies a secondary position. It attempts to prove, justify, and sustain the intensities of the affections, but it cannot successfully withstand them, nor can it rationalize successfully against their intensities. We have evidence of this in human relationships constantly. Pythagoras, who was initiated in India, finally declared that there are only three possible relations between living things. That is, especially between the members of the human family. These relations were the relation of parents, the relation of husband-wife, and the relation of the child. The husband-wife relation also carried on its own level brother and sister relations. So relations were parental, which meant a relation to superiors in dignity, age, esteem. Affection to equals, husband, wife, brother, sister. And affection to the young, or those intellectually or spiritually immature, children. Thus, in human relationships, as Pythagoras expressed it, in viewing others, all human beings were either his parents, his brothers, sisters, or his children. Now this meant, on an emotional level, three kinds of affection, or three qualities of love. The first of these was the love of the individual for superiors, whether these superiors be his physical parents, his spiritual instructors, the older and wiser members of his own race, or the love and adoration of divine beings. These together occupy or form a group consisting of spiritual or venerated superiors. Then there was the love of equals, those whose wisdom, knowledge, understanding were equal to his own. This was the kind of love that we share with those of our own generation, those upon our own standards of life and thinking. Then there was the love for the young, in which the person takes a naturally parental attitude toward youth, toward inexperience, toward those spiritually, intellectually, or physically uncultivated, and therefore in need of guidance and direction. The affection to the parent or to the superior being was that of adoration, the giving of self to the superior. The affection toward those of equal status was that of sharing, and the affection to those who were younger was the love of bestowing. And these became the three principal kinds of human affection. And these affections become the instruments or the elements of a great philosophical system, a system based upon the refinement of man's emotional and spiritual nature. Love per se, as an emotion, has never been adequately defined. Plotinus, in his essay on the beautiful, was of the opinion that love was the instinct toward union of separated or divided parts. Therefore, that love is the instinct toward wholeness, toward completeness, toward the reunion or the attainment of yoga, which is union. Therefore, the love of our own fellow kind means to find union, to find sympathy, to find kindred with them. Whereas the love of the divine means the aspiration to attain union with the divine and to share the experience of bestowing. The bestowing of self upon that which is superior to self, or the bestowing of self upon that which is in great need, and therefore requires our help, guidance, or kindness. In religion, we hear a great deal about love, but for the most part, we have not recognized that this emotion, like mentation on its various levels, must pass through certain disciplines or refinements if we are to elevate consciousness toward reality. We cannot, therefore, love divine things carnally, nor can we love carnal things divinely. And in the Western cultural system of which we are a part, there has been no differentiation of the basic emotion of love. We assume that we can transfer this emotion from various levels to other levels without any essential refinement or transmutation of the emotion itself. This is a very serious mistake and has led to a great many religious difficulties. For when a love which is still of a physical quality is turned upon divine things, it cannot fulfill its natural purpose, because it is not sufficiently refined in itself to be able to sustain the consciousness above the material level of things. Thus we begin to consider the problem of the refinement of human affection and how we shall go about it. And to a large degree, this is carried in the great department of knowledge which is called religion. For religion is essentially working with the emotion principle in man. And this emotion principle must be cultivated, must be regenerated, or as Buddhism says, must be transmuted from passion to compassion before the individual is liberated from the personal pressures of personal emotion. Now, in the West, we are not inclined to regard personal emotions as in any way reprehensible. And in sober fact, they are not. Actually, personal emotions are as natural and normal to our kind as any other of the natural sensory and functional powers of man. Personal emotions, upon their own levels, have their utilities and their values. And we should not regard the neurotic frustration of these emotions as a spiritual achievement. Actually, it is a very dangerous thing to do, a procedure that is always fraught with disaster. But recognizing that we do have physical emotions, how are we going to use them constructively? Emotions are directed and moved by a center of consciousness within ourselves. Consciousness operates through emotion, manifests a phase of its own energy, just as it manifests another phase of that energy through mental activity. Furthermore, as we go out into the abstractions of life, we realize that in the universe, love and law are identical. The individual who mentally experiences a law as something to obey experiences this law emotionally as something to adore. This instinct to obey is the consummation of rationalization. The instinct to adore is the consummation of the emotional instinct in the individual in relating to divine matters. Thus, there is no essential difference in the universe between love and law. One does not frustrate or neutralize the other, nor is there conflict between them. Actually, they are the mental and emotional response to one eternal and enduring fact. Mysticism has always emphasized the emotional agent as a means of bridging the interval between human and divine consciousness. Mysticism, therefore, springs out of adoration. It arises from the emotional impact of the divine presence. Thus, mysticism is of its own nature and by its own peculiar virtue, grounded in acceptances, in faith, and in hope, and in love, and in those reflexes which are essentially pointed toward adoration. The mystical experience is therefore essentially an emotional experience, and for that reason it is difficult, if not impossible, to interpret it intellectually. That we also have a serious break in our own psychic life between our mental and emotional natures is all too obvious. That which we mentally define is very seldom emotionally vitalized. And what we emotionally vitalize in its own nature, we find great difficulty in mentally defining. This interval means that we are dealing with two distinct groups of energies, although today psychology lists them together as one structure. This, it seems to me, is the result of a shortcoming in the psychological perspective, because actually these two are distinct energies of consciousness. They are not merely polarities of each other, or aspects of each other, or conditions of each other. In the Eastern disciplines, therefore, we begin by a consideration of how we shall refine the emotional attitudes. How we shall take love which we have, a very personal, selfish kind of love, a self-centered kind of love, a love that sort of shares between loving others a little and loving self the more, in most instances. Actually, the average person is more fond of himself than of any other living thing. Occasionally, we get a departure from this, but it is usually represented as an outstanding virtue, because the average person does not experience it immediately in his emotional relationships. Love, on the human level, is essentially a love which desires to possess. And this arises completely from the Western concept that man can possess. Now, in love, we exercise a tyranny. And very often those around us find our affection to bondage. Often these affections become so excessively dominating, so intensely personal, that they really work a hardship upon our living. Yet we are so constituted that we rather expect it to be this way. We suspect unselfishness as lack of affection, and we doubt the individual's personal devotion if he does not express it by action of a possessive nature. In the East, however, we have a little different approach to this. The Easterners think of love not as the emotion to possess, but the emotion to release. He feels that the greatest personal devotion that he can express on a human level is that of freeing things, freeing them from him if necessary, but certainly creating the quality of freedom. Also assuming with some of the Greek philosophers that man keeps closest to himself that which he most generously releases. We are not so likely to lose those we release as those we hold on to. And because we have released by an understanding within ourselves, we are also free from the pain of loss, free from the selfish sorrows, griefs, and disturbances which rise from the sense of possession. Possession is not essentially a mental quality. Possession is an emotional impulse, an instinct. The desire to conquer the world is not basically mental. It is emotional. The mind then sets in and creates the strategy by which this emotion may be fulfilled. But the desire is basically an emotion. Anything to which the term desire may be correctly applied is emotional. Thus, in the East, the beginning of the sublimation of emotion is the gradual internal realization of release. That the individual does not desire to possess, that he does not desire to bring to himself and to control that which he loves. Rather, he is impelled and inspired to generously give of his affection in a manner to create freedom for the thing loved. Now, this does not necessarily mean indifference. It does not mean that there is no longer interest, service, understanding, kinship. It means rather that the individual can say honestly, when he thinks he wishes to help someone else, that he wishes to help them to do the things that they want to do, rather than the things he wants them to do. And there's a great difference in these processes in practical experience. Usually our desire for love is expressed by the fact that we know best. Therefore, those whom we love, we must protect by causing them to do the things we want them to do. If looking through our own lives we find that our own judgment has been poor, and that probably they will not do well by doing the things we want them to do, such does not concern us. It's the instinctive desire to dominate, the instinctive desire to regulate the lives of others. We call this instinct love, but actually it is not, because love suffereth long and is kind. And most human love does not suffer long and is not overly kind. There is, however, experience which gradually deepens human values and human emotional reactions. And there is a common ground that is established between the mind and the emotions in the field of understanding. An understanding, in this case, is an apperception of value. Understanding is the power to estimate impersonally the natural and real values of things. So understanding begins the process of redeeming or regenerating love. And in this process, we bring to bear upon the objects of our emotions not only our instinctive and pleasurable intensities, but also a certain reflection, a certain internal morality, conscience, a consciousness quotient, by which we begin to say to ourselves, it is better to give than to receive. It is wiser to be kind than to be overly severe. And little by little, we temper our own intensities through the results of experience and through interpreting the actions of others to us. These interpretations being based upon how we have felt when others conducted themselves in certain ways. So our understanding begins the process of refining the affections of the human being. And refined from within, not by a demand, but by a growth, causes us to see that love, like mine, can grow. And that the growth of love, through the cultivation of it, through the realization of its true meaning and importance, that this growth brings to us an emotional maturity, and that we therefore can advance from one level of affection to another, deepening, enriching, broadening the program of our emotions. Now, there is a point that has been often brought up in connection with these matters, namely that the emotions of man are primeval, that they are strongly atavistic, and that under tremendous pressure the individual breaks back and begins to reveal the most primitive emotional instincts of the jungle. That emotions are not as easily controllable. They are not as easily directed. And in anger, for example, the veneer of civilization and perchance years of acquired attitudes dissolve. The individual returns again to the immediate emotional level of his own internal life. This does not necessarily follow in all cases, but it is true that the emotional life of the individual has been for centuries under powerful moral control, and therefore that all of his emotional maturity as he experiences it today is not real. Part of it is acquired rather than innate. And this acquired part can be removed by pressure, and the original pressures can break through. Thus, in all matters of affection, there is a tendency to recognize that the individual is within himself more intense, more personal, more selfish, more self-centered than perhaps he even would like to admit that he is. And that it is only when he is able to keep his emotions in reasonable control that he is able to maintain the platform of culture to which he seems to belong. This continues because, largely, man's emotional life has been uncultivated. Just as the undisciplined child is not trustworthy, as the untrained mind is not accurate, so the uncontrolled emotions are not dependable. Thus it becomes obvious under stress that we need greater emotional discipline than the average person has ever received. And that this emotional discipline is not going to be matured merely by the fact of living. That to bring it to a reasonable degree of integration, the individual must make a distinct program out of maturing his own emotional life. How do we mature it? We do not mature anything by a forcing process, nor can we mature emotions by good reading, nor can we mature emotions simply by refusing to give expression to undesirable ones, or attempting to cultivate constructive emotional habits. These will help to a degree, but they are not the solution to the problem. The emotional life of man comes from a totality within himself. The emotional pressure bears witness to a larger part of man than his mental attitudes. Emotional pressures come from a much deeper ground, from a much older ground. Therefore, emotional maturity arises largely from the improvement of the whole person, rather than from a special discipline upon some part of the personality. We may train the hands to play the piano. We may train the mind to add a mathematical table. But if we wish to unfold the emotions, we must move from a complete and total picture. We must move from a larger foundation in elevating emotional life. This is one of the important ideas that are to be found in the writings of Confucius. In his school in China, Confucius did not believe in the development of specialized education. He did not believe that wisdom arose from the perfection of the individual in any department of his life, but in the raising of the whole level of his being. Therefore, Confucius instructed his disciples in many subjects. He invited them to consider a variety of refinements, realizing that everything that they gained in the form of useful knowledge and understanding would have a part to play in the totality of their emotional pressure. Thus, for example, he would teach the scholar to paint. He would teach the musician to ride horseback. He would teach the mystic to mend his own garments. It was a totality that was wanted, not simply a specialization of certain knowledge. In the yogic concept, affection moved with understanding of values. For example, a mother's love for her child can be very personal and very intense, and usually is, unless there are some unnatural or unreasonable circumstances. Yet the mother's love for the child can be the undoing of the child, unless the mother herself has a certain sense of values along with this intensity of affection. The mother who through her love spoils her child has not loved the child at all. That is the difficult thing to realize. Because love, in this case, has usually been adulterated by ulterior motives. One of the most common reasons for spoiling children is that children are a little difficult, and unless you get into them more often than you should, your own composure is damaged. You haven't quite as much time to do the things you wanted to do. The child who is jumping up and down, stamping its feet, and making a general nuisance of itself is disagreeable to the parent. The parent does not like to be uncomfortable, does not like to be annoyed, does not like to be faced with a scene. does not like to be accused of cruelty, of meanness, and all these kind of things. So, rather for its own sake than for the sake of the child, it gives in, though perhaps fully knowing that it should not do so. It may gain a great reputation for kindliness and love, but actually these emotions are not what are involved. More thoughtfulness shows that such is not the case. What then is the proper relation of affection to the child? The answer is that the greater affection is that which serves the greater need of the child, from whatever perspective and level the parent may occupy. It is the utter consideration of the child's greater good that represents our highest conviction of what we should call love for that child. Yet in practice, we do not give that sufficient thought, because it is a little difficult and it's sort of time-consuming, and it may require that we make greater change in our own lives in order to prove that we love the child. Most children who are called problem children are really children with problems, and this, in many cases, is directly traceable to the parents. Therefore, instead of the parent giving the child the toy, the bottle, the ice cream cone, the money, or whatever may be involved that the child is screaming for, and in that way stopping the uproar, at least temporarily, and establishing a precedent which will be followed by much more uproar in the course of time. The really loving parent, or the parent who really cares for the child, might say to himself or herself, why is the child like this? And might discover that the lack of harmony between the parents is a strong responsibility in this matter. Therefore, love for the child means that the parents should learn to love each other and give the example. But that is a large, big lack. That doesn't look like love. That looks like martyrdom. So that actually all of the love that we talk about all evaporates. And instead of this tremendous amount of affection being showered in all directions, we see a group of selfish people perverting principles and substituting appearances for realities. Thus, in the Oriental system, we can say, let's get at this subject of love. Let's try to find out what it really means. Let us also realize how easily this peculiarly sensitive thing can be destroyed, how it can be exploited, how it can be prostituted in 1,000 ways, under a cloak of respectability that is never questioned by the public, because the public just doesn't know any better and is doing the same thing anyway. But where is your true love in this pattern? It is essentially missing. And yet, if you accuse these various persons of being without this emotion, they would be righteously indignant. In the East, then, the question arises to discover at first what is love. How does it work? What are its duties and its purposes? And why has man been given this tremendous emotional capacity and yet left with this capacity so completely immature? Well, we can go a little further in this thinking, and we can say that men love each other to a degree under the heading of friendship. And yet this friendship can very quickly be corrupted into patronage. And we find the lack of the courage of the friend to correct the friend to be honest with the friend to be useful rather than merely being agreeable. here our love in practice is a very negative thing rather than a positive one, because we fear that we will offend. Therefore, we are unfair because we do not wish to offend. Our love is not strong enough to stand this strain, and the love of our friend is not strong enough for him to stand the strain if we tell the truth. So everything gets very strange. Then we go on and we consider the love of God. Now, the average human being's love of God is a very mysterious thing. One of the great problems in affection and adoration, veneration, all these things, is that the object of this affection must be understandable, must be in some way apperceivable by ourselves. And in the love of God, we are loving something that is completely beyond our ordinary experience. We are loving a vast abstraction. And what we call the love that we bestow upon it is another vast abstraction. Not knowing what love is, and not knowing what God is, we love God. We cannot define our emotion towards Him. And the only way in which we can integrate it at all is to base our affection upon a personal devotion. Perhaps we had a parent whom we sincerely loved. Therefore, we have an experience which we can transfer to an invisible, unknown person, the abstract being of deity. And our love for God becomes merely an extension, or, to a degree, a sublimation of our love for father or mother, or our love for our country, or our love for beauty and other things of which we have some understanding and recognition. But the problem of how should deity be adored has always been a very great one, because in popular religion, as we know it today, we are really too much like children worshipping a parent. Because not only does the parent signify strength, but the parent signifies refuge. It signifies security. It signifies the fulfillment of our desires. And because of the level of our affection, we have gradually transformed deity into a benevolent power that acts as a kind of patron or a universal philanthropist, forever attempting or presumed to attempt the fulfillment of our desires. Thus we pray to God for health, we pray for wealth, we pray for wisdom, we pray for long life, we pray for our own success, not infrequently for the consternation of our adversaries. We wish no ill to ourselves and very little good to others. And we assume and expect that this parent, who is the abstract counterpart of the doting ancestor in our own domestic pattern, will be responsive to us in these various ways. We turn to God not to give but to get, not to bestow but to receive. We are not worried about protecting God, we are much more worried about God protecting us. And little by little, we turn to deity as a benefactor rather than as a universal power to which we owe certain responsibilities and allegiances. In yoga comes the process then of gradually learning to experience a divine nature as an impact upon the self. In Bhakti Yoga, as in the other yogas, love becomes a universal power. Under such a name as Ishvara, it is a deity, a being, an all-permeating, all-penetrating, omnipresent, omniactive power. This love is everywhere abundant and superabundant. Therefore, the individual is given the possibility of seeking the experience of this love, seeking the experience of the discovery of it, not by intellection alone, but by realization, by meditation, or the continuing remembrance of the presence of the divine. We have the same concept entirely in the Near Eastern mystics, the Sufis of the dervishes, where the beloved represents universal love, deity as the infinite energy of love itself. So in the disciplines of Bhakti Yoga, the individual gradually comes to be receptive to the presence of divine love. Now, before he can become receptive to the presence of divine love, he has to get the evil out of things. And that is the first, most difficult step perhaps there is. We are so inclined to regard all things suspiciously. We are so likely, in looking around us, to be displeased, to be antagonized, to say to ourselves, all the evidence that I can accumulate points to disaster, to tyranny, to cruelty, to selfishness. How then can I, as a person, having lived a life that is arduous, toil-worn, and burdened with disappointments and disillusionments, how am I to immediately apperceive the omniscience and omnipresence of divine love? The individual may say, I never received any affection from my parents, I've never received any from my children, I've had very little from the world. How then shall I discover this power to be omnipresent in all things? This is a good question. But it is a question that can be answered, but it must be answered validly. And it must perhaps be answered by a combination at first of mental and emotional factors. Remembering that the desire to love is an emotional instinct, and realizing that the mind's duty is to preserve and maintain the testimony of the emotions, we can gradually and gently bring the mind to the degree that it will defend the emotions in their positive and constructive aspects. In yoga, the disciple learns that the moment he looks for love with an open heart, he will find it. But the difficulty has been that he hoped for love but looked for and expected hate. That he hoped understanding but expected to be misunderstood. Thus, with a subconscious doubt deeper than the conscious resolution, the doubt ultimately won. In order to have the kind of mystical experience that is involved in yoga, the individual must begin the gradual process of integrating a positive power of apperception. His first difficulty is, of course, that he is unable to recognize love. He can recognize the human passions with which he is familiar. He can recognize what passes in the currency of love among mortals. But that kind of love, which is universal, he has neither experienced nor known. Therefore, he can look at it and not see it, because it may or may not resemble that which he expects. Like the small boy who wants the ice cream cone, but which cone should not be given to him because of the possible danger to his basic health. A series of ice cream cones, of course, many a small boy had tonsils before it was all said and done. But the little boy who wants an ice cream cone, asks for it and gets it, has discovered parental love. He wanted it, we gave it to him. Obviously, we love him. Now, the wiser parent says, no, you can only have one ice cream cone a week. You can't have one every time you have food. Immediately, the small boy discovers the absence of love. He does not get what he wants. Therefore, to borrow Kipling, the bottom is out of the universe. His parents are mean, nasty ogres. There's nothing nice about them. 25 years later, the boy who got the ice cream cones when he shouldn't have had will sit down and realize that his parents were rather stupid. And he wishes that they hadn't done it. In the same way, the boy who didn't like his parents because they were more reasonable and intelligent, 25 years later will respect them. But when the impact occurs, when we get what we want, God is ruling the universe. When we do not get what we want, the devil is in power. So looking around us, we have to begin to consider what love is. And whether love is giving us what we want, or assuring us what we need. Pythagoras said, all men know what they want, but the gods alone know what they need. The disasters that afflict us, the burdens, misfortunes, and irritations that confound us, can just as well be a greater love than we know as something unpleasant and unfair. And in the approach of mysticism to life comes the simple process of coming to understand that the universe, with all its ups and downs, with all its trials and tribulations, with all its assorted comforts and discomforts, bears witness to an integration of purpose which has behind it and within it the greater good of all. The greater good against the immediate good. And that, therefore, the universe is the wise parent. And the wise parent is finally the loving parent. Thus we can overcome certain of these outrages that rise within our natures, and we can begin to experience the possibility of loving things that are not pleasant, loving things that are not going our way, loving persons who have the audacity to contradict us, loving in a way of life that is hard rather than easy, because by its difficulties it hastens our own maturity. And little by little the evil disappears out of the universe, and in the place of evil is strength. Strength serving us forever, but not serving our whims, serving our essential progress and contributing to and hastening the day of our spiritual attainment. Now, to say this means very little. We can all say it. We can go home and be as miserable as we were before. But if, besides saying this, we are resolved within our natures to seek the good, and have a conviction in us that we wish to grow, we then take this intimate confidence, which is itself mostly emotion, that we have faith in this good. And that faith is something that is real and big inside of our emotional content. We can take this, and then we can allow the mind to go to work on it. And the mind working in this way begins to reveal to us a universe of order rather than a universe of chaos. Little by little, observation, reflection, experimentation, and tradition contribute to the justification of our instinct that the universe is right. And slowly we come to a kind of respect, a kind of understanding, which in ourselves we know will never be subject to disillusionment. Father may be God to the 5-year-old, a demigod to the 10-year-old, and gradually loses face and countenance thereon. And so by the time the child grows up, Father is really not much better than anybody else, perhaps a little worse. But in the growth of man, the divine power, which is the concept of infinite power, is something for whom admiration grows with wisdom and releases more and more a realization of the wonderful workings of this planet and the infinite benevolence of this planet. That truly, that this great creating power is aware of the sparrow's fall, and that everything that exists is enclosed within the tremendous, compassionate understanding of something that is growing and unfolding through the creatures in its fashion, and is forever revealing itself as benevolent to those themselves benevolent, and is forever nourishing and nurturing and leading man gently toward obedience, and through obedience to identification with that universal power itself. One of the great examples of this mystery, this conflict, is death itself, which, while made naturally and inevitably ordained, is met with apprehension by the average person who has not yet been able to find God in death, has not yet been able to realize that there is a larger life in which death itself is swallowed up, and that this larger life has a purpose, and that this phenomenon of death is an essential part of the benevolence of life. It is hard to appreciate these things, and yet we must come to do so. And gradually, through understanding, through the continuous meditation upon the universal good, we begin to experience the universe not as a vast pattern of laws, not as an enormous intellectual power, but as something of strangely subtle and compassionate immanence, something so near to us, something so much a part of ourselves that truly we are never alone, but are forever within a strange, wonderful affection which is as near to us as the air and the light and the sun. And the mystic begins to know this, begins to feel it. And in feeling it, he perceives it radiant in everything around him and in himself also. Because to find this love in every other thing and not find it in ourselves is also to fail. Gradually, through the refinement, therefore, of the available emotions of the individual, the capacity to love larger things, larger qualities and values, or as Plato expressed it, to transmute affection, elevate it from a devotion to forms until it becomes capable of being a devotion to ideas, later a devotion to principles, ultimately a devotion to being itself, which is the infinite root of all principles and all ideas. In the Buddhist metaphysical disciplines, the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, the Lord of Compassion, represents the transmutation of man's emotional life. A transmutation by means of which the individual turns gradually to the universalization of the power to love. This brings us to a second pattern that is very important. Namely, that to the average individual there are boundaries to the experience of his affections. He can find affection large enough to circumscribe that which belongs to himself. He can love his family. He can love his children. He can love his community. He can love his nation. But outside of the aura of his, in the sense of that which is accepted as part of himself, so that his love is all really self-love, because these things he loves because they are parts of him. They are his. Outside of that, it's a vacuum. And when word comes in the newspaper that 10 million Hindus have died of starvation, we say, well, that's just too bad. And yet we could not, for a moment, endure the thought of one of our own children dying of starvation. We simply are not capable of universalizing that emotion. We are not capable of an emotional experience beyond a certain gamut or a certain circle of experienced things. The individual sitting down cannot experience 10 million people dying of starvation. He is incapable of doing it, unless, perchance, he was in the midst of that. Then he may have some concept. But if he has lived a life of security, if he's lived in a community where such things do not happen, his emotional nature simply cannot respond to that. Now, he may bear response on the level of hysteria. Some individuals get that also. He may generalize so completely on an archetypal pattern that the thought of anything, anywhere suffering, can cause him acute anguish. That most folks have forgotten their own childhood. This vital record is not available to them as an experience. It is subverted too much. Or then we simply try to go across the interval, reasoning with them from our own adult position and achieving practically no good. To reach them, we must reach back in ourselves to these children in ourselves. Immediately, the mental barrier is crossed, and we become alike. That which is alike can never be completely separated. Now, in the Buddhist doctrine, the Bodhisattvic concept of compassion is the immediate remembrance of the experiences of being through which the enlightened creature has passed, and which therefore it can revitalize through meditation, and can relive all that is less than itself, because it has been all that is less than itself. It does not relive only the surface of its achievement, but all the way back to the degrees of its attainment. Thus the Bodhisattvic compassion represents the ability of the individual or the being to re-experience the need of all creatures. And in the Buddhist doctrine, the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin is the one experiencing the great soul need, the great soul hunger of all things that live. And experiencing that great soul hunger speaks to the disciple, to the student, to those who would serve it. Feed my sheep. In other words, supply this hunger. Out of attainment, supply this need. So love experiences the world as need in the element or quality of compassion. This need is without boundary, without limit. Human and practical values may not permit the individual to be boundless in his fulfillment of his instinct. But it makes this instinct transcend species, races, nations, types, creeds, religions, beliefs, anything of that kind. And to recognize the great hunger of life, as Bailey called it. The great hunger. that everything that is imperfect is hungry, terribly hungry. It is hungry for peace. It is hungry for love. It is hungry for growth, for understanding, for wisdom. But most of all, it is simply hungry and does not know what type of food or nourishment it requires. So as man experiences creatures evolving in life around him, he sees this great hunger. And then as he turns and experiences the abundance of the divine love, he sees the great nourishment, the tremendous nutrition that is available, and the great problem of bringing food to the hungry, bringing life to those who need it. This becomes a work of love, the great work of sincere admiration and adoration in nature. In the yoga processes, the individual enters into meditational associations with these powers or qualities of which he seeks to attain. And in this discipline, one of the things that he is expected to achieve is the discovery of the universal in all things. He is supposed to be able gradually to become aware of an infinite life, an infinite identity of consciousness in all the forms and creatures of life. Thus we can say that in his meditation, let us say for the moment that he takes a flower, a rose, and we remember Dante, who was of such a strongly mystical nature that he could not look at an open rose without weeping and becoming almost hysterical. The sheer beauty of it moved in upon him with such a tremendous impact that it seemed to shatter his own whole existence. He was overwhelmed by the release of the divine through the magnificence of this flower. So in taking any object, a flower or anything else, the individual seeks to find in it or to experience through it the divine life that is forever present in it and manifesting in its growth. You can analyze the flower forever, but you will not find this. But it can be experienced by an immediate impact of consciousness. Suddenly, this impact strikes you, shattering entirely the integration of thought, practically removing the power of the individual to interpret that which he receives as impact. He simply knows. He simply intuitively accepts the divine release through the symbol. And he comes to recognize all forms and all bodies and all structures in nature as merely symbols of divine love, symbols of universal beauty, harmony, peace, wisdom, all in one, releasing themselves forever to those who have the sensitivity, the internal consciousness to accept the impact of these symbols. Now it is obvious that the flower does not change. And it's obvious that these symbols remain as they are, flesh and bone, stone, wood, paint, marble. Therefore, the actual release is within the person himself. It is the release of his own love which causes him to find love in everything else. It is the release of his own divinity, forever reflected back to him from the forms around him in nature. It is then evident that he can never find
these reflections, never experience them, unless he releases himself. But no matter how much he penetrates the symbol, he will never find the meaning, for the meaning is in him and not in the symbol. Under such realization and under such consideration, it becomes entirely necessary that the person refine and release his own internal potential of universal veneration or adoration. Until he achieves this, he cannot experience it in anything else. If then, he must make this achievement within himself. How does he do it? He does it by bringing numerous factors of life together. In India, for example, the young man who is going to take up the study of yoga finds himself or is appointed a teacher. Now, this teacher may be any elderly character, venerable appearance, and perhaps of wide reputation, who is known to be advanced in these matters. The boy first experiences his disciplines of yoga in his attitude toward this old man. The teacher is not a god. The boy perfectly well knows that. But the teacher is the custodian of a doctrine that is old, venerated, regarded, traditionally rich. This teacher is the keeper of the great culture of his race. The attitude toward the teacher then becomes the beginning of the experience and discipline. The boy's simple acceptance of the teacher, his natural respect for the teacher, his perfect willingness to follow according to the instruction of the teacher, his simple delight at doing well and receiving the applause of the teacher, his simple patience under the correction of the teacher. All of these things are parts of the beginning of the discipline. For little by little, the lad learns where values lie and who is the teacher and what is important in life. Now, the teacher isn't present much in the Western world, very seldom. So we have nature, life itself, as the teacher. If we do not venerate the teacher, we will never understand the teaching. Therefore, if we do not develop a simple, direct, gentle obedience to the laws governing life, if we do not accept the lessons of the day as bearing witness to the love of God, if we are not patient under the adversities of the time, recognizing them as good, not bad, until we achieve these levels, we are like the young Hindu lad who has not yet learned how to work with his teacher. Because whether it be the person or the world that teaches us, both are gurus, and both are to be regarded, respected, and revered. So we have life as our teacher. Life which we must learn to love. Not to be fooled by it, not to be deceived by it, but to recognize it for what it is. That we are supposed to live it, that we are supposed to meet it, make decisions, and that in daily conduct we are to live wisely, moderately, lovingly, constructively. Thus we obey, thus we venerate this great pattern itself, until finally we can look out upon life and say, it is good. And when we honestly and truly mean that, we find several interesting things happen. First of all, life is not nearly as difficult as it was. I've heard many people say, and I've been asked myself, how an individual could keep on loving and accepting forever the misfortunes that he has to carry. The answer is, as soon as he starts loving and understanding, the misfortunes cease. They do not go on forever, because these misfortunes are the result of man's resistance to truth. They are not due to the presence of evil, but to the absence of wisdom and understanding in his own nature. Thus, the obedience to the teacher, the obedience to life, the acceptance of the laws governing life, all these result in a non-combative attitude toward life. Now, in the West, we say an individual who is non-combative is dead. We think that if a person is out shadow boxing inevitables all the time, he's a failure. He hasn't got anything. He lacks aggressiveness. He lacks that spark, that punch that is going to make himself more full of brushes than any other man in the community. But in the East, the primary consideration is not selling for brushes. And the individual learns that as he relaxes his own intemperances toward life, the shadows of adversity by which he is apparently surrounded begin to clear. And that just as eternal love, once found in himself, is then observed as everywhere present, so eternal discord, while it continues in the self, will be seen in everything else. By going out of conflict with the patterns of being, the individual begins to find his own difficulties falling away. He finds that it is easier and easier to adjust. There is the conflict between personal will and universal will. As long as the individual is going to change the universe at all costs, he is going to be changed by the universe at all costs. But when he begins to adjust to laws, he begins to experience the beauty of them. He finds no conflict in laws he obeys. He finds no evil, no hate, no destruction in the laws he keeps, only in the laws he tries to break. So by degrees, through obedience, he experiences a lawful creation. And in experiencing a lawful creation, he also begins to apperceive that these laws are themselves the very substance of a divine regard. That actually, law and love are one. That they are not even polarities of each other. They are one entity, one being in space. For having discovered the goodness of law, we naturally love that which is good. And having discovered the legality of the world, we perceive also its lovability, that it is something that we can adore, that can never fail us, and that is the cause of endless admiration. Thus the young disciple, having adjusted to the disciplines of his school, which are the disciplines of living, begins to go on under the guidance of his teacher. And as he goes on, more particular and specific problems are presented to him. Problems which at first he did not even know existed. The same happens in the school of life, where we have broken through the outer crust of error or illusion, and have begun to go forward toward a greater enlightenment. Then we begin to experience larger and more amazing patterns of requirement. We see that all these patterns challenge us. They present to us descriptions, forms, and symbols, inviting us to proceed, inviting us to obey still more perfect laws, still more complete patterns or archetypes. And these become the bases of specific disciplines, laws, rules, patterns, abiding forever in space.
As the disciple continues on with these experiences, there is a sublimation inevitably in his nature. But I feel that here in the West, this problem of sublimation must be very carefully handled. The West is not aesthetic by nature. We are persons long grounded in objectivity. Our world is a visible world. Our problems are immediate and tangible. Also, our relationships with others are very much objective. And yet we have many religious movements here in the Western world, and to some degree this is true in the East. There is a tendency always to depart from the profane and hasten toward the sacred. This is bad yoga regardless of how it may be deified by term or poem or sutra. Actually, man never moves from the profane to the sacred, because these are conditions of one thing. A child is not the polar opposite of a man, nor does man by will move from being a child to being an adult. It is a condition of growth. The child in the man never dies. It is matured. It expands, it extends, it releases more and more of its own potential. But the child is not divorced from the man, but transformed into the man. If we cast off our lower emotions, so-called, and try to throw them into limbo, we cannot get rid of them. It's a peculiar thing. When we throw our lower emotions away, we have to throw ourselves with them, because there is no separation. Thus, the individual who is forever trying to get rid of the lower and rush on to the higher is assuming the existence of two things where only one exists. Thus, the person cannot be in the situation, legitimately, of being better than he wants to be. And that is something that is quite common in our modern religious experience. The individual who is just too good to do what he feels like doing. The individual I remember one who decided that he, for his spiritual salvation, was going to refrain from certain types of food. He was working along that line rather assiduously. He wouldn't eat hotcakes. They were too starchy, and besides that, the maple sugar was too rich and might damage some of the gentle and subtle parts of his etheric double, or something of that nature. He was too wise, too noble, too wonderful to eat them, but not too wise, too noble, or too wonderful to stand in front of Child's Restaurant while they were making the hot cakes in the window and drooling by the hour. At some point, we'd like to try to clarify. He was an individual trying desperately to be better than he was. He wanted them that badly, he should have eaten them, because in his internal life, he had already eaten hundreds of them. In some way, he simply lacked the courage to go in and order them. And he believed that he was really making a heroic spiritual sacrifice. It was a sacrifice of some kind, but it wasn't spiritual. Now, the individual who is desperately afraid that he's going to leave a lot of human happiness behind on his way to divine bliss is really not in any emergency, even though he may think that he is. The way of growth is not along a path of regrets. Growth is a perfectly natural unfoldment of emotions, by which these changes are as subtle as the growth of a child. From day to day, there is no shock. The individual finds that his interests, his inclinations, his tastes, his attitudes, everything gradually develops. until he continues to express his affections always in the simplest and most natural way to himself. And until that condition is achieved, there is no essential emotional progress. After that time, he's only fooling himself. He is never in the position where, wishing to be kind, he must bite his lip for fear he will not be. Or having the desire to say the unpleasant word that he must grind his teeth to keep his spirituality intact. These things cannot exist. That is a delusion that we have in the West that has done much to make spiritual growth seem almost a penalty upon life. A horrible thing, a terrible sacrifice in which we should all gain martyrs' crowns merely from the fact we tried. This is not the way it is. There's no resemblance to it. These things grow. Affection grows. Qualities of affection refine. Emotions become transmuted by a gradual process. But always the individual in a completely relaxed condition and without trying to be better than or worse than he is should express the level of his own attainment. And will do so. He needs not fight it, he needs not defend it. It simply expresses. And until it does so, it is not attained. But through living and through thoughtfulness, through understanding, through the rich desire of the spirit to grow, these procedures become natural, easy, reasonable, happy. And the person moves on from intense addiction to physical things to a greater recognition of the qualities in things. This happens where persons who have been happily married over a period of years watch the changes taking place within their own natures and in the nature of their partners without being particularly upset. It is quite possible, for example, that looking back upon the years, the woman would not have married 20 years before the husband she did marry if he looked as then as he does now. She would say he is too old, he is no longer pleasant, he is putting on a little weight, the hair is getting a little thin, there's a little sag around the corner of the mouth. 20 years ago, did he look like that? She wouldn't have married him. But today, she doesn't even notice that he looks like this. She has grown older with him. They have grown up together. Gradually, the tremendous importance of exteriors has given way to the camaraderie of character, to the deepening of understanding, the strengthening of the bonds of interest. And this person, older today, is more handsome, more wonderful than they were before, because new values have come into existence. And it's the same thing in the affections of the human being towards nature, toward the universe, and toward God. These things unfold. We would no longer be satisfied with the adolescent standards we started with, and we should not be. We would be no longer desirous of possessing. We have long reached the joy of releasing. There is no struggle. We're not giving up something we want to hold on to. Once we wanted to hold, so we held. Now we wish to release, so we release. And both of these are equally joyous occasions, if we have grown. For all the conflict and struggle to be good, and to try to love something we don't like, these things disappear in the growth of consciousness, in the unfoldment of the conscious nature within us. And we go on toward that larger recognition of our own ultimates. In youth, we are ambitious. We want to be somebody. As we get a little older, we're not quite so sure we're ever going to be somebody. As we get still older, we pray that we may be delivered from being And figure that if we can just have that little farm out in the country somewhere, we're going to be perfectly contented to settle for that, even though in early life we had been craving millions, position, authority, all these things. We have grown in our moods. Now in our loves, we have also this growing. The adolescent, the savage, the primitive human being, loving God, loves the power of God and tries to draw it to himself for his own use. The mature human being rather recognizes the grace of God and hopes that he may be able to accept that grace and share in it and give himself to that grace rather than to demand or require. Also, there comes a time in the evolution of the human being when he gradually becomes more and more suspicious of his own ego. The young person is not. The young person's always right anyway. It takes him a long time to realize that he isn't right in many things. But the young person believes in himself. As we grow older, we're not quite so sure of ourselves. When we were 20, we were always right. When we are 40, we are sometimes right. And by the time we are 60, we are seldom right. And we're not awfully unhappy over the discoveries. Because actually, with these maturities have come also other values that make it less desirable that we should always be right. So we take it in stride. So in the young spirit growing up, is tremendously concerned with itself. The personal pronoun simply dominates every other consideration. And for this vertical pronoun, the individual is willing to give and sacrifice everything else. Gradually, as he proceeds along the path of evolution, he begins to doubt this personal self. This self which he loved to think of as first mortal, then immortal. Mortal while he went to college, immortal after he gets out of college. And so he goes. But as he goes in understanding within himself, he begins to realize that perhaps this self that he has been so addicted to is really a larger problem than it is worth. That instead of being the source of his power, it is the cause of his difficulty. So as he proceeds gradually along the mystical path as recognized in the ancient systems, he begins to realize that this self is an eternal limitation. That it causes him always to stand somewhere and look something over. He stands off and he says, I like that, I don't like that. Or he stands over somewhere else and he tries to analyze this and he tries to analyze that. And he goes so far as to stand there and try to figure out God. And he begins to try to contemplate what God is like. He examines God as he can find it in his works. Adds this up, subtracts that, considers this, weighs that, looks for the latest findings, compares them with the first findings, and in the end is an observer of phenomena. He's never broken through anything. And as he goes along doing this, he comes finally to the realization that he is never going to find God. Because as long as he is separate from God and can estimate God, he will never experience God. So in the Yogas, we have this point that is so controversial in Western philosophy, namely the final transition from self to universal. And this comes in our experience of love. A very simple example of that is the parent, the father or mother, who in an emergency will usually sacrifice a life for the child. If there must be one that will go on, the parent will give his for his child if he loves that child. And he does not regard it as a sacrifice. It may be so labeled by others who come after him, who will refer to his nobility and so on. But to him, It was instinct. It was the inevitable that this child was something that had to go on. And if one had to perish, the parent would die for the child. We had the same in larger political patterns. The hero who dies for his country. Not one who has been forced to by draft law, but one who actually goes out and puts the good of his country above himself and willingly sacrifices himself for it. What has he done? He has done the biggest thing he knows how to do, because he has destroyed voluntarily the most important thing he knows: self. Perhaps he believes in immortality, but doesn't know it. He cannot. He can only believe it. Therefore, he has taken a supreme chance of passing into a state of non-existence. He has sacrificed the symbol of his selfhood in order to protect the selfhood in something else. This is the biggest thing he knows how to do, and it becomes a symbol of something he does later. It becomes ultimately the symbol of the greatest love that man can know. And that is the love which is the voluntary sacrifice of self to the beloved. The beloved in this case is truth, reality, God. To which this voluntary sacrifice is no longer something that was a great pain, something that required tremendous decision, but the next and inevitable impulse of reunion or identification with the beloved. A man discovers that as he approaches the mystery of universal love, he approaches with it the mystery of universal wisdom and universal life, and they are one. Therefore, there comes the time in the disciplines where there is only one great emotion left in him as an individual, and that is the tremendous longing to be one with the eternal. This is found in the dervish poems of Tosadi and many of them, Jani and many of the others. It is this tremendous willingness, this eagerness to cease forever in the beloved. And in the Bhakti Yoga we come in the disciplines ultimately to this point, that it is not a desperate desire for truth that lures us on. It is not a determination to solve the mystery even if we have to die to do it. It is not any pressure from within ourselves at all of that nature. It is an infinite longing to be one again with totality, to return as the drop of water to the shining sea, to be one once more with that which has been the end of seeking and the end of hoping and the end of loving. That the individual shall no longer love, but that the individual shall be love itself, and become one and complete with this tremendous moving power of the world. So in this complete ecstasis found in the practice of yoga, the individual experiences temporarily the immanence of love, finding it an immense and intangible sensitivity, infinitely tender, infinitely strong, so that there is only the one tremendous desire, and that is to be one with it, to be united with it forever in an eternal relation, an eternal reunion, or yoga, with this tremendous power. Now, how does the mystic, interpreting this, how does he define this experience of love? Does he explain it or define it in human emotions at all? No. It has gone far beyond that by the time he is capable of even experiencing the shadow of infinite. It has gone to the point
where to him love is an entirely different thing from what we know. Love is an infinite sharing. It is an infinite giving of self forever. It is the divine power, moving forever towards a not-selfness. It is the divine that is divine because it forever gives. And in this, the mystic experiences eternal or divine love as the ever bestowing, that which is ever giving and never demanding, and therefore that which, because it never demands, receives all, and because it gives forever, possesses all. So this is the great contrast. But it is like the one on the material plane. What we hold, we lose, and what we give, we keep. Therefore, the perfect love which holds nothing and gives all, actually holds all, as everything returns to it again, by the very process of its own eternal unselfishness. And in this Lord also, the mystic experiences the infinite experience of absolute security. Not personal security, not that the individual is now safe forever, but the condition or state of an eternal security to which there can never be a deficiency, and which there can never be a condition. The state of absolute faith, transformed from our term of faith to the faith of utter knowing. Also the experience of absolute good, and that this absolute good is the end of all seeking after good, and all paths and all roads lead finally to the heart of truth. And the heart of truth is this power which ever protects, ever guards, ever preserves, and yet never occupies an aggressive relation with anything that exists. Everything that seeks it must flow into it, and in flowing into it, returns to the sovereignty of its own source. Thus man, as a creature, as he knows himself, is a condition of this, is a mood of it, is a temporary passing form of it, whereas his eternal power itself is the complete and unchanging continuity of absolute love. The mystic approaching it is filled with a sudden and complete realization of the heart of God. The recognition that as the laws of God are infinite, so is the heart. That the mind of God is all-pervading, so is the heart. But that as in man, the mind is only justifying the heart, so in God, the wisdom of God is only justifying the love of God. This is a very important mystical point. It may take a little time for it to be thoroughly assimilated into consciousness. But the divine wisdom sustains the divine love. For the great sun, the great central light of the universe, according to Bhakti Yoga, is God as infinite love. Infinite wisdom protects, manifests love. Infinite law reveals love. Infinite truth leads to love, or states love forever. But all these are the manifestations of the one thing itself, which is infinite, timeless, eternal regard, a complete and mysterious devotion that extends throughout space to the end of time. And in this mystical apperception, the individual experiencing it, coming closer to it, comes toward the heart of reality and finds the greatest dream and hope of his life and consciousness fulfilled in that tremendous moment in which, as a being, he is absorbed in the love of God.
This is his natural, conceivable end. And beyond that, he does not even care to go. He does not know. But the life which begins in pain ends in this love. And he visualizes existence as the cycle of love to love, through truth and wisdom and law. And in this pattern, he has an inward meditation, a meditation of the continual remembering of this, the visualizing it, and as it arises in his consciousness, opening his eyes and beholding it shining in the world around, until life and life and power, until the earth and the sun and the moon, the stars, the flowers, the creatures, are all radiant with this tremendous eternal power. Then the universe is in order. Doubts and fears cease. And the mystic, happily and gloriously, seeks final union with the beloved, finding in that union the end of waiting, the end of all doubt and fear, and the beginning of a life beyond conception, something he knows nothing of, and admits it immediately, but does not need to know, because what do we need to know about the beloved, except that which is told to us by our own hearts? Do we question our love? Do we question that which is the substance of our desire? Do we ask the beloved name or definition? Do we demand? No. We give only. And in giving we find all. So from the beginning of our human search, we approach by giving, we hesitate by gaining. And as we give more, we grow more. And these little interludes of false security are hours of sleep and rest along the road, because it is through the sharing, the giving, the renouncing, that we serve the beloved. And finally, through all giving, become one with the all-giver. It is hard to say these things, but perchance something of what we mean will filter through. And you can understand why in mysticism and in the yoga, particularly Bhakti yoga, we have a tremendous emphasis upon the final act of union, which is the individual, who finally gives the last, having given all that he has, in the sense not of material things, but in the sense of proprietorship over things. Having given all that he has only one thing to give, and that is all that he is. And in giving of that, he makes the final offering, which is acceptable to the beloved. And in this action, proves that he is the truth seeker and the truth lover. And by having demonstrated and proved this, moves magnificently and serenely into this great thousand-petaled flower of infinite love, and vanishes as a light amidst the great light of the cosmic heart. These are the symbols. You must read them and understand them according to your own heart and according to your own souls. And our subject tonight deals with the concept of union through knowledge. And in this department, we must first clarify some general misconceptions concerning the substance of knowledge. If you look in the dictionary, you will find that knowledge means fact acquired through experience. Now that is rather different from what we generally understand the word to mean. Thus, knowledge is not derived from books, from the daily newspaper, your favorite commentator, or your public school. Because knowledge has to have the dimension of experience. The dictionary says so. And I rather like that particular point. Apparently, many folks have forgotten the essential meanings of words. Knowledge, then, cannot truly be said to exist apart from certain participation in what we term facts. And this participation means the inclusion of a dimension of internal activity. Therefore, unless things studied, read, and learned are brought to light by some power or energy within the person himself, the state of knowledge is not acquired. Now, this in itself opens an interesting field of speculation. But we cannot pause here. We must now begin to study, if we can, the fact of knowledge. What is knowledge, essentially? What are these facts that must be experienced? And in what way do they contribute to the spiritual growth and integrity of the human being? There are two kinds of knowledge, so-called. One kind of knowledge results from man's impact with his environment and the resulting inflowing of the testimonies of the sensory perceptions. There is another kind of knowledge which comes from within the person and usually must be experienced through application. Thus, there are two kinds of experience. Man's inward experience of external phenomena and man's power to externalize through experience the internal facts of his life. Thus, inner facts must be outwardly applied. Outward facts must be inwardly applied in order to complete the essential pattern of knowledge. Now, there are things which we believe that we know because we hold them firmly as convictions within consciousness. Yet these things, to be truly known, must be brought from within the life and applied to the phenomena of living. This is why so many theories, which are impractical but often delightful, continue to dominate the conduct of human beings, leading them into an illusion. Unless these inward realities are justified through application, we do not have the state of knowledge. On the other hand, unless those things which we see, the experiences which occur to us, the reports which come to our attention, the accumulated traditional heritage of learning, which is bestowed upon us, unless all of these are taken into ourselves and subjected to an alchemical transmutation within consciousness, they do not lead to a true state of knowing. Knowing, therefore, implies activity. Knowing without action can never fulfill itself. A thing known must be performed, must be done. A conviction held on the level of knowing must be applied. A code which we know to be right must be lived. The failure to transform these abstractions into practice deprives us of the experiential dimension of knowing. And this experiential part is the part which proves or disproves things held to be true. If in action, if in application, principles fail to operate, then we must assume that we are in error concerning the things which we believe. A man holding a certain attitude toward life, if he finds this attitude is not productive to better living, should reflect, and in all probability find that he has erroneously interpreted ideas which may in themselves be sound, but which he has misunderstood. Knowing, therefore, most of all implies a laboratory procedure, a process of trying all things and clinging unto that which is good. And that which is outward knowledge must be applied to our inward convictions, to the patterns of motivation within us. If the things which happen to us do not enrich our inner living, we have failed to accept them. And instead of knowledge, we have ended in opinion, prejudice, conceit, fantasy. Actually, if we wish to take an empirical position, which is present strongly in Eastern philosophy, any experience of any kind which does not advance our internal life has been misunderstood by us. Even though that experience may be tragic, may be disastrous, may be apparently unhappy in all of its parts, it has failed to fulfill its purpose if it has not contributed to our understanding of essential good. Now, this might appear to come very close to a platitudinous viewpoint, but either this statement is empirically true, or else the universe is meaningless. Either disasters have purpose, or they do not. If they have purpose in a universe ruled by good, that purpose must be good. And the end of all tragedy must be the support and enrichment of good. Thus, if our external occurrences have not enriched us, we are deficient in essential knowledge. If our internal attainments have not induced us to enrich our world and to profit others and to live well, then again, we have not justified the requirements of the principle of knowledge. The next thing to consider then is that knowledge per se, or in substance, in essence, in fact, implies two situations or conditions. One is the thing knowing, and the other is the thing known. Knowledge implies a knower. And knowledge consists of the enrichment of that knower, or the communication of fact to that knower. Thus, we have a twofold relation in life, which we like to term subject-object relationship. In our view of living, the knower is the subject. Knowledge is the object. The object of life, we feel, is to grow. To grow implies increase not only of form, but of knowing. Thus, in Western thinking, the knower is an accumulator. He is an existing being, a principle, a fact, a spiritual living substance, a self, capable of possessing knowledge, capable of accumulating knowledge, capable of remembering knowledge, and achieving a kind of growth through the enlargement of knowledge. so that we regard a person whose knowledge is greater as a person of larger stature and attainment. We consider, therefore, to apply the term wise to the individual is to signify attainments, and that such a person has the internal ornamentation of superior wisdom or learning. The subject-object relation is the cause of a considerable amount of philosophic debate. It brings many correlatives into action. Upon it other things depend, and it in turn depends upon interpretations of basic principles. So we assume for the moment, but we're not going to leave it there, but we will assume for the moment that each of us is a knower, and that each of us desires to know. The reason for this desire may differ with each individual. Some wish to know because they desire to be better. Some wish to know because they believe it gives them an advantage over others. Some seek knowledge in order to advance their material fortunes. Others to advance their inner beauty. But as the old adage says, knowledge is power. And it is assumed that the knower has certain advantages over an ignorant person. Advantages relating not only to his own security as an individual, but to his sphere of influence in world affairs and over the lives of other persons. Subject-object, therefore, can be extended into many spheres of activity, but always subject-object on the level of knowledge implies that there exists a being capable of knowing, and that there exists a world of phenomena capable of being known. Now, we all assume this and live without even attempting to define such a concept. We accept it. It is familiar to us all, rather through circumstances than through a formalization in terms of thought or philosophy. Now, this brings us into direct contact with the problem of the knower. Now, just what kind of a being is this that has within it the power to know? Is this a spiritual entity deposited somewhere in the mysterious vastnesses of the composite human being? Is this knower something that is individual, personal? Is each knower a separate entity? Must each knower, therefore, conquer for himself the mystery of things to be known? Is each individual growing alone? Is his struggle from beginning to end his own private battle against unknowing and toward the achievement of the state of complete knowing? If there is a knower within us, what is the substance of that knower? Is it mental? Is the mind the knower? We have come almost to consider the mind and the self as identical. And in a strange way, many of our Eastern brothers would agree with that, but not quite in the way that we would intend them to. Mind has within it what appears to be the center of intellection in the human composition. And it is believed that if consciousness has an inner vestment, a subtle body peculiarly suitable to its needs and responsive to its impulses, that this is the mind. Because we cannot conceive of a state of knowing apart from the mind and its physical instrument, the brain. We conceive knowing to arise largely from the impact of sensory perception upon the brain and its transference in or through the brain to some center of intellection. To the materialist, this center of intellection is a psychochemical process or structure within the brain itself. To the idealist, it is a separate entity, a being apart from brain and inhabiting it as a man might inhabit his house. But we do face one important consideration, that as far as human beings are concerned, man has no experience of knowledge apart from what he commonly terms the brain-mind formula or pattern. Thus he naturally and instinctively assumes that the mind is the source of his power to know, and that whatever may be the deeper implications of his consciousness, these deeper parts must depend upon the mind for testimony, and that the mind is their instrument, their peculiarly sensitized area by which they may receive phenomena, and also through which they may from within create patterns which may gradually be objectified through the mind and brain into the exterior life of the person. Thus the mind is a sort of two-way road leading both in and out, and along this road must travel those impulses which relate to internal or external knowledge. Now, is this a reasonable conclusion? Is this the true answer to the problem? What is the relation of mind to knowledge? And we come to a very basic formula, and we have evidence around us to sustain this concept. And it is to the effect that in some mysterious way, what we call the mind is insufficient for the essential purpose which we assume it was created to attain. The one thing that mind cannot give us is truth. This has been a perturbing situation from the beginning. The ordinary products of the mind we can see around us in what might be termed endless confusion. There is nothing in the world more common than mental conflict. Yet if mind has within it the power of the actual and factual possession of knowledge, then there should be an inevitable motion throughout all life, intelligent life, towards identity. If the mind had the power of rapid and immediate perception of realities, we could have very few differences, because we cannot assume that the inevitable diversity of opinion represents a diversity of fact. It cannot. In the religious world, for example, we have within the field of Christendom nearly 500 sects, each one of which feels that it possesses a peculiar authority, that its own interpretation is peculiarly correct. Now, something is obviously lacking, and the thing that is lacking must be the truth itself. Because if these possessed a truth, they would possess this in common. And about that which is known, there cannot be opinion. But about that which is unknown, there cannot be certainty. We live in a world which indicates that up to the present time at least, the intellectual equipment of man is incapable of bestowing certainty. If there was certainty, we would not have war. We would not have the endless divergence of opinion among the learned, the schooled, and the skilled. We might still suffer from the opinions of those without knowledge, but we would not find that those who increase in knowledge can still retain highly separate, highly antagonistic attitudes on the same subject. Thus, we must come to the conclusion that either the mind is incapable of the final experience of a reality, or else at this time in human evolution, the human being is not sufficiently advanced to make possible a common experience of mind. And therefore, by either definition, the mind is not immediately available for the solution of the basic problems of life. If the mind is not available, are we to assume, therefore, that these problems are unsolvable and must remain so until some future time, some infinite time to come, in which evolution, growth, unfoldment, education, or culture will so enrich man's inner faculties that he may possess this power of common agreement? There is a tendency, but a very slow and gradual one, for agreement to arise. And the evolution of man does indicate that on certain matters he is gradually attaining a more holistic perspective. But as yet, this is far from being sufficient to his needs. Now, in the West, emphasizing the Noah, we enter into an incredible cycle of individuation. We then conceive the human race to be composed of an infinite number of separate beings, each of whom must depend fundamentally and basically upon its own knowing power for its security in every department of living. We have learned that collective security does not result in individual security. We have learned that it is perfectly possible to be miserable in a prosperous and apparently harmonious environment. We find that the individual, regardless of his condition or his state, cannot escape the limitations imposed by his own character and disposition. If, therefore, this process of ultra-individualism continues to be the basis of a philosophy of life, the individual emerges indeed as a rugged, or more likely a ragged individual, one in whom the struggle for sufficiency must go on indefinitely. Now comes a further consideration. Assuming that this struggle does go on, assuming that in the infinite futurity of things, all these selves, all these knowers, will achieve to a state of sufficiency so that they can become completely self-secure units, what do we then have? Some will say the Golden Age. But we will have arrived at one of the most mysterious and disagreeable concepts conceivable to us if we think it true, and that is we would arrive at absolute static. Every individual sufficient for himself, sitting on his own doorstep, having answered all questions and solved all mysteries, and therefore probably having achieved in this process actual physical immortality, would sit there forever. Because he would then have no further to go. He would have achieved the fullness of his own capacity. And he would still be a person, with all the limitations of a person, unless there is some dimension that goes beyond his present thinking. So here we pause and come back again to the immediate situation. Object-subject. The subject man, the object knowing, or knowledge. And the next consideration which arises from this. If knowledge is legitimate, what is its purpose? And we conceive even for a moment the essential nature of the purpose of attaining a state of knowledge. We cannot assume, for example, that any definition which relates purely and simply to our material concerns can be sufficient. After all, does it make any great difference on the level of materialism whether a man dies a sage or an imbecile? What is the difference? He is just as dead in either case. Therefore, on a material level, his intelligence is valuable only as a community asset. It is valuable only to others and not to himself. Because wise or foolish, learned or unlettered, he must go down to the dust with all his kind. If we are not materialists and assume that there is a survival of consciousness beyond the mortal state in which we live, then the dimensions of knowledge open a little, but we are cursed with a new dilemma. If such is the case, and we are the citizens of a larger universe, and this is merely an interlude in our existence, then of what value is what we learn here when we leave here? Supposing we have mastered the intricacies of chemical gardening, are we going to assume that in the Elysian fields we will have any need for it? Supposing we have actually become the outstanding banker in our community, what will we do on the banks of the other shore? Suppose we have learned with great care and difficulty how to split an atom. Where will we use that knowledge? And the whole concept of knowledge, as we know it here, is limited entirely to a state in which our normal lifespan is 70 or 80 years. Now there are some, and this includes both Easterners and Westerners, who like to contemplate the doctrine of rebirth, who like to feel that there is a continuity of life not only in space but in this world, and that the individual may well use knowledge gained here at some future time. He may come back here. But assuming the present rate of progress, and assuming the philosophically accepted interval between embodiments, supposing we had died in the age of Charlemagne and had been born today, what would the knowledge and skill we had then do for us? If George Washington came back here today after an interval of only less than 200 years, what would his attainments in most departments mean to him? Assuming that which is obvious, namely that most of the things that we do today will be obsolete within a century, that most of our most boasted discoveries will be reversed in 200 years, or will be so far advanced by that time that our knowledge concerning them today would seem little more than infantile. Here again, it looks like we're wasting a great deal of time. Because if we do not do something to housing, banking, and related matters within the next couple of thousand years, by which our present standards are obsolete, we will have made very little of progress in some very important fields. So we cannot assume that the knowledge of particulars here again through the processes of training will be too valuable to us. And experience also seems to indicate that these very forms of knowledge must be relearned in any event upon embodiment, because we have very few instances known, if any, in which a court stenographer of the Roman Empire was born with a shorthand book in his hand or with any greater facility to learn the subject than the average person. So here again, the problem rests. But the philosopher might go a little further. He might be hitting a little closer to the truth. He might say, yes, that is true of banking and stenography. It is true of chemistry and art, and literature and music. But is it true of morality? Does the ethical standard of man survive? Is honesty going to be any different 2,000 years from now? Is integrity going to be any different? It may be applied in different ways, but is the principle of the power of the individual to weigh all things and cling unto that which is good, does that change? Is there any real difference between Greek or Roman honesty and American honesty? Is there any difference between Hindu idealism of the days of the Vedas and modern idealism? Have these changing times anything to do about man's internal capacity to adjust and therefore to survive? Let's accept that for a moment and think about it. Let us grant it. Let us grant that there may be a kind of ethical knowledge. A kind of knowledge resulting from the enrichment of character, from the enlargement of understanding, from the generosity of spirit. There's that kind of knowledge might have a survival value. It might have a survival value here. And it might have a survival value somewhere else in case man has an immortality apart from here. Assuming man's survival as a conscious being, the only things that can be valuable to him in a different state are principles within his own consciousness, which must be applicable to any state in which a reasonable creature can exist. That's a delightful thought. Then why does it happen that in the 80 or 70 years we live here, we receive every kind of knowledge except that kind of knowledge? And that every effort is made to make us into good bankers and brokers, but it is only by a desperate effort of our own, accompanied by privation and reverse, that we are able to attain to the kind of knowledge that might have a survival significance. Why are these surviving possibilities ignored almost completely throughout our educational system, except in certain sectarian departments? Knowledge, then, must be considered as of two kinds. That by which we can live well here, and that by which we might hope to live well forever. And that knowledge by which we might live well forever anywhere must, on the level of philosophy, have precedence over that which is only useful under certain conditions and at certain times. And there are probably persons here who have been forced in midstream to change their ways of life because the arts, crafts, trades, or sciences with which they were acquainted in their youth and for which they prepared themselves have no longer any vitality. It's like a friend of mine who spent the second half of his life moaning over the fact that he was probably the best buggy whip manufacturer in the country. All the years nobody wanted any buggy whip. So it has been a matter of often readapting education to the changes within a lifetime, let alone within the great changes of history. But we begin to see a residue of knowledge here that seems to have a permanent significance. And this knowledge goes deeper and deeper into ourselves and relates primarily to these great principles which must have validity wherever beings with a consciousness such as our own have an existence. If this consciousness does not exist or does not survive, then there is no validity to any point in this argument. But if it does survive and does have an existence, and the individual continues, there is one thing reasonably evident, that if he exists at all, he must get along with himself. We do not know who else he may have to get along with. But if he survives, he must get along with himself. And up to now, that has been one of the most difficult programs that the human being has been faced by. Because everything that we learn teaches us to get along with someone else. Not that we do that very well in most cases. That is where the training is emphasized. The object-subject problem carries us a little further. Subject, as Noah, must confront a tremendous mystery and must sometimes contemplate the incredible panorama of that which must be known. We think that some humans are rather smart, but actually in the presence of the unknown, we are all fools together. With all the attainments that we have made, we have not even lifted the fringe of the unknown. And as we proceed further, we come nearer and nearer to bewilderment, because the vastness of the universal plan is simply beyond our comprehension as beings. Even if we continued for countless aeons of constant and industrious discovery, we would still be faced by the unknown. And we would come nearer and nearer to the realization that there is a mysterious dark wall that divides the known from the unknown. And any subject on the level of the objective, which we follow long enough and trace carefully enough, goes slowly towards this dark wall and disappears. The noumenal side of existence, the source of things, the causes for things, the reasons for things, are never immediately available to us. We may observe manifestations, but the nature of the manifesting power is eternally elusive. We have no ability. We can divide matter until matter disappears. And yet when it has disappeared, nothing has been lost except our ability to find it. So we are constantly in the presence of effects, which as we trace them to their causes, seem to disappear and leave not a rack behind. Yet these causes and these causes alone are solutional in the level of knowledge. For without the knowledge of cause, all men are ignorant. Now then, can the knower know cause? That's a very large question. And upon that, we must pause for a moment to consider the relation of the knower to cause. Assuming cause as a supreme fact, and assuming cause to possess within itself the potential of all effect, we must come to the conclusion that if there is anything in the universe that knows all, that thing must be totality itself. Nothing else can. No part can ever know all. Therefore, if there is an all-knowing resident in existence anywhere, that all-knowing reposes in the all-being. And from that all-knowing and that all-being must proceed those things which can be known and which in themselves possess quality and dimension. If, therefore, there is a plan, and this creation is the unfoldment of that plan, then the only power or being possessing the full and complete knowledge of the plan is the planner itself. The parts can never know, because no part can ever know more than itself. because the moment it retires to the source of its own existence and becomes identical with self-knowledge, it has reached the termination of its own identity. So all-knowing must depend upon an all-knower. And an all-knower must be totality. Must have within itself the capacity of complete existence. And that this complete existence may be regarded as knowing or unknowing is a tremendous question. Is this complete existence to be defined as the all-conscious? Or is it to be defined as the unconscious? In other words, does the root of existence so completely transcend knowing that totality is superior to knowing, therefore has an existence apart from knowing, and consequently, whatever its state may be, it is remote even from knowing. Man creates the term unconscious to describe the root of his own or the collective consciousness. But whether he is using this term to mean that which is unconscious or that of which he is unconscious is another large question. Like the small boy who took the attitude, I don't see it, therefore it isn't. Is this term really indicative of anything known, or is it merely indicative of our own desperate effort to define an abstraction? Now, if we assume a totality at the root of existence, and follow certain Eastern systems of thinking, we are going to come to the conclusion that totality is superior to knowing. Therefore, that knowing is a dependency upon totality. And for that reason, knowing can never know totality, because it is inferior to it, or posterior to it in concatenated descent. There was an ancient Babylonian formula, or Chaldean also, which says that each thing may be known by that which is anterior to itself, but cannot be known by that which is posterior to itself. In other words, a larger may know all of its parts, but no part may know all of the larger part of which it is a part. Therefore, superior natures may know inferiors, but inferiors may not know superiors. And we use knowing now in the sense of fact by experience, or by actual identification. Thus, the possibility that man is not so foolish as he sounds when he says, my house, my hands, my eyes, my body, my mind. That mind is a possession. Mind is something like a body, but is not to be considered as identical with that which possesses, or that which divides, or that which claims proprietorship through anterior order, or through superior state. So assuming for thus the moment, as we seem to have to assume in Eastern philosophy, that totality alone can be all awareness. And also assuming or accepting that which we must accept, namely that we are not going to arrive at a valid definition of totality, because we are not going to be the little fish that could swallow the ocean. We cannot understand that which is infinitely beyond us. Therefore, we are not going to define totality. We are merely going to reason about it. Perfectly aware, as Buddha pointed out, that our reasoning probably will be higher foolishness. But at the same time, may contribute something to a perspective. This totality, if it be, and if it be the cause of a universe manifesting infinite wisdom, infinite law, infinite life, infinite mind, infinite love, and infinite diversity of harmonic form and proportion, from all that is knowable, from all that is visible, from all that is tangible and to be experienced by man, we derive the grand concept of a universe which is manifesting a supreme skill, a supreme artistry, a supreme sufficiency in the forces by which it was fashioned, by which it is maintained, and by which it unfolds through infinity. Thus, while we cannot define the nature of this infinite, we can become negatively conscious that some of its attributes are in themselves so sublime, so completely sufficient, so transcendent in the manifestations of their power, their integrity, and their validity, that we cannot but assume that the source of these things must in itself be a summation of the known and the unknown in terms of an infinite splendor. Thus, by negative approach, we come to the conclusion that totality is deficient in nothing. That is, to use the Pythagorean term, that it is superabundant in all things. That it is the eternal fountain from which flows everything conceivable. And all of these outpourings, themselves orderly, complete, systematic, sufficient, glorious, beautiful, and good. If this be true, which our limited perspective seems to imply, then we can apperceive but dimly, but still we can sense the infinite, limitless power at the root of existence, and have certain confidence, certain assurance that the cause is no less than its effect, and that as we see but part of the effect and are overwhelmed thereby, that the totality must be inconceivable. Now, with this situation rather firmly set in our minds, the knower discovers that it may possess knowledge of things less than itself, but it cannot possess knowledge of that which is greater than itself. It can orient its own place in a pattern of parts, but it cannot experience the wholeness of these parts, because it is not all of them. Therefore, as it exists in part, therefore it must think in part, reason in part, hope in part, and believe in part. This means, as the Chaldeans so wonderfully explained it, that man may possess inferiors, but that forever and eternally superiors possess him. And this is an interesting consideration. The dog may own his own fleas, but the man owns the dog, and the dog will never own his master. Therefore, in medicine, the human being may own his house, he may try to own his relatives, he may attempt to own his business, but he can never own his world. And this is true both of his inner world and his outer world. And those who have tried to conquer the world have found to their grief that the only thing that man who wants the earth will ever get will be the 6 feet of it that fall in his grave. Now, if we think in these terms, let's see what this implies. Let's think through this thought for a moment. A man may know that which is inferior to himself, but must only be known by that which is superior to himself. This becomes his relationship between God and nature, between which man stands, as Goethe says, twixt heaven and earth, dominion weakly. Man may unfold the pageantry of his socialized existence on a material plane. But as he turns inward, he turns towards superior. And his relationship with his own origin is always a negative relationship, whereas his relationship to the things over which he has authority is a positive relationship. Now, in our Eastern thinking, for a moment, we work with this thought considerably. That man may possess knowledge, but he must be possessed by truth. That he cannot possess it because it is greater than he is. And the individual can no more possess that which is greater than he is than he can eat a meal which is larger than his own body. He must, therefore, in his relationship to superiors and inferiors, recognize that his approach to superiors is through the gradual development of receptive powers, whereas his relation to exteriors is justified and maintained through the gradual development of objective, aggressive powers. Man can never be aggressive toward the infinite. He can never take the kingdom of heaven by storm. He can never force himself into a superior state of being, nor can he force his own entity above a level on which such entities have their natural existence. So subject-object relationship is subject to a sudden twist. And the individual who says, I am the subject and life is the object, is referring downward into objectivity. When he turns back and refers upward into subjectivity, he says, I am the object and it is the subject. In other words, the knower subjectively is not himself, because he is one of the things that the knower can know, but he can never know the knower. Thus his relationship is turned, and instead of being positive to an environment that is negative, he suddenly finds that he is negative to an environment that is positive. His spiritual salvation, therefore, depends upon the fact that he is known, not the fact that he knows. This is the root of mysticism. Because mysticism is man entering into a receptive relationship to superiors. Now, we do not mean by receptive negative. We do not mean that the individual gradually becomes a non-entity. But we do mean a disciplined receptivity.
disciplined receptivity depends on something, and here's where your disciplines in this yoga become important. You've all known people who were being forever moved by some quaint impulses from within themselves. These impulses have led them from one infirmity to another. They have also perhaps developed spiritistic tendencies and are being controlled by anything from a pendulum to a Ouija board. These individuals are receptive enough to please anyone, but they are not receptive in the philosophical sense of the word. They are just plain negative. They have chosen to permit themselves to become a vacuum, and as a result have gradually accumulated the trash that was floating around in space. This does not mean the things that we intend to imply. The individual passing along his way of life moves from one level to another. It would be inconceivable that a child who is 2 years old could enter into a state of divine expectancy, close his eyes, and become 18 years old. We would be very, very much upset if anything like that occurred. Because before he can be 18, he must be 17, 16, 15, 14, and so on, year by year. Before internally he can gradually ascend to a condition superior to his present state, he must fulfill his present state, and not avoid it, or evade it, or believe that he can. He does not, therefore, fulfill the requirements of a disciplined existence by reverting to a primitive state. We might almost say that there is here the difference between childishness and childlikeness, which is a great difference. Small people are childish. Great sages are often childlike in their simplicity, their humility, their gentleness. The tremendous development of faith and beauty in them. They have certainly moved from a most unsophisticated condition through a sophisticated world and have restored their own unsophisticated internal. They have grown through confusion back again into integration. And in integration they have found peace, security, and a childlike faith in the reality of things. They have passed from not knowing through partial knowing to a kind of knowing, which does not imply any degree of sophistry, such as we know in education or culture today. So that the disciplines involved are that the individual shall grow, shall form out of his objective life the pedestal for his subjective life. And that for him, while he is in this world, or while he is part of this cycle of existences, cannot safely proceed to the most sacred laws and practices until he has fulfilled. He must fulfill the law and the prophets and not destroy them. Of knowing. But it does so in a manner that leaves no weakness or insecurity, and also by discipline relieves the human being of one intensely dangerous reflex, and that is fantasy. Until fantasy is conquered, every spiritual discipline of man is a danger to him. Inasmuch as fantasy can and usually is mistaken for an advanced state of knowing. Fantasy exists as long as the various departments of man's personality are undeveloped. As long as the human being is selfish, he can fall into fantasy and does. As long as he is egocentric, he is suffering not only from hallucination, but the danger of many errors and many phantoms arising in his experience. While he is capable of anger, he is capable of error. The moment the individual finds that he has reached the extremity of his own temperance, he has reached the circumference of his own safety. That is terribly important. Man living from within himself and planning and preparing for a superior kind of existence reminds me a little bit of the writings of the French transcendentalist Eliphas Levi. This priest, who took the Kabbalistic name of Levi, said that the astral light, which is so important in certain mystical things, is a beautiful garden of wonderful flowers, each one with a poisonous serpent twisted around the stem. This is the fool's paradise, and the only paradise the fool can ever inhabit. It is the paradise of wishing. It is the paradise of mystery and imagining. It is the paradise of fantasy. It is where the individual finds it possible to validate anything he hopes for, wishes for, or believes in. But every wish, every hope turns upon him, and he discovers that its beauty conceals a poison. So, the development of consciousness requires and demands discipline. And the purpose of Jnana Yoga is to achieve this integrity and security in relation to knowing. It is the individual coming finally to the experience that his own belief that he knows is the great illusion which he faces. And that as long as that illusion remains, he is insecure. And that as long as he believes that with his own egocentric, polarized entity, he is capable of the ultimate attainment of knowledge, he is also going to fall under the fantasy that he today and at this hour knows more than he does. That everything that we do is moved largely from opinion, and that opinion is the falsest form of foundation. But before then, he can go on to the disciplines which may lead to the higher phases of his subject. He must free himself from the illusion of false knowledge, and the illusion that knowledge can be possessed by him. This is a long road, and what we call learning is the gradual discovery that we do not know. Now, in line with the thought that we had last week, friends have suggested that about this time in the talk, we give everybody a 5-minute stretch. How many folks would think that's a good idea? All right, let's have a 5-minute stretch and then go on. Everybody can get out. This is a good point. Now, how about it, Frank Gilbert is gone? Yeah. We have a tape recorder, so because we want to keep the records on these, so that's why I nodded the back to get permission to see. This is a good point to bring, because it gives us the turning point between this and certain positive expressions which we want to consider.
Now, we've already mentioned this problem of the divided self. The self in each person struggling desperately to know what is in everyone else and ending by not even knowing what's in himself. This is the patent dilemma. Well, it occurs to those who are a little bit thoughtful, perhaps, that assuming that we should find out all there is to know about ourselves, we would still be in a poverty-stricken state unless this also gave us a dimension of extending consciousness to something outside of ourselves. It really makes very little difference what we do with the prison as long as we stay in it and the door is still locked. We may allow it to remain a hovel, or we may make a palace out of it. But we are still captives. We are still held within the most dangerous pattern in the world, and that is utter isolation. The only possible solution, then, to the significance of consciousness, even for the average person, is that through it he can experience something beyond himself. Now, to experience something beyond himself, he has to assume that his consciousness extends beyond himself. And he attempts to approach this problem on the level of parapsychology or on such experiments as telepathy and things of that nature, by means of which it seems possible that he may experience something beyond himself. But study your records in your parapsychology work, and you will find that it is perfectly possible by telepathy to exchange the spots on a dice or the figures on a deck of cards. But there have been no reports by parapsychology of an individual actually experiencing the consciousness of anything else. So that hasn't proved the answer. And it probably will remain a blind alley. Because we're still dealing only with a magnetic field and the possibility of mental transference of image, which is not unknown and has been practiced for thousands of years. But there again, this does not unlock the door to man's unification as a conscious experience of being. Now, if we wish to assume for the moment a Platonic position, and to begin with the concept of totality, and to recognize that totality represents one knowing power, and infinitely diversified but undivided, we may begin to get nearer to something. There is the old description that comes in both Eastern and Western literature of the man who put his fingers through the holes in the curtain. And the man on the outside said, "I see 5 fingers," but the man behind said, "I see 1 hand." And that is one of the problems. We see on the outside, on the phenomenal side, separate parts that we are beginning to apperceive as a rational necessity. That these parts are the members of one thing larger than the totality of themselves and including all these parts. In your Eastern concept of yoga, therefore, selves, conscious entities, are recognizable as parts of a totality greater than themselves. And here's another important thing. The fact that the individual looks at himself does not mean that he experiences himself. Therefore, the individual may say, "I am a spiritual being. I am eternal. I am immortal. I am part of something greater than myself." But still, because of the position which he takes in actually making these statements, he cannot experience the thing he states. He's blocked by the fact that these are the phenomenal observations of his own unit of intelligence. Consequently, he is not experiencing these things. He is merely affirming them intellectually. He can say, "I am part of God," but that does not convey to him the experience of God. Nor does it convey to him the actual proof of the statement that he himself has made. It is an affirmation, not a realization. not an inner experience of being. Beginning consequently with the concept of totality and moving downward, we come to the basic problem of what constitutes the essential nature of totality. And here, as I have said, we are merely using words. We do not know whereof we speak. But we have certain internal apperception of some phase, some fringe of what we mean. There is something there, whether we're able to integrate it in our own idea or not. And the thing that we intuitively or inspirationally know or believe with great conviction and intensity is that this totality consists of the absolute unity, not only of things visible, but of principles invisible, of energies, of qualities, of emotions, of thoughts, of ideals, of dreams, of aspirations, of every conceivable and inconceivable function of this mysterious and elusive thing called consciousness. Therefore, essentially, this totality represents more than what we would term cosmic consciousness, more than what we would call the infinite or the absolute in our religious, theological understanding of such terms, more than the term God as we use it in a sectarian way. It represents something which transcends even the concept of being as creature or as a separate and recognizable entity. It is no longer God sitting up somewhere. It is no longer law moving from some radiant center. It is no longer a spiritual sun shining in a celestial firmament. It is beyond all of these things. And we conceive of it as boundless, definitionless, limitless, and all-pervading, all-diffusing allness, deficient in nothing conceivable to creatures. This in itself then becomes, to a strange way, or in a strange way, a vast ocean, an incredible space sea. In the Old Testament, in the old Jewish writings, in Genesis, it is said that the waters which were above the firmament were divided from the waters which are beneath the firmament. And the waters above the firmament were called in the old rabbinical law the Shemayim. And this was the infinite, all-permeating sea of light. It was everything. It was the infinite spirit matter, the infinite space-time, the infinite life substance, the infinite consciousness intellect, and yet infinite, boundless, and thereby definitionless. For that which is not with definition of form or kind cannot be defined by thought or word. It is therefore an all-permeating, all-pervading totality of life. So what would be said, what could we say concerning the mood of this? How is it to be experienced? Totally experienced, we probably do not know. Because even the greatest mystic, even the greatest saint and sage in his samadhi or in his trance, the greatest mystic in his apatheistic ecstasy, cannot be said with certainty to have experienced the totality of it. He has come so close to something that he has been overwhelmed by it. But he cannot be said to have permeated to its core or to its infinite completeness. He has touched it, and already he is consumed. he has never known, as far as we can conceive, the totality of this thing. Because with the equipment and the power that we have, even the breadth of it is almost more than we can conceive. Yet this totality, this infinite and complete unity of all objectivity and subjectivity, of all content and capacity, this thing which Böhme calls bis and abyss, nothing and all, time and eternity, this tremendousness of reality must also be conceived as this complete all-fullness of the thing which we term consciousness. But here again we are using a very definite term wrongly, because it is a diffusion of eternal reality rather than an awareness of something. And this diffusion of eternal self-knowing reality has been represented by an incredible symbolic deity, forever in a state of meditation upon itself, and forever releasing creation internally through an experience of will and yoga. Something by which existence comes into being within it by its will, by its own nature. And it remains forever in meditation. And its meditation is creation. And existence is a mood of this eternal existence itself. And theoretically, in the old sacred books, we are told that if the meditating being arouses itself, then creation is dissipated, because it exists only as the dream within the eternity of the eternal dreamer. It is something that is a little too elusive for us, especially in the West. It gets to be too subjective for us to be able to follow it adequately. Now, there's one more quality of this that was mentioned, however, and that is, to use a phrase used by Gabriel Watts, this being is indeed the all-pervading. It is something which is neither here nor there, but is everywhere, always. It is no further from the individual than himself. It is within him, around him. And so he likes to think when he says, I am here and I am surrounded by these qualities, or I am permeated by them. The sea rises and falls in relation to me, flowing through me. Actually, this is not quite the correct perspective. What really happens is that this is forever there and here. And it is this in which we live and move and have our existence. And it is the reality and we are the dream. There was an old Chinese book I found at one time that pointed out that when the gods created man, they gouged holes in space, and that these holes have been walking around ever since. And man is the vacuum, and space is the infinite fullness. And man is the vacuum because he has closed his consciousness to the light of which he is a part. He has shut out the infinite, and therefore is a hole in it. But while this might be crude also, there is a philosophic point here for the thoughtful. Thus, actually and factually, time and infinity occupy the same place at the same time. Man and the infinite are in eternal identification with each other as far as displacement is concerned. That which separates the finite from the infinite is not distance, but qualitative interval. And this is a kind of a fourth, fifth, or sixth dimension, really, so if you wish to so define it. This interval is actually an interval within man, an interval of isolation created by his own concept of existence. In Eastern thinking, not only by one life, but by many lives, and by the constant impact of phenomena, man falls under an hypnosis, a spell, a glamour. And that spell, or hypnosis, or glamour, relates to the illusion of selfhood. To man, the important thing is himself. To the universe, the important thing is the universe. The universe, the tremendous spiritual universe, is the reality, not man. And the human being, gradually unfolding and growing, comes ultimately to the realization that the reality in himself is not a unit, but is the presence of a universal reality. That this universal reality, in its own substance, has never been divided. Therefore, that men may be many outwardly, and many mentally, many emotionally, many egoistically, but in their root and substance they are one. And they are not only one with their own kind, but one with every kind and one with space. That if we can, theoretically, penetrate deeply enough into the person, we move backward through personality to individuality to universality. Thus, that as our objectivity reveals us as many, our subjectivity leads us ultimately, inevitably, to the fact of unity. That this unity is not the ability of the individual to understand his friend alone. This unity is the individual's inevitable participation in the state of allness. Now, this state of allness transcends selfness, oneness as we think of it, because we now come upon a Pythagorean problem, which is interesting for us for just a moment, and that is the consideration of the concept of one. Now, Pythagoras said there is a one which is the archetype of the first. There is the monad, or complete unity, which is the archetype of the all. So one may be first, or it may be all. One is unity, which is the ultimate recognition of the wholeness of things apparently divided. So one may be the all or the first. And when the one stands by itself, it can also be I, which is selfhood. But as Pythagoras defined it, God as one is not only the first, but the all. So totality is unity. And this unity Pythagoras called the monad, because it is one. So that the individual has the experience of oneness, not only as identity, but as unity. Not only the first, but the all. Not only the sum of parts, but the totality, which is a concept superior to the sum of parts. Here, then, as we get back again to the East Indian concept of the thing, we have the individual whose actual existence is that he is rooted in totality. He is not part of it. He's not a little piece of it. He's not the northeast corner of it. And as he moves in toward it, he does not move into a totality. he moves into totality itself. He does not become one with something. He becomes the totality of that thing. The individual, therefore, as he approaches totality, must ascend gradually through division. And he must transcend the concept that these units which he has termed himself are parts of a totality. Because the totality itself is not partial. It is as though you took a black curtain and you made many small pinholes in it and put one light behind. On the other side, each light would be a separate light. And the philosopher might say, yes, but they are all rays of one light. That would be good. But there is something beyond that. We can simply leave out the rays part. They are the one light. They are not its extensions, they are not its manifestations, they are not its conditions, they are not little pieces of it, they are it. So, the central sense of I-ness in man is simply a little hole punched in the infinite, in this darkness. And what he sees, he calls himself. But actually, it is not a fragment of a greater self. It is not a part of it. It is not an individual spark from the eternal flame. That is a good figure of speech, but you have to understand it, or that will lead to a mistake. It is a very poetic statement if understood correctly. Because this totality, it doesn't even cast off sparks. It is always all present, everywhere, forever. And the reason why it appears to have separateness is because on the objective plane, the vehicles of its manifestation have what appears to be a separate existence, without the realization that they exist because of this complete unity, and that their life belongs to it. So gradually we come to the concept that in the totality of things there is one body, creation. And whether it's the ant, or the man, or the planet, or the star, there is one body. And what we call body appears to be a number of forms because we can move in and around the parts of them, but the totality of form is a unit in itself. There is one mind. This mind is broken up, apparently, through the phenomena of human mind-brain association, so that we seem to all have separate minds. There is one emotion, but we all seem to have separate feelings. But these feelings are the conditionings by matter and ignorance of one emotion. We have one consciousness. But because of the differences in the vessels into which consciousness flows, we apparently have different kinds of consciousness. The Zen Buddhists have a way of explaining that is rather nice. They use the concept of a great stream of water to represent this infinite consciousness. So a man takes a round vessel and fills it with this water, and he holds it in his hand and says, "Behold, the water is round." Another man comes with a square vessel, fills it, says, "No, water is square." And another man comes with a long, thin pipe and fills that, and he says, "No, water is a long, thin pipe." In other words, the concept is that this universal reality appears to take the likeness of the forms which hold it. And wherever the diversity of forms appears, we are inclined to assume that these forms define the proportions, dimensions, and attributes of this principle, when actually they do not. The motion of this principle causes it, therefore, to be susceptible of being described as an insect, as a bird, as a blade of grass. But none of these descriptions define that principle itself. And in each kingdom of life, in each way of life, there are symbols which are apparently the manifestos of life. But the life itself is one. The root is one. The inevitable energy is one. And this energy, differentiating on levels of consciousness, intelligence, force, represents first unities of these things within its own sovereignty. Being it all. The totality of consciousness is a manifestation of being. The totality of intelligence, or mind, intellect, is a manifestation of being. The totality of force is a manifestation of being. Consciousness, intelligence, and force are a triune aspect of being, at the base of an infinite diversity of trinities and triads and the Trinitarian doctrines of all kinds. But these three themselves, consciousness, intelligence, and force, are again merely appearances, forms, modifications of that which is all of them and is itself also totality, continuum. So in its pure totality, being is the absolute, indivisible completeness, deficient in nothing, that is required or possible in an infinite manifestation of its own nature. Man, going into himself then, has to move inevitably as an experience of consciousness backward or inward toward source. This is his only home. The only way home is back into source. If he continues to go out objectively into phenomena, he can go out to the furthest reaches of space, but he will still be imprisoned, because he can never escape by extending himself on a level. And on the level of matter, he can go to the end of time, but he will never escape matter. Therefore, he will never find reality. He must recognize that the ladder of faculties and powers which he has within himself must be climbed by himself toward his own source. And that the only way out of ignorance is toward reality. And the only place that reality is accessible to the individual immediately is through the release of his own internals, his own internal powers. Here is his immediate participation in the infinite. Through discipline, therefore, he is taught to overcome one by one the negatives, by means of which he is held to a state of Maya or illusion. He is taught to discriminate values, first on very simple levels. He is taught to choose more wisely his interests and activities. He is instructed in penetrating by degrees the illusion of phenomena, which is the illusion of separateness. He is taught that every time that he discovers a common ground, he has made a symbolical approach to truth. That wherever he overcomes a prejudice, he has stated a reality. Wherever he has removed conflict between himself and another person, he has stated a reality. wherever he has synthesized diversified knowledge within his own nature, has found common denominators for ideas and opinions variously held, wherever he has found a link between his own profession and the work of another man, wherever he has found a common ground between the contentions of one creed and the pretensions of another, wherever he has gradually gained the skills to experience unities, where previously he beheld only diversities, to this degree he begins a gradual series of affirmations by action, statements by conduct, moved by conviction, toward realities. Wherever, for any reason, he divides things now united, he is adding to the illusion. So knowledge has as its primary purpose in him, its daily purpose, the overcoming of ignorance. And the overcoming of ignorance is essentially the overcoming of diversity. Diversity, the recognition of the so-called reality of divided parts, is ignorance. Ignorance is based upon the inability to bridge. The ignorant man lacks bridges between himself and life, between himself and others, between himself and the prevailing opinions, knowledge, doctrines, ideas, beliefs of his time. He therefore improves himself in order that he may understand. And understanding is again an experience of unity, often through sympathy. Understanding, knowledge, then, has as its internal primary, its great purpose, this demonstration of identities, the proving through experience of sovereign realities larger than parts, and solving any problem of parts by discovering the superior unity which controls them. A man studies an art or science. He cannot proceed long before he realizes that the arts and sciences are part of one thing. He studies science, then he studies philosophy, then he studies religion. But ultimately he learns that these are three names for one essential principle. As knowledge increases, he discovers the identities of these three and their integrity as elements of a unit or of a larger design. So he discovers that above religion, science, and philosophy is the over-concept of truth itself. That they are dimensions or extensions of the idea of truth on a level of illusion or imperfect mind. So his search for knowledge is always rewarded by the experience of unity. Now, on the emotional level, the experience of unity can produce the phenomenon of love. Because love arises from the recognition of values, from an experience toward decentralization of self. There can be no real love unless there is a bridging between self-purpose and service to another creature. Therefore, love is the giving of self to another. It is a departure from self. It is an escape from isolation, which is a term for selfhood. Love, therefore, is the recognition of the good in another. It is the service of that good in another. It is the dedication of personal energy, power, to an impersonal or non-personal objective, the service of another. Therefore, it helps to break down egocentricity. If it is possessive, it tries to draw the object of its affection, and in so doing instantly ceases to be loved. Because love cannot possess. Where there is possession, there is passion, but there cannot be love. So love becomes again a unifying power. We say, love your neighbor, love your enemy. To love must come with understanding. And understanding is breaking down false barriers which have been built between identities, things substantially indivisible, artificially divided by the ignorance in man himself. So everything that tends toward the recognition of unity is an advancement of learning. So we go gradually against the stream. For remember, in the Western world, we have made the great pattern of specialization by breaking up unity. We are paying for that in our psychology of life. We are paying for the glorification of fragments by gradually becoming more and more fragmentary as a civilization and less able to unite, cooperate, or work together for any common objective. We are producing people who think only of their own advantage. That is the end of social unity. And when society ceases to be a wholeness, it dies. For society is a unity and an experiencing unity. And society depends for its survival upon the good of the whole, being elevated above the rights of the individual, yet under a lawful and proper order. Man approaching the mysteries of consciousness must also think in terms of the good of the whole, unity, above the advantage of the divided parts. So he proceeds, and knowledge continues to increase in him as an experience of identities. For this is essential knowledge. It's nice to learn to speak Greek. It's very pleasant to learn to square the circle or trisect the angle. But essential knowledge is the constant pushing toward the recognition of unity. That is essential knowledge. On any and all levels, it causes the individual to ascend to the experience of a totality of some kind. And every totality is a miniature of the universal one. Every totality is a symbol of infinite unity. So that which lives in the approach to totality is living perpetually in a state of worship. Whereas that which lives in a sense of fragmentation is living perpetually in a state of blasphemy, in the discrediting of the divine power, the perverting of its agencies, the misuse of its principles. Knowledge, then, is always moving toward this unity. Not on an intellectual level, but gradually on an experiential level. The individual is learning to become aware of unity. He is becoming, therefore, aware of something which has an existence. And he is also becoming aware of something which, as his awareness increases, he realizes to be greater than himself. Now, the individual does not hesitate, usually, to acknowledge the existence of a power superior to himself. But he lives as though it did not exist. He lives as though any power superior to himself was little better than an interference. Actually, the gradual experience of unity causes man, by degrees, to become aware of the sovereign unity, and to see in each of the united patterns like a magnificent crystal or a snowflake, which is a perfectly orderly unity, the dynamic symbols of infinite unity. That each unit, each thing which is a completeness in itself, is a seal, as Bainey called it, the signaturum rerum, the great, real, positive seal of the infinite. And that reality stamps itself upon all wholeness. and that all wholeness participates in its experience. And that therefore man, to experience as far as he can absolute unity, must achieve this experience through the totality of himself. Now the totality of himself can imply several things, but essentially it implies the gradual unfoldment of his own potentials, so that there is no longer any deficit or deficiency in his parts by which fragmentation is perpetuated. For where there is something that is strong and something else that is weak, there cannot be unity. So that if man has many faculties, uses half of them, and does not use the other half, he cannot have the experience of totality. Totality is the experience of its own nature. And when the individual, through the extension of his knowledge, through the gradual ascent of his consciousness, gradually eliminates the error from the compound, he finally arrives at the summit of his own potential. And then ascending that summit and reaching that summit, which is also the end of knowledge, he finds that the only thing that remains now as an illusion is himself as the observer of all other things. That between him and the infinite, there remains only his own determination to see or examine the infinite and to know it. And that as long as this interval remains, he is not in a state of identity. Therefore, the yogas lead to the gradual diminution of this sense of the subject-object. And the individual, having achieved gradually nearer and nearer to unity, discovers on a vast scale that which he experiences first on a simple and human scale. We say in daily living that the happy man is the one who forgets himself. That is also true of the great achievement of yoga. The sublime man, the illumined man, the individual capable of the infinite experience of illumination and identification, is the person who has forgotten himself. And in having forgotten himself, has become susceptible of or capable of the infinite experience of being. So as self-forgetfulness turns us from our small sorrows to more useful living, so the supreme act of self-forgetfulness makes available to man the complete re-identification of himself with undivided being. Now, the individual says, I dive into the ocean and I am lost. We do not know that that is so. We know, however, that the individual approaches an undefinable state of absolute transcendency. That he finds all attributes as he knows them, as he knew them, ceases. But with this also comes an incredible sense of infinite security. It comes a complete and total acceptance of totality. And something that we cannot understand until through growth and experience we have come nearer to it. And that is that the individual who gives up himself for reality has given up nothing. Because he had nothing to give up in the first place. But he had a long time trying to do it. And that therefore, at the end, instead of being a little self absorbed in the sea, he is actually the dreamer who has awakened. The only trouble is, he has no concept of what that waking state is. the only thing that he can conceive of is that he has passed from a state of seeming to a state of being. And because everything that he knows and thinks about has been part of a dream, he is afraid to awake. And because he has no concept of what lies beyond, he considers that waking is annihilation. But there is no evidence that such is the case. For waking is total experience of consciousness. And the individual who joins this consciousness and becomes aware of and immediately diffused in totality lies not at unconsciousness but all consciousness. And in all consciousness, the individual becomes not a God, but God. Therefore, becomes identical with the infinite life, wisdom, love, law. And as this moves all things and is the root of all consciousness, it cannot be said to be oblivion. It is a transcendent state from which man has no available definition. But it can only arise as gradually the illusion dies through the disciplines of knowledge. And through knowledge, man comes finally to know that which is desirable. And in achieving this end, he gathers the resources of his nature for the final decision to awaken. And this final decision brings him into something not knowable by knowledge, but which he could not attain without the experience of knowledge to lead him, guide him, direct him, and in various ways protect him from the illusions and the compounding illusions which come in man's questing. So this, in substance, is all we can do tonight, for the time is up. And we'll have to save the further consideration of this and other problems for a discussion on Raja Yoga. This evening we have a rather large subject on our hands. We will have to get into it as quickly and basically as possible. We have been discussing the Indian system of yoga, and we have been attempting to point out that the entire system, like that of Neoplatonism among the Alexandrian Greeks, arises from the conviction that it is possible for the human being to unfold faculties and powers not generally recognized or available. This, to a great degree, distinguishes the ancient and the modern concepts of learning. For in the modern concept, man may unfold powers, but only through the extension of his temporal knowledge. In the East, the individual is taught that he can unfold himself through the investigation of his own internal life and the gradual ordering of it by certain specific disciplines. Raja Yoga is properly called the princely discipline, or the royal way of union, from Raja, princely, or royal, and Yoga, union. And in it, all of the paths of yoga meet. It is the lord over the yogas, or the waves of human growth. Today, in practice, even in Asia, the unity of the various systems under the Raja Yoga concept is not generally recognized. But tonight we must deal with the direct and a positive approach to the concept of illumination. Recognizing that the other yogas are very largely cathartic disciplines, that is, methods of purification, whereas Raja Yoga recapitulates them all through its steps and stages and then passes on to the positive consideration of human enlightenment. We know also that all the contrary notwithstanding, that the actual disciplines of Raja Yoga are not available in the West. Many works relating to the subject have been written, and some Eastern teachers have attempted to explain it. But all those who were legitimate representatives of their proper schools in Asia were under certain obligations regarding the dissemination of this knowledge. Therefore, they could proceed a way only, and then were required by their own vows to remain silent. Probably this is just as well, because actually, as Swami Vivekananda learned to his sorrow, Occidental man is differently constituted psychologically, and certainly far different in his general outlook on life from Eastern man. His body is not under the discipline that is familiar to the Oriental. His mind and emotions are not under discipline. And therefore the immediate attempt to enforce these Eastern rules upon his conduct and character is almost certain to result in trouble. But for this evening, we want to study the principles involved in this theory. Because these principles are true or they are not true. If they are true, then it is the proper duty of Western man to find a method of adapting these principles to his own requirements. This process has gone on to some degree. It even went on in India, where we find the basic teachings of yoga gradually modified through various sects, drifting in a still more modified form into the great stream of Buddhist metaphysics. Raja Yoga assumes at the beginning much that was assumed in early Western science, namely that man is a miniature of a larger universal pattern. That man is a miniature universe, and the universe is a grand person. This larger universe contains within it all of the energies, powers, laws, and principles required for its own continuance and maintenance. A man possesses within himself also, hidden but real, the energies, powers, and principles necessary for his own enlightenment. And the method of growth within man is identical in principle with the method of growth in nature. And the unfoldment of the human being is according to natural law. The difference between discipline and the haphazard existence that we have called life lies in the fact that under discipline, man comes into a voluntary and positive relationship with the laws governing his own existence. A Greek philosopher was once asked to define the difference between a wise and a foolish man. And he replied that a wise man loves to do those very things that foolish men have to do against their wills. And this is a more or less basic statement. The individual who is untrained, undisciplined, unenlightened, is constantly confronted with challenge. He must gradually learn by trial and error the way he should go. He must correct his own mistakes. He must gradually learn to control his own nature and his own appetites. If, however, he has a resolution within him, a determination to cooperate with the plan of his own existence, then two things are necessary. First, that he shall have some knowledge of this plan, and second, that he shall have the courage, the conviction, the energy, and the endurance to accomplish those ends which he recognizes to be right and proper. The theoretical part of the yogas, therefore, deals with that instruction, that knowledge, by which the individual comes to know the science of his own salvation. He comes to understand the instruments and tools with which he must work, and he gains a strong theoretical understanding of the principles and methods by which he can attain such ends as he recognizes to be right and proper. Thus in yoga, we have this twofold problem. The problem of instruction, and then comes the problem of action. The individual will not become wise through instruction alone. He may become very unhappy as a result of action alone. But if instruction and action are united and formed into a proper partnership, then the individual does that which he knows and knows that which he does. Under such conditions, his advancement and his progress are reasonable. Now, Raja Yoga begins to deal with something that is a little bit beyond the obvious and the apparent. And in order to make it as simple as we can, and at the same time to give a broad basis for further thought and research among those who are so interested, we're going to pause for just a moment and consider some opinions of Pythagoras, who was strongly influenced by Eastern philosophy, having been initiated into the Hindu mysteries at Ellora and Alpanta. Pythagoras gave us a formula for the construction of the human soul. And he declared this soul to be a symmetrical geometric solid. He also recognized that the soul itself contained or possessed 7 energies, and that these energies could be caused to correspond symbolically with the orbits of the 7 planets in the solar system. Pythagoras created the concept that the elements correspond to the human body, that the 7 planetary orbits correspond to the human soul, and that the constellational firmament corresponds to the human spirit. Paracelsus of Hohenheim, the Swiss physician, followed much this same concept. Therefore, he declared that between the spiritual and material lives of man, there was an interval which was crossed or bridged by the orbits of the planets, and that the planets, therefore, could properly be regarded as symbolic of the human soul. Also, Pythagoras created what he called a monochord, or a single string, which he stretched between the earth below and the firmament above. He then placed frets upon this string, breaks upon the musical chord. These frets he placed according to the orbits of the planets, creating a musical system, which finds its analogy in India in the famous Veena, or in musical instrument of Shiva. We find there also the belief that this group of levels or planes, these orbits, or this complete octave divided into its departments, its tonal intervals, and things of that nature, corresponded to the structure of the human soul. Pythagoras then also recognized what he called the 8th part of the soul, which was its generative function, by means of which it made possible the perpetuation of bodies. Today in psychology, we think of the soul as a sort of compound of the mental, intellectual, and emotional, passional complex in man. Even today, it is not always evident that psychologists distinguish between the mind and the emotions as parts of the soul structure. But the term soul, psychologically, is generally applied to these subconscious or subjective sources of mind and emotion. And the individual is therefore a living soul within a body. And the soul is associated more and more definitely with the person, so that a soul within a body is a person within a body. Now to return to Raja Yoga for a moment. We know that in the yoga system, there is a very elaborate discussion of a kind of physiology, a psychophysiology or a neurophysiology, and that this physiology deals with certain internal functions of man. and arranges this internal physiological structure in the form of a mysterious inverted tree with its root in the brain and its trunk extending down the spinal cord. This trunk consists of a great or mysterious nerve through which and in which passes a very wonderful and mysterious power, which is called the Kundalini Shakti. This power, or the fireness, the fire of light in man, is then distributed from the central nadi, or the Sushumna nerve, through smaller nerves throughout the body, until the entire structure of man's animation is supported by this intricate network of nerves, carrying within them a mysterious, invisible energy. Now, in this concept, we are dealing not primarily with the physical nervous system of the body. We are dealing, rather, with a distribution in the soul itself. And the mysterious chakras, or wheels upon the spinal cord, the various plexi and ganglia involved in the yoga system, are not actually physical centers in the body. They are more correctly and definitely psychic centers within the body, existing within the broad structure of what we call the soul itself. Thus, your anatomy and physiology in yoga is upon a psychic level. And because it is upon a psychic level, it is influenced, changed, modified, directed, governed, distributed by means of the mysterious power of the human will. Now, when we go into the study of this a little more carefully, we can get a somewhat simpler picture. Now, all pictures, all symbols are inadequate, let us face it. Therefore, in any symbolism which I may try to draw for you, something is going to be wrong, because symbolism is not identical with the subject under consideration. There must always be a limitation in the symbolism. And recognizing that, however, it is still possible to convey an idea, a certain degree of reality. And it is important that the listener should not extend the analogy beyond the point we take it, in other words. Because if he does, he may then run into conflict because of symbolical limitations. Just go as far as we recommend with this, and then let it rest for the moment. Let us now imagine that man contains within himself the elements of a cosmos. And he has a body composed of elements. These elements, in the symbolism of antiquity, were four in number: earth, fire, air, and water, to which the alchemists added a mysterious fifth element, which they called Azoth, and which in the East is more or less associated with the idea of Akasha. Now, this body of elements forms the corporeal constitution of man. In modern Western science, we have many more elements, but the principle of the symbolism is the same. So the body of man consists of something that resembles the physical planet Earth itself, with its elements, with its parts, and like the Earth itself, supporting innumerable living things upon and within it. The psychic life of man corresponds with the solar system which surrounds the Earth, and is the abode of certain wandering bodies called planets. And these planets, in a mysterious way, constitute together a psychic atmosphere. And both Eastern and Western astrological speculation points out that the positions, motions, and mutations of these planets may affect corporeal things. So that the psychic life of man really consists of a kind of solar system. And this psychic life, therefore, has within it 7 distinguishable levels or regions of qualities. And these levels or regions become the basis for the vitalization of the 7 psychic powers of man's experience. In other words, from one level may come his rational powers. From another, his emotional intensities. From a third, his imaginative faculties. From a fourth, his intellectual concepts as differentiated from his rationality. From each of these levels of the soul, therefore, energies are constantly made manifest, and man lives psychically by the expenditure and release of these energies upon various levels of his own consciousness. Thus, from within the psychic life of the individual, there is constantly flowing a sevenfold stream of psychical energy and vitality, capable of sustaining the seven essential functions of the soul itself. Thus we have, for example, if we want to consider it, something in this order. The reflective power of the soul, or contemplative faculty, which is associated with Saturn. The rational, reasonable, philosophical aspect of the soul, which is associated with Jupiter. The dynamic, aggressive, combative instincts of the soul associated with Mars. The vital or life principle of the soul itself, which we would commonly term libido, with the Sun. The amatory powers of the soul with Venus. The concrete intellectual and the so-called ordinary thinking of the soul with Mercury. The imaginative power with the Moon. And the generative power, the eighth, the one which was not included in the original pattern, is the overlapping of the soul's energy with the physical structure of nature. Now, if these conditions may be said to exist within man, we can then begin to understand, perhaps, the story of the Babylonian myth of this star at the seven gates. We find in the ancient story that Tammuz, the hero god, died and was carried to the underworld, where he came across the threshold of the world of sin. Now, sin in this case doesn't mean evil. Sin was the god of death in the Babylonian concept. And Ishtar, because of her great love for Tammuz, made the hazardous pilgrimage down through the seven spheres in order to rescue Tammuz from the land of no return. And at each gate, as she descended, the guardians of the gate took from her one of her symbols of royalty and power. The first gate of crown was removed from her, and so on until at the time when she reached the last or the seventh gate and entered into the sphere of darkness. She had been deprived of all of her adornments and her raiment, and entered naked into the world of death. Now, of course, this is a highly symbolical account, but here we have, perhaps, a story which can be closely associated with our principle of Raja Yoga, as you will see a little later. Now, we can take another parallel to this, which can be of interest to us. In the Pymanderies of Hermes, one of the works of the Alexandrian Hermetic school of about the beginning of the Christian era, we have the mysterious account of the journey of the soul, or the journey of the consciousness, through the seven gates of the planetary orbits. And we also learn from this work that when man was created by the gods, he descended through the seven orbits, and each of these orbits bestowed a soul power upon him, until when he finally reached the earth, he was a body containing the power of the seven genii of the soul spheres, or the orbits of the planets. Now we can take another example, which is also quite parallel, but perhaps not as detailed, and that is the vision of John on Patmos. Here we find that John the Evangelist is lifted up through a mysterious circumstance associated with the mystery of the seven churches which are in Asia. Now, these seven churches are actually, again, references to the seven powers of the soul. And having been raised upward to the firmament, he passed through a little door in the firmament and came out into the spiritual world above. Now, anyone who has been a student of Raja Yoga will know exactly what this is telling about. because they will realize that the entrance to the world above corresponds to the unfolding of the 1,000-petal lotus in the brain. Now we have another parallel that comes to us from the apocryphal writings of Islam, the famous night journey of Muhammad to heaven. He is said to have reached Jerusalem on the back of a mysterious being with a human head and the body of a horse and the tail of a peacock called El-Borak. Here when he stood upon the rock Moriah, or the stone of the threshing floor of the Jebusite at Solomon's temple, he beheld a ladder of silken cords fall from heaven. And he ascended through the gates of the 7 planets. And at each one of the gates stood one of the prophets. And these prophets he permitted him to enter. And finally he ascended through the 7th gate, at the gate of which incidentally was Jesus. And then he was allowed to enter into the mystery of the divine presence that lay beyond. These are all stories of the journey, the perilous journey of the psychic nature through its own bodies or levels. Here then we begin to see a picture that perhaps makes a little bit of meaning. We remember also the Mithraic ladder of 7 rungs used in the Persian mysteries. And we are constantly in the presence of this ladder upon which the angels ascend and descend, as in the vision of Jacob. Thus, let us for a moment recognize something that we might not at first realize or understand, namely that the psyche of man is actually a septenary structure, that it is in levels, and that these levels are the sources or causes of certain specialized psychic energy, and that this psychic energy in its various manifestations has much to do, in fact everything to do, with the levels of life upon which we live. Now to take the ordinary experience of man, he is never aware of this stratification of his own soul. And someday it is my profound suspicion that psychologists are going to return to the Pythagorean geometric pattern for the soul. But in the meantime, we only know that a conglomeration of impulses come out from within us, that these impulses are often conflicting, and that in their totality, they represent limitation. Let us approach it in this way. Always this ladder of souls, or this soul quality ladder, through which the individual must pass, or the rungs of which he must climb, always these rungs have to do either with the diminishing of reality, as in the case of the descent of Istar, or the diminishing of illusion, as in the ascent of Mohammed, or the revelation of St. John. Brought down to the level of ethics, brought down to the practical level of human living, each individual is a victim of the intensities of his own soul nature. And while this soul nature is and can be a tremendous and wonderful power within him, we have to tie the 7 parts of the soul again with the 7 deadly sins of theology and the 7 cardinal virtues. For the 7 cardinal virtues are nothing but the redemption of the 7 deadly sins. And over the control and direction and administration of this psychic pattern are the original 7 sacraments of the Church. There is a pattern here which we'll have to introduce you to step by step, but I think you will begin to see what we are talking about. Now, the 7 deadly sins certainly do not originate in the body, nor do the 7 cardinal virtues come as the result of diet, bathing, and exercise. There is something much more profound involved than this. Actually, all of these powers, principles, and qualities exist within the psychic zone rather than within the physical body of the individual. And the physical body is plagued by the excesses of the soul, even as it is redeemed and purified by the moderation of the soul. It is this psychic life, therefore, that presents the individual with a stratified pattern of illusion. Now, in the initiations of Buddha, in the Saptapana cabin, the 7 rooms of initiation in the Indian story, and in the various chambers of initiation in the ancient rituals and rites of practically all mysteries. The neophyte passed through these rooms of ordeals in which he was tested and tried, in which he was subjected to all kinds of fantasy and illusion. And behind the Eastern concept of the soul lies the fact that this sphere, with its 7 qualities, represents essentially Maya, or the world of illusion. Now, the reason why it is the world of illusion is because it is the world of seeming, the world of things that are not true or real in themselves. The soul consists of energies which have intensity, but which in themselves do not essentially solve their own problem or bring reality out of the chaos of their own intensities. Therefore, regeneration, as in alchemy, which we will begin to consider next week, where we study the mystery of the transmutation of the 7 metals, which are again these same principles, and the gradual bringing of these metals together to form the lapis philosophorum, or the stone of the wise, that in the transmutation of base metals, we have exactly the problem of the soul. For alchemy is working with the mystery of the soul, and the philosopher's stone is the perfected soul. In the New Testament, the soul appears as the wedding garment in connection with the famous marriage of the bridegroom and the lamb. The mystery of the soul is also given to us symbolically in the description of the vestments of the high priest of Israel, where each of his garments and each of the symbolic adornments of the tabernacle and the various furnishings and curtains of the Temple of Solomon all refer to the same basic situation. Now, man as a being is seeking to achieve self-consciousness at first. That is his first goal. It is not his ultimate goal, as we've already expressed. But there must be the gradual integration of the psychic nature before the individual can pass through the mystery of the orbits of the planets and pass again through the little door that leads above the firmament, as described in the Apocalypse. So what have we here? In the book of Revelation, we have the mystery of the opening of the 7 seals, the mystery of the 7 vials, the mystery of the septenary, the 7 trumpets. We have the great being of the mysteries, walking amidst the 7 branches of the candlestick. We have the 7-branch candlestick with its 7 lights. All of these belong to the soul well of human experience and consciousness. So in the Odas, we have this little simple problem on our hands. Namely, that in the life of man, the soul, the wanderer, described by the Greeks as always walking with a limp, the cripple, is actually man's own undisciplined, imperfect psychic existence. A psychic existence which is now capable of getting into so many difficulties that hundreds of books have been written describing the various ailments which involve everything from neuroses to fixations to phobias to manias, and the whole group of mental disease from paranoia to the manic depressive. We also know that man's dreams arising in his psychic life are notable for their disturbances, for their confusions, for the fantasy and phantasmagoria in them. Also, that in his daily living, most of his existence is dominated by his imaginations, and that in looking at various things he sees them not as they are, but according to his own believing, according to the pressures of his own psychic life, so that to him good may appear bad and bad may appear good. Thus there is this incredible, undisciplined interval, recognizable as a septenary structure, through which the individual must ascend by a series of experiences. In other words, these 7 levels represent the 7 rooms of his house. in which are living persons who are not entirely civilized and certainly not coordinated to his major objectives. He must meet with each of them, convert it, and cause it to become a disciple of his purpose, or he cannot go on. In this, then, we have the ordering of the soul, the gradual process of the application of will, which is the magic wand of the magician, to the energies which normally control him, and over which he must finally become the controlling power. Now we will take, for example, just one of them, which we can say associates very closely in our concept with the lower chakra of the spine. And we will now take the concept of imagination. Now, imagination is a wonderful thing. Imagination is the power which can cause the individual to extend himself from things already known toward things as yet to be known. Imagination forms a wonderful aura or a wonderful field, constantly luring the individual to further accomplishment and attainment. Imagination on the level of science has led to great progress. On the level of industry, it has caused men to envision things necessary and bring them to pass. But everything that is accomplished by man first begins as an idea, first begins as a dream about a change for the better in some way. And the energy, the effort necessary to make this progress come through is will sustaining and fulfilling the imagery of the inner life. Yet imagination, about which we could write so many charming accounts of such beautiful achievement, is also a terrible and dangerous thing. Imagination can cause the individual to turn against those who love him best. Imagination can cause him to surround his own life with demons and specters. Imagination can destroy his rest by night and his peace of mind by day. Imagination can finally bring him down a complete victim to hallucination. It can cause him to depart from reasonable and orderly ways of life and wander for the best part of a lifetime or even more than one lifetime in a fool's paradise. Imagination can cause him to see evil in the good, and even as it can cause him to see good in the evil. Thus, imagination is something he has to work with. If he leaves it the way it is, he can never escape it. It will lock him completely. If he proceeds in his spiritual life, he will never know whether the visions that he sees are from God or from the disorder of his own psyche. Imagination can cause him to see things so real that he will believe them more quickly than he will believe a fact. And yet maybe they have no existence at all except within himself. And I don't know any place where imagination is more interesting than is directly in the subject of Raja Yoga. Because I have met hundreds of persons during my time who have imagined that they have passed all the way to Samadhi and come back again, and they never left terra firma. I assure you. They've never gotten themselves for one moment out of the magic garden of their own wishful thinking. Yet they develop symptoms. They obtain revelations. They write strange and beautiful reports. They found sects and do all kinds of things. But they have never been beyond the dreaming that results from a little reading and an overtaxing of the common sense. So, what do we do with this? Here is a part of the soul. Something has to be done about it. So we have the ancient fable that we find in India, in a beautiful painting that's in one of the temples over there, called Buddha Overcoming the Seven Planets. Here we have realization, the internal contemplation of the individual, gradually conquering the excesses of his own psychic nature. Now he has seven primary excesses, the levels involved, to contend with. And each one of these has a progeny which must be also handled. So that in the Kabbalah of Rabbi Akiva, we find that these branches, levels, and departments of the psychic nature are said to be 7 times 7, or the 49 gates that lead finally to liberation. because until the disciple is passed through the 49 gates, he is not free from the mystery of his own psychic nature. Now, I think you can realize rather quickly how this subject could be enlarged upon. I think you will realize that upon it could be based perhaps one of the most important texts of modern psychology, releasing us from a great many limitations of thinking, and also bringing to our attention, perhaps for the first time, the ethical significance of psychic organization. That we not only have this problem, but we must face it. Now, let us take, for example, we can't do all of these levels, so we'll just stay with this level of imagination for a while and see how we could approach it within our own psychic nature. Now, let us use a little Hindu symbolism to work with this and realize that this psychic center of imagination at the base of the spine, corresponding rather closely with the sacrococcygeal ganglia, is, as they would describe it, a basket. It is a basket of nerves. It is a basket form, not actually, symbolically. Now, don't look for handles on it. Symbolically speaking, it is a basket. And it is a basket in which a very grave and ancient yogin, whom we know as the god Shiva, who is the master of all the yogis, and who also therefore represents a power by which he is the great yogin, the master of the paths of yoga. But in this case, we have Shiva in one of his lesser forms because he now appears as a genial, kindly old snake charmer. Because in this basket is coiled up the mysterious symbolic cobra of the ancient tradition. This is the serpent of the Kundalini. Now, we find this serpent often likened to a feminine power, as in Wagner's opera Parsifal, where Kundari, the snake maiden, is merely Kundalini, dressed in the robes of snakes. Of her own accord, Kundri would serve the Knights of the Grail up on the top of the mountain, but under the spell of Klingsor, the symbol of delusion, she becomes the enemy of all that is good. And the opera unfolds around this until finally the mysterious Eucharist at the final elevation of the Grail, in which Kundri falls at the foot of the altar with her final words, "I serve," which incidentally later became associated with the heraldic device of the Prince of Wales in England. Now, the Kundari Shakti, therefore, coiled in the basket, is interesting to us for the moment, because this is the seat of the spinal fire, the mysterious magic. This is the abode of the great serpent that is to eat up all the little serpents, as in the story of the rod raised in the wilderness. Now, isn't it interesting that this mysterious power should be locked in the center that corresponds with imagination? And it is perfectly proper that it should be. Because imagination is the basis of other powers, when it is gradually regenerated. Because from imagination, we gain through the transmutation of it, the discipline of it, the regeneration of it, the most powerful incentive that man has for growth. For what is faith but imagination brought under the power of the Spirit? In other words, faith is the belief in the reality of things unseen. And without the power to internally image that which is superior to his present state, man cannot grow. Therefore, the internal creative imagination must release all of the spiritual potential in man. So there, locked in the basket of imagination, is the serpent of the mysteries, the serpent of wisdom, the winged seraphs of antiquity. Also, the sleeping adept, Merlin, in his house of glass. This serpent power, then, locked here, tells us something about what we have to do. We have to learn to charm the snake. We have to learn to either to handle this serpent because of our own wisdom and will, or else we will be stung by it and killed. So the snake charmer becomes, in a mysterious, symbolic way, man himself, learning to control the tremendous psychic energy which he possesses within his own nature, and which the ancients often symbolized as the serpent twisted around the egg of the world. And so it occurs in some of the Brahmin mythology. So now we come to the problem of yoga. We realize why the yogic disciplines make such tremendous emphasis of man gradually learning to control his own soul. Now, how is he going to control his own soul? We can look upon it as an enemy and begin to plan an elaborate strategy for its redemption or for our own release from its power. We can say to ourselves, let us put this imagination under complete discipline. Let us not permit ourselves to imagine anything that we do not want to imagine. And whatever we do imagine, let us place it immediately under the control of reason. Let us take every impulse, hunch, feeling, and wishful thought that comes to us, sit down, take it apart, make common sense out of it. What happens? Nothing. Precisely nothing. It's exactly like love, which is one of the powers of the soul. The more you define it, the less of it you have, until when you understand it thoroughly, there isn't any. And very much like human emotion, the more you try to control it, the more rebellious it gets. And the more certainly you know you shouldn't, the more definitely you desire to do so. So there's no answer there. And the Hindu had lived too long and lived too well to be caught by this illusion, which is little better than one of the others. Because here we have 7 powers, all of which are united in a common benignness. There are levels of them, but they are all of them basically immature and incomplete. So, we take 7 people who do not know, and we make a committee out of them. What is the result? Do they do any more for us apart, together than they did apart? Now, the mind, the mental energy of man, is one of the powers of the soul, also filled with imperfection. So we allow that then to run the emotions. What do we have then? Again, the blind leading the blind. For this reason, this gradually leads us to a bit of a dilemma. Because the 7 active powers of man are the powers of the soul, and he has no conscious awareness of any other faculties available to him. He doesn't know what to use in order to transcend this level of his own nature. He can rationalize, but the rational power is part of the soul and also subject to error. He can dramatize, that is more of the same. He can contemplate, that is more of the same. All of these faculties, in their native condition, as the average student has to work with them, are as faulty, each as the other. So to place one under the control of another is only to place one tyrant over another. The facts are not clarified. Now, in the case of imagination, we have another problem on our hands. We decide that we're going to control it. We're only going to imagine those things which are right. Next question, what is right? And how are we going to know? Blind alley again. So we will say, I'm going to take a series of abstract virtues. I shall always be kind. I shall always be gentle. I shall always be patient. I shall always be loving. Well, that's fine. But what is kindness? What is patience? What is love? What is gentleness? We love some people so much that we spoil them. We are patient at times when all we do is contribute to the delinquency of someone else. We are gentle when perhaps the occasion calls for firmness. How are we going to know which is which, what is what, and why is why? Answer is we don't.
We're not going to immediately. But here is this little bundle of imagination with a snake in it, still waiting to have something done about it. What are we going to do? The Eastern disciplines tell us there's only one thing to do, and that is to realize that in the universe, all energies represent motions. Therefore, the use of the chakra, or the whirling wheel, to symbolize these centers in the psychic nature. They are all wheels moving upon axes. The only part of the wheel that doesn't whirl is the axis, or the mysterious axle tree upon which all of them turn. Pythagoras pointed this out very clearly when he reminded his disciples that you should never put good and evil on a pair of scales and weigh one against the other, because both ends of the scale represent imbalance. The only point where balance is attained is in the center. Therefore, both extremes are always wrong. Moderation is always right. Now, when it comes to the moderating of an emotion or intensity, how do we achieve it? We achieve it by removing from it what the modern psychologist calls libido, or energy. Imagination functions because man energizes it with his own will. If he removes his will from any psychic energy field, that psychic energy immediately relaxes. And as a result of relaxation, it retires to its own normal state. Therefore, the only answer to any abnormalcy is to remove the pressure from it. Not by fighting it, not by resisting it, but by simply directing the libido away from it. The libido always representing energy, or the direction of the conscious will of the person. What would the imagination be if you devitalized it? If you simply removed from it all of the energy by which you sustain it and cause it to have a vital existence? Would imagination cease? That's a large question. The yoga doctrine says it won't cease. Instead of ceasing, it will simply return to its own essential nature and remain completely placid. And in its placidity, will then become available to be used according to the enlightened power of a superior part or nature. So in this concept, all of the 7 planets must be overcome by will and yoga. They must be overcome by the removal from them of their energy factor. Now let's see what happens, for instance, if you should remove the energy factor from love. This could be a very amazing experience. Yet would it mean that love would cease? According to the Eastern thinker, no, it would not cease. The only thing that would cease would be the exaggerations of emotion. In other words, love not directed by any ulterior pressure would then become simply itself. And in becoming itself, it would lose its possessive attributes. It would lose its intensities. It would cease to be the kind of love that smothers and kills. It would cease to be the kind of love that desires to own, to overwhelm, to absorb into itself the thing that it is associated with. And it would become something that would be utterly unthinkable to the Occidental. The Occidental experiencing it would probably wonder whether the person cared for him at all or not. Because today, unless we really get excited about something, you don't really care for people. And there are actually human beings living in this world who do not believe that someone loves them unless they beat them up once a week. That is a sign of real devotion. If we care enough about people, for example, to be jealous of them, then we really love them. But what are we going to do about the toxic consequences of jealousy? Because jealousy makes us sick. And if we love something enough, we're going to almost certainly have to hate something.
because we cannot keep an unbalanced emotion moving in one direction all the time. It is bound to swing back. Therefore, if we pass through moods of tremendous exhilaration, we're almost certainly going to have a reaction, accompanied by depression. And if we have enough reactions of depression and exhilaration, we're going to end up as manic depressives and require hospitalization. So we have the Hindu system, which creates these 7 psychic centers, which control the body, function through it, and are responsible for the gradual integration of the 7 vital organs of the body, which are the shadows of these psychic centers. And these psychic centers in turn reflect themselves into the 7 major parts of the brain, and, for that matter, appear again as the 7 endocrine glands, the controllers and regulators of the body, by means of which the emotional pressures of the psyche are distributed. Well, in Buddhism, we have another division which is not very different. We have exoterically 5, esoterically 7 celestial bodhisattvas, great beings, sitting eternally in meditation. Where the Hindu places his lotus flowers along the spine, the Buddhist would place these seated figures. And the 6th and 7th thrones the Buddhist leaves empty, because he believes they represent powers of the soul that have not yet been individualized in the human being, but must be in the course of time. And also that these powers, these 7 bodhisattvic energy centers in contemplation, can be said to be the 7 redeemed powers of the psychic nature, and therefore are properly and appropriately in a state of internalization. So in the Hindu concept, the integration or the release of the Kundali Shakti and its gradual ascent is said to be the result of a conquering, one by one, the levels, or conquering these blossoms or flowers with their various petals, each marked with certain symbols of letters, garlands of tones and sounds, musical notations, and also in the heart of each one of which is seated one of the Vedic deities. These are man's soul. And through this string of soul beads runs the single thread of will. And the problem in Raja Yoga begins with the problem of bringing these parts of the psychic nature into integration. Because until they are completely and entirely integrated, the pure and absolute consciousness of man cannot come into manifestation. Because until consciousness can vitalize these centers, without these centers becoming excessive through that vitality, or without these centers misinterpreting energy or misusing it, until such time, the pure nature of energy itself, the pure nature of life consciousness, cannot be experienced by man, because it is always going to come in some conditioned form. It is always going to be hidden behind an illusion, or functioning through an unreality, representing one of these psychic gates. In the problem, then, of the imagination pattern, which we have to come back to for a moment, I think, we have this situation. How do we overcome imagination? How do we release the tremendous psychic energy which is located in the beginning of this great chain without conflict, without destroying, without perverting energy with which to destroy energy? You remember that when Amfortas, king of the Grail, resolved to destroy Klingsor, the evil magician, in his castle, he took the holy spear of Longinus the sacred relic, and he went down into the valley with it in order to kill Klingsor with a sacred object. But what happened? He hurled the spear, Klingsor took it from him, turned and wounded him with it. And this is the inevitable result of the individual attempting to use destructive means to achieve constructive ends. The instrument turns upon him. Force is the spear of Longinus. And the force with which we try to destroy evil becomes the force that destroys us. We cannot do it. We cannot use the very means we are seeking to escape to achieve our own liberation. If we do, the thing turns upon us, and we are in trouble again. Now, in the imagination factor lurks the potential of what we may term realization. Realization is man's imaginative power to imagine the complete relaxation of the power of imagination. In other words, he possesses in each faculty of the soul the key to the suppression of the excesses of that faculty. Thus, through imagination itself, he can imagine the repose of his own soul. He can imagine the suspension. And in something which is never quiet, he has the power to imagine stillness. So in the old writings it was said that each case, the energy is withdrawn from the center and brought to the one above it. And when the focus of attention is carried away from one to the next, then the serpent conquers the lower one, because its source of extreme activity is removed. Then the power of that chakra or center is available when necessary, but never is it an inevitable pressure. It can be called upon at any time, because man has the power to move his consciousness at will from one center of his own nature to another. But these centers will no longer operate independent of his own will, or will they force energy into excessive emotional patterns. Thus he overcomes. He is St. George. He slays the dragon. He conquers, like Siegfried, the strange being Fafnir, who guards the treasure of the Nibelung. And the ascent in the Raja Yoga pattern is therefore the gradual removal of energy pressure from these centers by the motion of the center of awareness upward. First, from the first or lower to the second, from the second to the third, from the third to the fourth. And in this way, the neophyte or candidate climbs the ladder. In this way, he ascends the silken cord described in Muhammad's vision. In this way, he also passes through the initiations of the mid-grade mysteries. Because now we have to remember that in Raja Yoga, we have a series of steps or stages, by means of which all of the essential principles of the other yogas are renewed and revived in the mind of the disciple. Thus, Raja Yoga begins with physical discipline and includes all that is necessary in what the Greeks call the cathartic methods. We have the individual learning by experience that his body is a wonderful instrument, but a very poor master. That the body is his servant, and that just as a wise master is thoughtful and just of his servant, just as the wise governor thinks first of the good of his people, so the human being must not overcome his body by subjecting it to tyranny or abuse, but through the clarification as an experience within himself of his duties to his body and his body's duties to him. And out of the entire procedure on the level of catharsis comes the recognition that the body, restored as far as possible to a completely normal and proper state, is the most useful instrument. For as dissempers and disorders of the mind afflict the reason, so pains, miseries, and infirmities of the flesh prevent the composure and the natural integration of the human character. Also, the body is a kind of sounding board, an instrument, which catches the sympathetic tones of the soul music. And if this body is defective, it will impair both the mental and emotional life of the person. It will not result in this emotional and mental life being prevented from evil manifestations. Rather, it will merely disable, disfigure, and contribute further to the difficulties of external and internal adjustments. So the body is brought under disciplines. These disciplines being thoughtfulness, watchfulness, care. Later, under the same process of discipline, the yoga system introduces posture. It introduces certain positions of the body, many of them exceedingly difficult to assume and requiring great study and thought. The purposes of these postures are two. The first, that the individual shall gain the power to cause the body to obey him, even into a most difficult situation. And second, because under certain phases of yoga, the electric magnetic currents of the body are caused to modify their forces and to change their rhythms according to posture. Other things likewise are added to this part of the discipline. But in sum and total, the purpose of these first stages is to clear the channels to the objective manifestation of man. Yoga teaches, for example, that the infirmities of age do not mean the infirmities of the soul, primarily, but the inability of the body to continue to distribute the energies of the soul itself. Therefore, what appears to be the failing of the mind or the loss of the energies of living should not be interpreted that these energies have failed, but that the body can no longer distribute them. Thus, to keep the body as far as possible in a condition to accomplish the maximum release of the internal is important. But this does not justify an extreme athletics in which the body is cultured, but the soul is left untutored. Or else we will have the famous description which Plato refers to when mentioning Alcibiades, when he spoke of this rich, powerful, and luxurious young man as a leaden dagger in a jeweled sheath. And it is not valuable that the body should be so ornamented that it overshadows the soul. Nor is there any need that a bad soul should have a good body. And perhaps we should realize that the reason for the growth of the body is because it is required by the inner life, and not at the expense of the inner life. So all things in moderation and order, and the disciple then passes on to the particular and definite problems of this soul life itself. And here he comes under what might be termed those rules by which the 7 deadly sins can be transformed into the 7 cardinal virtues. And not by the negative rejection of sin, but by the recognition that all energies in their right relations are good, and that what we call evil is not a principle, but a perversion of good things, and that the psychic life of man has a place, has a purpose, has a reality, but that it cannot function and fulfill that reality until it comes under the sovereignty of the will. Just as the body must be governed, so the soul must be governed. For the being and the soul are not the same. The being uses the soul even as the being and the soul together use the body. As an instrument of its purposes, the soul is a valuable and glorious thing, what the Egyptian called the jewel of 7 stars. But as a source of the administrations of mankind, the soul is as fallible as the body. A man governed by his body is in trouble. The same man governed by his soul in its present condition is also in trouble. Because in Eastern philosophy, the soul does not have the spiritual connotation that it has in Christian theology. We think now of the victory of soul over body, but that is also achieved in the chronic alcoholic. He has a complete victory of a negative psychic pattern over his physical life, and that is just as much the victory of the soul over the body as the visions and mysteries and ecstasies of the saint. So unless the soul is entitled to leadership, to act as a regent over body, it should not occupy this exalted estate. But a good soul in a sound body is a very handsome combination, the virtues of which cannot be overestimated. So having gotten the body under a certain amount of discipline, or more discipline if possible, a discipline which does not inhibit, a discipline which does not frustrate, but a discipline which dedicates, which brings things into their proper places and makes all things good, because through proper discipline, each part fulfills itself. When we discipline the child, it is not because we hate the child, but because we desire the child to be good, to have virtue, and to become a constructive citizen. When we discipline the body, it is not because we hate it, but because it is our child, and must be taught to do those things which are necessary for its good as well as the good of the being that inhabits it. And it is with the same attitude that we approach the redemption and regeneration of the psychic nature. Now, on one level of the psychic nature, we have the passion natures of man, the intensities of hates and fears. We have greed and envy. We have all these specters that haunt the haunted house of our own internal life, and that clank their chains at night in the disturbances of dreams, like the ghost of Hamlet's father wandering the ramparts of Elsinore. So this psychic ghost world must also be put in order. It must be gradually brought into the realization that the redemption or regeneration of passion leads to compassion. And all personal emotions, when regenerated, release their universal import. Therefore, in their more constructive aspects, things are less personal and more universal, because all motion of consciousness is toward universality. For universality is union. It is that which is most necessary to achieve universals. As Plotinus defines it, the journey of the alone to the alone. The journey of the awaking all and its final union with the all. One by one, then, through disciplines, we begin to educate the powers of the soul. We educate them, and by so doing, we moderate them. It has been often observed that the more educated or enlightened an individual becomes, the less likely he is to engage in discourse. We know, therefore, that to a certain degree, wisdom impairs action. For there is less objective activity where there is greater thoughtfulness. The individual who knows very little is certain of everything and throws himself headlong against a solid wall. The thoughtful person does not make such exuberant misuses of energy. He has learned better. So obviously and objectively he is less active. Actually, his activity is more meaningful. It is an enlightened action, rather than merely a tremendous expenditure of natural reserve. In these disciplines, what do we observe then? That the person gradually comes to understand the simplicities of value. He begins to recognize the dangers of his own mind, the dangers of his own reasoning power, the dangers of his own imaginings and his own intemperances. He learns to realize that the soul cannot solve his problem, but that it may become a wonderful and useful instrument for a greater purpose once it has been brought into a state of cultivation. Thus, this part of Raja Yoga may be described as the civilizing of the soul, being brought from a savage and barbaric state finally into a condition of culture. The civilized human being is the person who actually has achieved a certain internal poise, a certain control over the excesses of himself. A civilized human being can abide with others in a compatible association. And the soul, which is civilized, can abide with its own parts in a compatible state. And then as the discipline goes on, we find it becomes a little more severe, because it is pressed gradually toward the end of bringing all of these intensities to a condition in which they relax away to their own moderation. Mystics have always had this type of experience in some way, because mysticism belongs to the level of the soul. Mysticism is a psychic level. It is the level which works with emotion and which is attended by vision, trance, and mystery. The soul is mystery, and it is so veiled in the ancient allegories. So mysticism seeks gradually the benevolent experience within itself. And as Havelock Ellis reports in his Dance of Life, a very unusual report, because it is not often that an intellectualist is a mystic. It is a comparatively uncommon experience to find this. But here is a scientist, a man of attainment, who describes a mystical experience which happened to him, and which was to him a revelation which relaxed all tension within himself, removed all doubt, made fear impossible. In other words, it brought to the end for him the tyranny of psychic pressure. And that is the thing that the central parts of the disciplines of Raja Yoga is concerned with. It is the relaxation of dangerous pressures within the psychic life of a person. Whether these pressures are to the level of appetite and to emotional excess, or whether these pressures take the form of religious fanaticism, it is very little difference. The individual who is unbalanced in his devotions is as bad as the individual who is unbalanced in his vices. It is, again, an extreme condition, dangerous to the temperance of the soul. From these central disciplines, which include, therefore, various types of training, usually inclined or so directed as to gradually reveal to the individual that he is the victim of the excesses of delusion within himself, so that he experiences the fact that he is not able to trust his own feelings. Gradually he escapes from this peculiar bondage that we had in the West. In the West, a man says, I feel, therefore I do. It never occurs to him to go against his own moods. He does not know whether this mood arises from his spiritual nature, or as Samuel Johnson used to say, from a drop of green bile in his gallbladder. He doesn't know where the pressure comes from, but whatever it is, that pressure he must obey. I feel like it, therefore I do it. And, of course, as a result of that, we're in trouble most of the time. The disciplines point out that because the individual has an inclination or has a pressure, does not mean that he has to simply give in to it. Nor does it mean that he is going to frustrate himself, clench his teeth, and deny it. The answer lies to examine it, and gradually, through his own enlightenment, to dispel it because it is no longer valid. That in his thoughtfulness and in his relaxation, he knows that this pressure is not himself, and does not bear witness to the true nature and quality of his own consciousness. So one by one, pressures are moderated. And there are two ways, of course, of moderating them. One is symbolically on the outside, and the other is factually on the inside. And these parallels of symbolism work together. For instance, a man has spent all his life saving his money, and he finally has quite a tidy sum. Now, his religion may tell him that he shouldn't have all that money. Then comes a very serious emergency in his own consciousness. If, in his own conviction, he comes to that point where he realizes that he should spend some part of that money to help someone less fortunate than himself, and he does so, this is an experience symbolically. Because by the action, which is a form of mudra, by the action of giving, he has stated giving within himself. He has released something of the intensity of his own soul when he was able to part with some part of his own material goods. Later, through understanding perhaps, he renounces all his worldly treasures, and in so doing states also the renunciation of his own instinct to accumulate, which is the basic problem, not the things he has accumulated. It is the will to accumulate that assembles the symbolic objects. But when this individual decides that it is more important for him to become than it is to possess, he transmutes an instinct. Sometimes the physical action must come first, because it represents a strenuous dedication on a level where the enlightenment does not yet exist. But it must gradually be followed by an internal renunciation. Now, it is easy to renounce many of the things we have. I know people who can give away everything they have, but they can never spare an opinion. That is sacred. I've heard people say, I've given away a fortune, but don't ask me to like my brother-in-law. That is an attitude I can't give up. That is more important to me than all the money in the world. Or another one will take some other cherished fetish, which he continues to possess. And always possession is symbolized by the thing possessed. To release the thing is to state from the outside to the inside the release of a pressure. Whereas the release of the internal incentive may mean the falling away of the external things. Now, in yoga, there is no great virtue, essentially, in a man being poor. The only reason is that on the level of conduct, very few individuals can afford to be rich because of the damage it does to them. If they could afford to be rich, there is no reason why they shouldn't be. But when they are, it is very likely they become absolute servants and slaves to what they have. They are not wise administrators. They are possessors, hugging their possessions to themselves and dying locked in the embrace of things. This is dangerous. Not because the things are bad, but because the individual has become addicted to the wrong series of values. If he has the right values, he may possess anything. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and its righteousness, and all other things shall be added unto you. Now, many individuals have taken that to mean that by certain spiritual affirmations they can become millionaires. That is not the principle. It means that only the individual who is completely oriented in his own spiritual life can afford to have things. Anyone else who has them is possessed by them and locked in with them in a hopeless bondage. So Raja Yoga begins to break away these attachments. It breaks them away rationally. It breaks them away persuasively. It breaks them away by recourse to the great religious incentives of the true believers. It makes virtues out of regeneration and renunciation. But the purpose is always the same. It is not important what a man renounces. It is that the man renounces the impulse to possess. Because as long as that impulse remains, he's going to be subject to illusion. And the energy of his being is going to be channeled into that accumulative and acquisitive process. He's going to be like the blinded Samson, who was bound to the millstone of the Philistines. A divine power bound to mortgages, chattel, foreclosures, bank accounts, and taxes. Now, as long as that locking remains, that individual can never be a citizen of the universe. So in the central parts of Raja Yoga, there is this process of preparation. The individual gradually silences the pressures and tensions of his own soul. And he fashions out of the soul itself, by its complete regeneration, by its complete transformation. He transforms it into the Arhat self. He transforms it into the transcendent being, which is a new psychic nature. The psychic nature of the fabled Rishi of the Indian legend. The saint is actually every man's sanctified soul. The saint within. It is the soul that has been separated from its intensities, and by that virtue alone has become an intercessor between the outer and inner life of man. Thus, in most religions, even beyond the borders of Christendom, the intercession of saints, or the power of sanctified persons, to carry the supplications of the faithful to their spiritual Father in heaven. Such beliefs exist. But this sanctified Arhat, this canonized saint, is the redeemed psychic self. And the most simple and natural way in which a saint is canonized in the Catholic Church is martyrdom. Therefore, again, it is the soul that dies for its faith, or is gradually reduced from its intensities, so that its intensities die, that is suitable for canonization. The other type of saint is the result of the proof of miracles. So what do we have? We have the soul as the wonder worker, the great yogin. We have the soul as the magician. We have the soul like Prospero in the Tempest, who waving his magic wand can change the face of all things. We have the soul as a kind of guru also, an inner teacher, but only after it has passed along the traditional road, has itself achieved the purification, and has attained to its own natural destiny. So the teacher within can become the soul, for the soul is also the abode of the 7 liberal arts and sciences. It is the abode of all the great laws
the great principles of geometry and mathematics, astronomy, music, architecture, medicine, law, all these things, because they belong to the mental psychic life of man, are all resident in the soul power. So the soul becomes the physician, the legislator, the creator, within its own emotional level. And it is then regenerated, redeemed from its original and former state of disorder and asymmetry. The soul is the natural abode of the beautiful, and the beautiful is that which is in ordered peace. And out of the redemption or regeneration of the soul, through discipline, comes what the Rosicrucian Meyer calls the silentum post clamores, the silence after the sounds, or after the noise. And the confusion or noise is man's negative psychic life, and the silence is that which comes when the soul is in order, and all things have achieved their proper place. Now the soul, when it is thus ordered, becomes the vestment of glory. It becomes the psychic body of the being which inhabits it. And it also makes possible the journey onward to that which lies beyond. Because until after these consciousnesses pass through the trials and tribulations of the psychic adjustment, it is not ready to hear the voice of the infinite, which speaks only in the great silence of peace, or the transcendency over confusion or discord. So we find that having climbed the ladder of the seven stars, and having conquered the seven worlds of the soul, having wandered away and finally escaped by the thread of Ariadne from the labyrinth of the Minotaur, which is again the pattern of psychic involvement, the being, the psychic nature, the Kundalini, has ascended through the seven gates, and the being approaches the mystery of illumination. Now, I tried to explain in part last week this idea of the reversal of subject-object relationship. And in this, I wanted once more to bring this point out, because one or two of the friends seemed to feel there was a little uncertainty on the matter. In Eastern mysticism, we relax into a state of truth. Whereas in the Western school, we gird ourselves in the full honor of the doctrine and go out fighting for it. In the West, the concept is that truth must be conquered. We must get hold of it. We must possess it. We must be able to say, well, you don't know what you're talking about, but I know the truth. I have it. So it's a sort of a chapel that you toss around. And everyone has it, and no two people agree as to what it is. The more they talk about it, the less certain we are they have it. And by the time they've described it fully, we know they don't have it. But at the same moment, we know we have. And we're trying to get a word in between there. So that to our Western concept, truth is something that's not so different from a house or an automobile or something of that nature. It's something we can get hold of. Why do we think that way about it? Largely because we associate it with our concept of education. We assume that education is going to bestow the truth upon us. Therefore, that it is to be found in books, and that it can be demonstrated by passing the examination at the end of the term. And that when we finally have the diploma, we have it all. We've got it. Now all we have to do is go out and win fame and fortune with it. That is our way of thinking. Truth is something that we admire, we adore, we venerate. We can conceive of nothing greater. And yet we seem to have the instinctive belief that it is something that we have, and we can give it to you, and you can give it back to us, and we can toss it around among our friends, and that it is something that some way we can possess. In the East, there's a little different thinking on this matter.
In the first place, truth is too big for us to possess. If truth isn't bigger than we are, if it is something that we can hold in our hands, it is small indeed. Some will say, yes, it probably is tremendously simple. That's been one of the difficulties. We've always missed it because we've made it too complicated. Truth is probably indescribably simple. But it is also so simple that we cannot hold it in our hands because it disappears. It does not mean that truth is stupendous and that the more erudition we have, the nearer we are to it. It means, however, that to the Eastern concept of reality, truth is something that is so infinitely beyond the finite that man simply cannot possess it. Also in the Eastern mind, truth, as the great master of the gurus, is not something. It doesn't have sides or corners or a top and bottom. It doesn't abide somewhere. It doesn't have an appearance like a person or a thing. It isn't even a great light. It is not that type of thing at all. In the Eastern mind, truth, law, life, love, reality are all names for one thing. Truth is only a name for being. And the supreme truth for man is the simple statement that being is. You can really go not much further without beginning to get into trouble. Therefore, his acceptance of the existence of a supreme reality probably comes as close to truth as he can fashion it in thought. And an infinite tenderness toward this reality, an infinite longing, the love that is only the love of the real, is probably his nearest emotional approach to it. So in love for reality and his statement, the internal conviction of the reality of the infinite, these are probably the nearest things to truth that he can objectively understand. But in Raja Yoga, being is at the root of will. Will is a motion of being. And will itself, when freed of all involvements, is the eternal will. Man does not have, ultimately, a will of his own. He has an eternal will that is channeled through him. As long as he is the channel, the will look like him, in some way partake of him, and be measured by him, as the water is measured for the vessel which contains it. Yet if we remove the vessel, the water is formless. If we remove the personality of man, the principles within him are formless. They do not look like him. They do not think like him. They only look like him because they are moving through him. They only think like him because his mind and his brain are their temporary instruments. But these energies themselves are superior to him and have no actual limitation except in a limitation of illusional appearance. Substantially, they are infinite. The very will that man experiences as the power within his own consciousness carries with it truth. Therefore, truth moves in man and through man, and it does not come to him. Truth is as identical with his own life principle itself. Thus he can never possess it, because in the first place he never lost it. And at the same time, possession implies that he can some way circumscribe it and make it his own. He cannot, because it belongs to everything. There is just as much eternal truth radiating through an unfolding flower as there is to an unfolding saint. Truth is identical in principle with the experience of life itself. To experience life completely is to experience truth. To experience truth completely is to experience love. And to experience love completely is to experience law. They are all one tremendous integrity. In this integrity, man lives and moves and has his being. Because there is no place where it is not. The old Hindu says it extends to the end of the cosmos and 3 inches beyond. It goes forever and 3 inches. There is no conceivable place where there is a deprivation of it. And what appears to be a deprivation is an obscuration by form, mind, or illusion. If, therefore, man starts searching for his own nature, and he industriously traces the current of his own will to its source, he is not going to find there his own personal equivalent of an aged, bearded relative. He is not going to find a spirit in the form of an old man sitting on a throne. He is not even going to find his own spirit, any more than he's going to find his own truth. Can we really actually conceive of truth belonging to anyone? Finally, when we think about it. Can we believe in a spirit that is a nice, separate little being, sitting all by itself somewhere in the midst of space? And that this is us. This is our reality. The Indian cannot think that way. He believes that as he moves toward the source of his own consciousness, that he doesn't move toward a being sitting somewhere, or an entity, luminous or otherwise, or some mysterious little whirling spirilla of cosmic force. He does not conceive that. Because even the moderate development of his own faculties and the gradual extension of his own consciousness through discipline causes him to realize that he is moving from the small end of a funnel toward the large end, and not from the large end toward the small end. He finds that the further he goes, the fewer are his own boundaries, and that ignorance is making this little package, and that wisdom is breaking it open. That the more ignorant he is, the more personal he is. The more he thinks about himself, the less he thinks about anything else. The more he begins to experience, the broader he becomes. Well, if a man gets broader and broader and broader and keeps on getting broader long enough, he is no longer broader. He is bred. He is absorbed into the principle itself. If the individual gets better and better and better and better, we assume that sometime he will get to be best. But when we think about it more, best doesn't seem to have very much significance. It's a little, it's the more flawless gem, but it's still something, because beyond even the best, we must assume something. The only way that we can move from better to better and better without coming to the end of something is to finally realize that all betterness leads towards eternal good, which is at the end. That if the individual knows enough, about enough, and learns more about enough, and keeps on learning and knowing and learning, he cannot ultimately become just wise, because that's another little package. The only thing he can become is wisdom. The end of all attributes must be the principle. Without wisdom, no one could be wise. So wisdom, and not the wise man, is the root of things. So if the wise man goes along the currents long enough, he is going to arrive at wisdom, which is the root of all being wise. In this thinking, then, the Oriental thinks of the extension of consciousness as leading finally not to an isolated position of superiority, but to the final identification of the divided part with its own totality. And this totality is all of everything, all of wisdom, all of life, all of truth, all of law. And the only time the seeking can end is in totality. Because we cannot imagine a universe composed of an infinite number of separate things, all perfect. Because if they are perfect, they are alike. And if they are alike to that degree of utter sameness, our own common intelligence begins to tell us that they become one thing. Things that are absolutely alike are one thing. Because there must be some dissimilarity to keep them separate. When there is no dissimilarity, there is no longer boundary, and they move into the eternal. So man does not possess truth, but he experiences the release of truth through himself and in himself. And through the gradual refinement of consciousness and the attainment of samadhi, he comes as nearly as the human being can come and still exist to the complete experience of universality within himself. He experiences the reversal of the subject-object relationship. Instead of being the man seeking truth, he experiences, rather, truth seeking him, or coming through him, moving toward him. As he approaches it, it approaches him. And finally, he comes to the experience of the relation of the part to the whole, and realizes that he can never possess it, but that it has always possessed him, but he didn't know it. And the awakening is the recognition of the state that has always been, not a different state. And this awakening cannot be a shock, and it cannot be stressful, because it is gradual. And by the time it is reached, it is the only acceptable end. Now, there have been many interpretations of the samadhi experience. Some think that it is simply a highly developed psychic state in which the individual achieves the complete transition or the complete suspension of his own faculties, and that the whole mystery is on a psychological level. I do not think that is true. I think it can be true, particularly in the practice of Hatha Yoga. But I do not believe that it is essentially true. For if samadhi is the experience of a being nullifying itself, voluntarily becoming nothing, nothing from nothing comes. And the ascetic practicing this and returning to objectivity would come back from a vacuum and bring nothing. Because he cannot bring something from nothing. If it is merely negation, if he is merely psychically gone to sleep rather than physically gone to sleep, then he has entered a state of non-existence, temporarily at least, and nothing returns. He can experience nothing, he can gain nothing, he can know nothing, because he has destroyed or temporarily subjugated all means of interpretation and all means of reaction. On the other hand, as in the case of Havelock Ellis, in the actual samadhi, the consciousness passes from a state of negative into a highly positive relation. Because this transition does not end in nothing, but it ends in the experience of absolute fullness. And returning from the samadhi, the ascetic returns with a complete concept of relationship with all else that exists, with an immediate personal apperception of realities, which will cause and does cause a complete reversion or change in his life. Therefore, the state he goes into cannot be negative, because he experiences it as the solution to everything. As in the case of Ellis, who came back without doubt, fear, worry, question. He had found an absolute internal experience of sufficient and complete answer. He couldn't put it in words. But he knew from that time on that, to use our phrase, God was in his heavens and all was right with the world. He knew it. Therefore, this experience cannot be negative because of its reaction upon the conduct of the person. It is therefore a glimpse of a universality of realities. It is as though the individual drank from the sea of absolute life. It isn't his sea because others will drink from it. All will drink from it. And in so doing, they will discover that they are it. And therefore, it will be no shock to them to realize that this one great ocean of life supports the spiritual, moral, and physical life of everything, and is the energy within it, which in its own nature produces the phenomenon of will, and on the psychic level is interpreted as the libido, and on the material level as energy. It is this one life. And as the Buddhist doctrine says, the nirvana then is the experience of the drop of water returning to the sea. It is returning to a state of allness, not a state of nothingness. Therefore, the individual is not deprived of his own precious existence. He is restored to the sublime fact of eternal existence and his eternity in it. Now, before he can appreciate and probably enjoy all of this, he must pass from the condition in which particulars are important to him to that state in which the experience of the absolute generality is the complete fulfillment. Then he is no longer seeking for his God. He has experienced Godhood in himself and in all things that exist. But this is not a personal Godhood. This is the Godhood of the sovereignty of reality. And in reality is the root of everything that is so. And the only thing that man must renounce to find it is that which is not so. And he can never make that which is not so real. And he can never for one instant destroy the reality of that which is so. So his final decision to remain true to truth means that ultimately he will experience re-identification with it because it is himself. He is just as much truth as he is life. He is just as much reality as he is person, in fact, much more. So through the person is revealed to the objective a fragment of reality. But as man goes by discipline and improves, refines, enlarges, and releases, he returns to reality. He does not find it in the sense of gaining it for himself. He is simply restored to a state which is eternally his own, and from which he is separated at all times by nothing but the thin thread of his own ignorance. This, I think, is the substance that I would like you to remember in connection with the yoga principle. And I think it will help to make the subject of Raja Yoga a little clearer to you on the level of principles. Now, tonight we end this particular series. And next week we're going to begin our study of algebra.